Okay, we'll see how far this one can really go. It's kind of comical what I've done with this. I just made like that stupid warlock one that's even in the recipes, and we've gotten this far with it. So we're at platinum, the rank that I always forget exists. I always go from gold to diamond. I don't even remember that platinum is a thing. Like, I knew there was something there, but I didn't know what it was. So we've been doing this pretty good. We'll also get the gold portrait, probably the 500, which of course I already had, but it's gonna get hard now. And so if I have to iterate and change my deck, then so be it. But it's always just gonna be a case where you see it's so much about the deck, it's not about the player. Like, I wasn't able to get anywhere with the other stuff, like my fun, and of course it's in wild, but this may as well just be a standard deck. I have fucking Galakron almost as a joke, just to show that, so I can say I got to get legend in 2022 with Galakron. So what have been the really tough decks to go against? It feels like Shutterwalk is hard, but see, it's like a rock paper scissors thing. Shutterwalk could be really good, pretty good hand, but it won't be good against this because I'll just rush you down. I think the big priest is one that I can't deal with, because if they do it properly, they'll be able to stop the rush, and then they can obviously beat me in the late game. So the priest is hard. I don't know what paladins exactly are. Play 3 different... Of course, it doesn't show you what rank they are. In fact, the streamer mode thing isn't on either. How do I do that? I forget how you even do that. Whatever, I don't care. So we'll put this... You put this down and then just do it slowly. How do you even do that anyway? Isn't there like a... I forget. Frame rate. Kind of on a new PC, so... Okay, you hit that. Now... You can just do this very basic play. Putting it on the portal yet doesn't matter. We can at least pop the divine shield. What is this quest anyway? Upgrade your hero power. I guess that at best is just going to be like summon 2 1/1s or something. That might not be the end of the world. This music is kind of intense. What is this from? This is from something to do with pirates and the ocean? I didn't really play a lot for like the last several expansions, so I wouldn't even know, right, what a lot of these cards still are. Like, have I ever seen this? I don't know that I have ever seen it. So it could be really busted with the 3rd phase. Like, the Juggernaut is kind of insane. The warrior quest that, like, you just summon, and it's such a lazy thing too, like summon 3 pirates, then summon 3 pirates, then summon 3 pirates. Like, at least make it like attack 3 times with your hero for 1, make it like different conditions other than just summon pirates. It's just kind of boring. So this you normally want to just use to trade stuff, not so much to just hit face, because then it can come back to bite you. So we'll do this. Or no, it's almost like I shouldn't do it, but then this isn't going to be any good either. It might be a good turn just to stack the board a bit. Discover like another imp maybe. Fellhound, Fire Breather, Life Steal. So normally you are digging for an imp. Deal 2 damage to all things except for demons. Could be pretty good, honestly. Not the kind of play you want to make, but let's see what he can do about the board. That's what this deck is all about. You flood the board, they deal with it, then you flood it again, then they deal with it again, then you finally overwhelm them with like a Rafam, or even the one I put in there, which is Denathrius. But Denathrius is only good if you're going to get it early, right? So if you start with it in your hand, you shouldn't mulligan. You should just... What is the final reward for this? Lightborn? Oh, it's that stupid ass one. I have seen it, I just don't pay attention. The one that gives you that immovable object that is like, your hero takes half damage the whole fucking game, and there's no way to get rid of it. That's insane. So you might put like an acidic swamp ooze or something in here just to get rid of the weapon, I guess, if that's the way it's gonna be. Draw 2 1-attack minions from your deck. So you gotta finish them off before you can get to that point, because that's gonna make it really hard. Right, you have to get him before... What does he have to do? Play 3 different 1-cost cards, which he could easily do like this turn. Is he even going to be able to play the Cariel thing? Okay, this is at least acceptably early to do this. Deal 2 damage to everything except for demons, which actually would hurt on 1 count there. So we can save this for next turn. Or what if I coin it out? This is an interesting interaction to look for. This is going to not work Even though I have 5 mana, it's not going to work. That makes me feel kind of dumb, but... Let's hit him in the face first. Just to see what the secret is. Put this down. There's no need to even do it yet, right? The portal is not really worth doing yet. We'll just tap. Maybe it may as well summon even that. Or we can trade... What is that? Summon a 3/4 steed with taunt. So you only have one technically, because this doesn't count as an imp, it just counts as a demon. So now I don't really know what to do about it. I don't know. Kind of like panic plays, those are not very good. Because as soon as he gets this, he might actually be in a very strong spot. I forget how much it costs. So you can easily get it this turn, right? The carry-all, because he's going to... That's why they call it carry-all, because you're going to get carried by how overpowered he is. But I can't say that. Obviously, I'm using something bullshit, too. So let him commit to the board. Denathrius is going to be a factor here. Can't believe I got stopped in my tracks by a 3/4 taunt. Of course, I don't know what that secret is. Like, there's so many of these things that I haven't seen, or... It's amazing that you can even get this far, knowing as little as I do about a lot of the newer cards, but... Okay, this is a good way to just clear the board.
It's perfectly...
Put the imp down. So my health is not the issue, but the fact that he's going to take half damage with 40 HP is fucking ridiculous, so... I'm going to have to do 80 damage to him? There's no way I can do that. So why doesn't he just play it? Oh, he doesn't have it yet, but he can get it very easily. So does that count towards it? It probably shouldn't. So he's kind of dragging his feet with actually getting the condition. This is almost like the Carnasa thing. Or wait, is this a different one? I'm so confused, actually. They have so many different versions of the same card, or the same NPC. Like Rokara has a fucking hero card, and a regular card, and a hero portrait, and this and that. So you don't know which one is being talked about. Deal 3. I mean, it might be the appropriate time to actually do this. As much as I don't like it. And deck yourself out. So hopefully we get one summoned out of it at least. We can get all 3, in fact. Fuck. Yeah, 1. I'm just not getting the kind of board presence that you need with this. Right, I'm kind of playing more defensively, even to start. I don't actually like this hero card. Like, I get why it can be good sometimes, but... You're gonna... A lot of the time you can't play it. Okay, so this is different. This is not the hero card. Yeah, +2/+2. But why are they 5 then? Oh, because of this. So they'd really be a 3/3. Which could be pretty hard to deal with, honestly. Wait, and taunt? No, they don't have taunt. Well, why do they now, then? For the rest of the game, Silver Hand recruits. So somehow they got taunt, which... Oh, this gives it taunt now, which it never did before. Shows you what I know. So the problem is with this is you don't have a lot of damage out of the hand, so you can never be playing in this kind of defensive of a spot. You can summon 2 with this, and then buff them with this. I think that's really the best that I could do. After he summons 3, destroy it, so it would destroy this one. Now I'm kind of in a danger zone desperate spot where he's about to kill me. He's gonna hit me for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. He can just kill me. What the fuck? Okay, now we're gonna get to start to get into these really tough decks. There was no win condition there. There was nothing I could do at any point. And the 40 health thing is gonna start to burn me a little bit. Shit, maybe I overestimated how far. We'll see, we'll see. So far it's been just rolling through it. Could just be a bad matchup. I mean, he has lethal. We'll see if he sees it or... Why do they have taunt now? Oh, just because of that stupid ass warhorse thing.
Well done, creep.
I gotta keep some of these decks in mind. Right, not that I necessarily want to copycat somebody, but we might have to adjust. Okay, so let me see how this thing works. It's interesting how you have to do it with like a weird keybind, whatever. Okay, so let's do it like this, and then that's capturing. So I'm not going to get too demoralized by that one. See, it really is like a rock, paper, scissors scenario. This will be good against a lot of decks, maybe the majority of decks, but there'll be certain ones like that that I just can't beat. So we'll have to see what we're seeing a lot of. Right, so maybe we'll see a lot of that Paladin one. So far, we've seen a lot of variety of stuff because you have to remember it's wild. So that could potentially be a good thing or a bad thing. They could obviously make some busted ass shit that you couldn't make normally, but then again, it can't be much better than the newer power creep cards anyway. That's the problem. This will devolve into standard anyway because the newest cards are going to be the best cards regardless for the most part. So this is fine, but you don't really even want this. You could do turn 1, turn 2, and it'll have 3 attack, I guess. I'm not the biggest fan of keeping this one at the beginning, but
I see you've brought guests.
you can maybe change up that strategy, in fact. Because the benefit you're going to get from this is only going to make it a 3/3 anyway, so you may as well just do this. So some of the cards I don't like in this are the hero card, the 6 cost, whatever I just used, Tamsin. And I also don't like the other thing. What's it called? The, I forgot. We can just do these both together, I suppose. I don't like the card that is give +1 health to everything in your hand. The 1/2 for 1. I'm not a big fan of that one. Like, it can be okay sometimes, but... Okay, that's interesting. It's not going to do anything for you, but... Yeah, let's just kill it first. We'll flood the board and just, again, you got to keep having the will to do that. Let him deal with it. Do the consecration or whatever. Just do whatever you want to do. Taunt, discover a paladin card. I don't know what he's even playing at. He didn't do the quest, so he's not doing the same thing. So it wasn't even the carryall that I was afraid of, but we still got fucked by it. Amalgam of the Deep. So you may as well trade some of these in, as far as I'm concerned. Because it might seem like, oh, you're losing damage that way, but in the end, it's going to be worth it, I think. It costs 1 if your hand is full. That's not going to happen. Discard your highest cost card, Rush 5/5. Destroy a minion whenever your hero takes damage equal to its health, which could be good to get rid of a taunt or something. Ah, I'm missing damage, though. I'm taking this too lightly. Fuck, I missed 2 damage. Okay, dude. This guy's playing kind of slowly, though. All his plays are just very basic. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll also tap. Don't worry about that one right now. Summon a Voidwalker just for the fuck of it. So again, I hope he summons a big taunt and then we can just destroy it.
By the holy light.
He's pretty fun. He doesn't seem really pissed about it. He's just impressed by this very busted deck. To be fair, you might not be seeing this a lot because, again, it is wild, so people are encouraged to try different things. The problem is different things aren't good. Is this going to be the same one that summons that stupid taunt? It's going to be absolutely nothing that it does. Now, here's where you don't overcommit any more than you already have. Just go in like this and just wait. So you could AoE this pretty easily, but we're kind of baiting and waiting that out. What does this thing do again? After you summon a minion, give it +2/+2 last 3 turns. So is that going to count? I guess it does. The biggest thing that bothers me are taunts. You have +1/+1, but it's a little bit too late for you, buddy. I don't know what you can do about this. We could even just do that, but I think we better save it for something better. So we'll trade into this, and then we'll summon a whole bunch more. Like, for example... Oh, shit. We can do both of these. Now we'll go face. What now? What was it? What do you do? Deal 2 damage. Fine, we'll just do another one of these, I guess. Keep hitting him in the face, and then we can threaten lethal maybe next turn with the buff. So we're just gonna... We'll do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, plus... Like 4, plus... So we can use this to just destroy it. But it doesn't even have taunt. After a friendly minion loses Divine Shield. So we'd have to see what are these actual secrets gonna be. We'll hit him with that first, I guess. We can summon a whole bunch of imps. For example, even this would max out the damage here. But I kind of want to do this in a weird way. Wait, 10? Oh shit, I didn't it does damage equal to their health, not equal to their... Better throw the Voidwalker down then. I misjudged that. I thought it did equal to their damage, not to their health. Equal to its health, which normally could be better, because normally a lot of things are going to have high attack and lower health, maybe. After this attacks, create a defender with taunt. Not going to mean much for you here. You should just be dead, in fact. I let myself get a little bit lower than I'm comfortable with, but it's okay.
Well played.
5, 5, 6. But again, you have to remember you have no damage out of the hand ever. So what's gonna happen with that is the simple fact that, you know, you have to control the board at all times. So that's why you don't want to overcommit, but you can't hold back. You just, whenever you can summon stuff. Never wait, never just tap. That's the rule of this deck. You have to always go all in with everything. Can't believe I don't even have the golden fucking warlock thing. Nemesis Gul'dan. This is one of those you can get from getting to like level 100, right? You can do this. I'm not the biggest fan of this hand either. In fact, yeah, I'm not too sure about some of these. Imp Gang Boss is kind of a questionable thing because it's very slow. It's a little bit of AoE protection though, I suppose. So you could coin out something on turn 1, but I don't really want to. Again, this is a Dredger's Staff. Is not the one that I'm a very big fan of, that card. I don't like it. Even when you get it in this ideal situation at the beginning of the game, it still isn't good. Like, 1 health is... And oftentimes you don't have that many minions in your hand. Like, you might have a spell, you might have the hero card. So you're not necessarily going to get the optimal value out of it anyway. So we'll obviously still just do it. I don't think it's really worth coining something out at that point. We could save this for like a turn 2. It's always good to put this down and then put something in front of it. I would take an AFK win if he wants to give me that. But that just means he's tryharding. We haven't really seen a ton of mirror matchups either, so maybe... No, we're not going to get that lucky. You got to get on a streak, otherwise it takes forever though. This seems like it's good enough to be there, but what do I know then again about the meta or anything? So if he is using the same thing, that's a bad thing to do. Like I just said, you never want to just do that. A simple solitary tap and nothing else. So we can bring out both of these. Of course, this won't be getting any buffs yet. So how far would you overcommit against the lock? Because you're looking at it and you're saying they do have a lot of AoE. We haven't really seen demise much, but I think this is a proper thing to do. So this is still a little bit too slow paced, even though it's only turn 3. This infuse would happen if if the board gets cleared. This is always good to do as a reactive play that way. As soon as that happens, you could do this, a little bit of AoE protection, because nothing's going to do necessarily 5. He could, like, I don't know. Not a very imposing board, but at least it's sticky. Like 1/4s are pretty hard to get rid of. This will make it a 2/4. I could tap and do the Voidwalker, but I'm not the biggest fan of that either. I could coin this out, but that would require something to trade into. Deal 4, give your opponent an Abyssal Curse. We've seen this a lot, but I'm not too worried about the curse. Like our health in general, I'm not really worried about. Let's just do the Imp Gang Boss is fine. You can make this chick even stronger by just doing this one here. Each one gets worse, so it just keeps doing 1 more damage. But again, we're just going to rush him down before that comes into play. considering how expensive that card was, right? That was his whole turn. Light everything in 3 turns. You might not be alive after 3 turns of the way that you're playing. This does feel like an affliction lock, though. It's all like just corrupting your opponent's stuff and giving your opponent curses and stuff, but not actually. Okay, so this isn't gonna matter. This would be turn 5, but the coin doesn't work. You have to have 5 base mana for that to come into play, apparently. You could do this one instead. We're just going all in. That is a very annoying card, though. I definitely remember being triggered by it. How it just, because imagine if you had like your hero card or something very important and they do that super early, you just wouldn't be able to play it at all. You'd never have enough mana, so it's just gone. It's like that Gnome Feratu thing that lets you destroy a top card of your opponent's deck. It's just luck of the draw that can completely screw you over. So I could do this, and then if he clears the board, I mean, I may as well do these since we're not going to get a chance anyway. It forces you to overcommit, and then he can AoE. There's no reason to hold back. Like, just do it. And so we're going to get this infused and also this. Well, but this will be too late, I think. After you look at 4, reduce the cost. I mean, it'd be amazing if he could come back from this. I just don't see a way to do it. His deck was very slow paced, although I do like the concept of it. I think we've seen this a few times. Might be better against control stuff, but this is where aggro just shines. You can't do anything about it. All of his cards are very slow paced. So we're not really getting the mirror matchup. But then ironically, when 2 aggro decks play each other, either they both ignore the board and just go face and try to, you know, beat them before they beat you, or they could also just, you could make it about the board because you're worried about them rushing you down. So it's an interesting dynamic whenever that happens. So this one should get us on the streak at least. I don't think the streak ends the higher you up you get. Like, you can't get the streak anymore. Theoretically, it should just be harder to get it. So this is a bricked hand. You don't want this at all. Just toss the whole thing. Maybe you keep Fiendish Circle, but it's not really worth it. 2, 2, 1, not bad. You don't really want to do this as a solitary turn 2 play, like just by itself. That wouldn't be the best idea, honestly. So you can do this, discover something. I'm not the biggest fan of this either. I probably wouldn't have put this in here myself, but it can be okay, I guess. And you could just discover an imp from it, or you could discover something that you really need. This makes it seem more like just a fun deck than a serious one. And yet somehow we're playing him at diamond. Maybe that doesn't mean he's necessarily diamond, but I don't get how that would work then. Remove the top 5 cards from your deck. I don't see why I'd really want to do that. Just summoning an extra bonus imp is acceptable to me. You got to do the more practical thing, because we're never going to really be able to corrupt that anyway. What's my highest cost card? It's like Galakron to 7, and that might actually be it. So it's going to be some kind of Murloc weird hybrid, but you can't imagine that the hero power was really planned for. Summon a 1/1 Death Rattle. So we are going to have to do a bit of what I just said, like trading on the board more. It's almost like you wouldn't mind doing this just to clear his board now, but I guess I won't do it. Give it 1 attack and rush. So I'm actually going to get rid of that instead. This is just a harmless 1/1, even if it's a 2/1. So give them 1 attack permanently, not just while he's there. So AoEs are always annoying, but again, you just have to deal with them. And you get kind of like a good infuse effect out of it if that does happen. See, we can already just do that. So that gives me a turn 4 play that I otherwise didn't have. So you could still AoE this, like with Lightning Storm or something, but at least it's more of a commitment. Not a big fan of this. I really, I don't know. Like, I get why you need it, but it's so, like, I just can't even play it half the time. It's a reactive thing, like when you're on the defensive, but you don't want to be on the defensive, so you could do this even. So you could trade, always just trade the weenies off, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Do that. You could just summon 2 more. You could just tap. I don't even feel the need to do anything else. I won't even do the Voidwalker. So now we're forcing him to AoE, which if he does, I don't really have a play. So I guess I could just do this since the board is cleared. Like, why would you ever do this? It'll just suicide your own board. So apparently he doesn't have a simple AoE to deal with that, which is surprising. Yeah, bringing the cancer to Wild with no remorse, because I was trying to have fun in Wild and this is what people do. I mean, it's just such a troll experience. Maybe I should try playing with the Juggernaut and stuff at this rank, but then we'll just get fucked. So you may as well just do that in casual, which I guess is fine. It's just like, come on. You shouldn't have to do that, or you can just get hard stuck at silver 10, silver 9, silver 10 all your life. What is the symbol for 9 even? I didn't even see it.
Gul'dan versus Brucon.
Oh, it's like that genie thing.
Are you ready to fight? Your soul.
Okay, shamans can be dangerous for sure, although we just did B1. Oh, you don't really need 2 Voidwalkers. I'll keep 1. The portal even can sometimes be questionable just because... this is kind of a questionable start. It's like you want it, but you don't want it this early. And you don't really want to play it on turn 2. At first I thought, oh sure, it's fine, because it's so good. But you want to just, again, control the board, do it when you have a little extra mana or an extra turn. That's why Galakron, despite seeming so bad and objectively being terrible, is still a kind of a cute play that I like, because sometimes you just have a full board and you're kind of waiting for them to deal with it, so he gives you something to do with all that mana, for which you only get like 5 armor anyway. We may as well do this first. Now we have 2 portals. You got to make the best of it. We could put the Voidwalker down, but now it doesn't work on curve. Hopefully we get like a 1 cost thing that I can do. The end of your turn, add a lackey, so we can kill this actually. Actually, that's fine. I'm good with that. So now a portal is looking good, because you can make this guy like a 5/8 or any one of those like a 4/4. You probably shouldn't overcommit to one guy though. Draw a weapon. I can do both of these. Oh, it's 1 more. So I'd be able to kill it and mine would still survive if that's what I was looking for. Speaking of Galakron, put this down, so this should make it a 4/4 if I'm not mistaken. I like the way he delivers that line. Oh, this is the one thing about Hearthstone that's amazing, is all the little personality they give it. Playing all these other card games, you realize how much they don't really have that. They even have like the avatars and stuff in Magic, but they don't bother to voice act it. Like, how hard would it be, dude? It's a one-time thing. For the fucking number of heroes this game has, too. Okay, 1/1, you even get an imp back, which is cute. You can do another portal as well, so... Actually, I won't even bother to do it yet, though.
We don't have any ink.
Let's just do that, and then keep these things going. So these are pretty hard to deal with, the 2/5s, but of course they're going to keep damaging me. So now we can do double portal next turn, so we can make it like a 10 whatever. We can add 6 attack. So you have 2, 4, 10. Evolve, that's kind of a little bit scary. You could also do this. I mean, this is the type of time where you trade in. Give your opponent 2 coins. After a friendly minion with taunt dies, summon a new copy of it without taunt. With taunt dies, so that's not going to come into play. After you use your hero power, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. So none of these effects are going to come into play. So I should use both of these. Trade in my board. Look at that shit, dude. Look at how busted ass these cards are. Yeah, I almost can't believe that myself. What are you gonna do now? It's turn 5, you got a 7/5 and a 7/7. What the fuck is this portal card, man? I hate it so much. If you can't beat him, join him. This is retarded, even though I haven't seen this deck much. Yeah, you're just fucking dead, dude. Or 2. Transform it into one that costs 1 more. Sure, doesn't really bother me. This is where you just play Galakron, because why not? You summon a random demon. So we can do 14, 15, 16, 17. If only he came with like a claw or something. Another imp.
Legally binding. Legally binding.
Kind of a tough decision whether to keep that guy at 7 health, which is a lot harder for him to deal with. Now what we'd really like is like the Rafam or somebody, just something to guarantee, because he might actually clear this board somehow, although I think it's unlikely. We can keep summoning 2. I mean, this is so fun to correspond with this. It's just too slow. Like you get 7, but see that turn I had nothing to do anyway. So if this would transform into a minion, summon it instead. Costs 1 less for each for each minion on the battlefield, but it's only a 3/4, so who cares? Oh shit, what happened with that?
Well played.
You gotta at least give me credit for putting Galakron in here. That's certainly not the meta thing to do. But again, normally you don't even notice it, but it could fuck me over sometimes. I just don't even remember Platinum being a thing. Like it just, because it looks so similar to Diamond, doesn't it? Or like it looks like kind of like silver. It's like a misfit color. It fits somewhere between silver and diamond, and it just looks kind of like gray and unimpressive. Okay, so we got the Sea Giant as number 8 here. Always fun to see the portraits and how they've changed over time. Especially since they have so many more to work with now. Okay, it better not cost... Oh my god. It better not cost me the win streak for some random disconnect. It makes no sense. Like, I'm just in the middle of it and it's doing that. I don't know if I queued into something or not. Here we go. We're gonna have to get sabotaged by Blizzard because we're just doing too good. But that shouldn't count as a loss anyway because it hasn't been long enough. I don't think I even got into one, did I? 8. I don't remember if I was 2 stars in or not. I guess we'll know by the win streak counter. See, I even named it Add Lakari because I wanted to do that, but then discarding cards is too hard and out of the way. So if you want to make an imp, then commit all the way to the imp. But obviously you got to use the better, newer cards in a lot of these cases. Although to be fair, it does give a lot of value to older stuff that was considered dead in the water, like the Imp Gang boss. Nobody was using that, or a lot of these other cards. There's one imp that's like, oh, it costs 1 less for each imp that you have or something, so that could be good, like an 8/8. But we'll see. I kind of don't want to change something if it's working. So this is good to keep just for the infuse effect. I'm not the biggest fan of keeping that. So we get the infuse. The full brunt of this is good. It might seem bad, but as long as we just keep drawing into stuff we can play. So we have a turn 1, a turn 2. You couldn't ask for a better, you know, infusion start here. Now that 4 cost 1 maybe isn't worth keeping as much, but again, like I wonder if I got offered both of these in the starting hand, would I keep both? I probably, it would depend, I guess, on the matchup and stuff too. So this might actually be important against a mage because they might actually somehow, you know, be threatening me with lethal in a way, so I can just do it to heal. That's why it's so good. The fact that he has lifesteal just takes it from overpowered to bullshit territory. Right, it's just too much. So we have a solid turn 2. What is this going to be? Time war? Okay, so we can't let him get to that point, otherwise we get fucked.
You can count on me.
If you control a quest, add a coin to your hand. Cast 8 spells that didn't start in your deck. So you have to be even more aggressive against this chick than you normally would against anybody anyway. That's really the only strategy to it. So taking a little bit there. Hit you in the face. I don't really want to worry about the board, but 8 spells that didn't start in your deck, which isn't that hard to do by today's standards. There's a lot more cards that generate stuff like that now. So it's a pretty easy condition, but that would assume that you have all the combo cards too. But oh shit, this is a problem. They can deal with the board while fulfilling that at the same time. They have a coin, at least we know that didn't start in their deck. Can't do this. Basically, just do this.
We don't have
No reason to coin out yet. You gotta just push the pace. You can't let them have any comfort here. Fuck. Oh, he's just gonna keep doing it. Twin spell counts for both. Or actually, it doesn't. Okay, he's gonna rush me down. Nice. But it's still not turn 5, so I can't even do that yet.
For the roast, my lord.
Why don't we just push the pace a little bit myself? You draw 2. So now we can buff these guys up if he doesn't kill them. So how is he generating cards from out of his deck though? Like what else? He has to play something to generate something and then play it. And the weakness of it is whatever he generates might not be that good. But if it does any kind of... Dude, what the fuck? Is that all he has to just keep doing? In an endless loop? I don't get how that works. Ignite. Deal 2, shuffle and ignite. He's really trying to rush me down. Is that it? Of course, my own minions hurt me here too. Or did he just forget to attack, or what's going on? Give your demons plus... whatever.
Top shelf is.
4, 6, 4, 7. Now it's questionable to push this any further. I'm actually not going to do it. I'm going to pussy out. Because that could be just a way I lose this early. Let him use all his removal on it anyway. Let him just do what he's going to do. Deal 2 damage. I mean, he's basically there. He's going to be already there, dude. I just can't do anything. This isn't infused yet. Turn 6. So you could do like maybe this. Plus the Imp Gang boss. Plus this. I'm not going to keep hurting myself with that because I have no way to heal for a while. Right, if Denathrius comes into play, then so be it, but they're going to use Time Orb and just kill me by the time I get there. It's so hard to prevent stuff like this sometimes, right? Like, they have their win condition and it's almost guaranteed to happen. He's going to do like Blizzard or something now. 4. Fill your hand with mage spells at the end of the turn, so how many is he going to get out of it? Be able to play probably 3 or 4. You can see that I'm worried about the face damage. He'll just kill me without even needing to get to that point. But then again, you do have to address this board. It's getting a little bit dangerous. Kill like 2 of them so I can buff it with this shit and just kill you. Or even this would work for the same effect. You really do have to deal with my board right now. Dude, how many could you have? So what would +2/+2 do here? It would be, and I'd be willing to attack in that way. Each player draws 2. Yeah, they already got it. Fuck, it's over. Unless I can kill them actually this turn. What if I got a portal too? So we'll sack 1. I'll play this.
The top shelf is.
So how much is that? 12, 15, 19. It's not quite enough still. They could easily just kill me. Like, there's no way to stop it. 10, 19, 23. So if they can't kill me this turn, I win, but that's a big if. They're obviously going to. If only I'd gotten Galakron, I could have gained a bit of armor and maybe subverted it. You can just take 2 turns now, period, and just...
You put a spell on me.
Okay. It'd be so easy, man. It'd be so easy. You have a full turn just to do whatever the fuck you want. Like, come on, man. What the fuck? And you can even do that. Although that's kind of unnecessary. Like, couldn't... Oh, maybe they don't have lethal. Imagine not being able to kill me in 3 turns. Are you stupid? You obviously win. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? These are the kind of interactions. You can just hit me with that, dude. I didn't know this is how it was gonna go, but... Okay, I get it. I get it. He takes yet another turn. I mean, that's the win condition, so... But now you see why I'm using this. Like, this is the kind of shit we have to deal with. How are you making copies of it, too? How did you even do that? Potion of Illusion. Okay, we get it, dude. Just to end it. What the fuck? I guess we won't find out whether the disconnect caused the win streak to break or not. Wait, why did I lose like 2 stars from that? Shouldn't you end up... Because you had 1 star into the 8th seed. I lost 2 stars. Is that what starts to happen? That doesn't seem right. You had 8 plus 1. Now you're 7 or you're 9 minus 1. Gotta get on a streak again. That one was kind of tough. I don't know what I could have done about it.
Gul'dan versus Gul'dan.
Kind of want to see a mirror matchup just to see what it would look like. This is okay, I guess. 1-1-1. I'll keep it. These things can be kind of a double-edged sword. They're very well statted, but obviously you're going to end up burning yourself down if you attack too much with them. Right, like I theoretically could have killed him maybe if I had done that, but then who knows whether he would have been within range of lethal if I got myself down to like 9 HP or something. It's a risk, you know, you can't be sure. He seemed like he had to dig for lethal a little bit though. He certainly didn't have the spells for it. It was just more about that stupid bird. Which I have seen before, but not really used in that exact context. Okay, we put this down, and then we try to figure out what do I want to play next. I can play the 2 cost. We can just go on curve 2, 3. I could also do the portal, but it's not really worth doing when you have so... You want to play it in a situation where either you want to use it right away, or you combine it at least with summoning something, so when you have extra mana. It's not like I need it yet, nor is it going to be that good right now. So let's see what we can come up with here. I like that. I like the slow play giving me an open field. The problem is, obviously with the 40 HP, it gives you the comfort to be able to do that. I like how you can barely even see the card back because the center gets split off. Okay, nothing impressive there. Now could almost be a time where you do that just to trade into stuff. Like, I could do 2... It seems a bit premature, but does it make it a 4 something? I don't mind doing it here because I have so much HP to spare. You could have also done it to the imp, but you kind of want to split his focus. And now he's going to be forced to kill something that isn't even an imp. Deal 3 damage, summon 2 1/3 Voidwalkers with taunt. It's a little bit annoying. I could do a little bit of card draw here. I could stack up a bit more of this. Oh, they won't even fit though. Why don't we just draw a whole fucking bunch? How about that, dude? No downside to it. We get Denathrius, we get a lot of good shit. You're not gonna get much of a better play than that. 9 cards. I could attack in just because I'm assuming he's gonna AoE anyway, but we're still a little bit behind schedule. So what we don't have is Rafam, so that could kind of be something I wish I had gotten there. Discover 2 cards. So we have Flame Imps, we have this guy. Obviously you could play that first as long as it's good on curve. Also, if the board remains like this, you could just do this. That can be very strong. Denathrius is fine, this is fine, this is fine. So you want to go for this and maybe a couple Flame Imps, or you could go for just the buff. So I hope the board remains generally intact, because then think about how much damage I have. +2 plus this. It's still not going to be lethal because he has the 35 fucking HP, but... Deal 1 damage for each card in your hand. Wonderful, amazing. Get that juicy little infuse. I could do this. So the buff is no longer meaningful, so we'll just wait. We'll do this, and then we'll fill up the board with these. I don't need to do the portal yet. I'm gonna wait and bait a little bit, and then again, keep in mind that we have the buff, which could be very devastating for him to deal with. Rafam would be perfect here, perfect, but You just, sometimes you don't get them. Okay, that doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't seem like he's playing with the same thing at all, so I don't know what. Like, this deck has 0 spells that are like damage or removal, right? Everything is just attack, attack, attack. So like, even when he plays that AoE, you know he's playing something different because the point of this deck is not to do that necessarily. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so you can make anything strong enough to kill that. I don't really want to trade into his board, but give everything +2/+2.
Carving time.
Seems kind of like a waste, but you could sack an imp. I'm trying to think of the most efficient way to do this though. Instead of sacking, why don't I just buff something and then hit this and then give everything +2/+2.
The top shall fear.
Hit this. We'll leave him with like, let's say 1 left. Did I maybe somehow have lethal? No, he still have 20 left. There's no way I could have. So now this should get me to 8+1, but it won't. That's so weird how I lost 2 there. What is that, like a losing streak thing, even though I wasn't on a losing streak at all? That almost seems like a bug. Like, you're really meant to lose 2 just because you're on the precipice of... I don't get it. That could be pretty damaging later on. So we've seen a lot of Shaman. But we haven't lost to one in a while, so let's see how it goes. You could keep this for the infuse, but you don't really want to worry about that. I'll keep the library only, which even that is questionable. You could justify mulliganing that too. So I have a 1, a 2, a 3. I'm not the biggest fan of playing the amalgam on turn 2, but isn't that what the other thing is called too? The amalgam that's like every type? Like the 3/4 that counts as every type? That's basically just an evolution effect, not the end of the world. You could even do this just to kind of scare him. And then you could always put the Voidwalker in front of it. Kind of announcing what kind of degenerate deck we're using, but you can see how add 2 1/1 Rams with Rush. You can put the Voidwalker in front of this. Would be the idea at least. Kind of feels bad not to do something more, so I guess I will. Summon an imp. Imp gang boss. I kind of don't mind that, just get a little free imp development on the board. So now we have a little bit of flexibility to use the portal, or I could just do the imp gang boss, or I could even do this to severely buff up the 2/3 here. So you would think that would be a high priority for him to kill. He's not going to be able to kill it. He can summon another one of those. Evolve it into something 2/2. The stealth is a little bit concerning, but I'll just deal with that. So he will be able to just trade into that. This will only get like a +1, so I don't even really care. I'll just do this. Hit this, hit him in the face. And then again, we're baiting out some kind of AoE. The Shade of Naxxramas is unfortunate, but I guess he could have gotten a 3 attack thing anyway. But then if he did, I could have killed it. So that pretty much guarantees a trade on the 6. Otherwise, that might have stuck around. Summon a 3/4 that freezes. It lasts 3 turns. So every turn he's going to do that, basically is what that means. We can do this and make something big out of it. Or maybe I shouldn't even do that. Just keep flooding the board. Now we're gonna get a little card starved, but we're pushing and we can set up for maybe lethal with this, depending. You could say maybe that's not the best thing to do to get rid of all those imps, but it just feels like an AoE is coming anyway, doesn't it? So it's hard to judge that. That's not very impressive. This is more like an arena card or something. Oh, it's just, oh, I get it. After this minion survives damage, so it's not going to. You can put these 2 out. You have 9. Wait, I just have lethal anyway, right? 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's pretty clean. If you want these easy early wins, like turn 4, turn 5, turn 6, you can just breeze through it like that. I only get the 1 star, so if I lose now, I'll lose 2 stars apparently, which is kind of strange. Huh, I don't remember it really working like that. But it has been a long time. I didn't even play with this ranking system. I played like with the old one that went from like 25 to 1, right? So that one felt like it took a lot less time too. Just in terms of the number of games. But maybe I'm wrong, because this you have to get through 10. Oh, you're teasing me with that. I would pay real money for this one now, but they don't let you do that. I guess you could keep this just to buff stuff, give you a good turn 1 play. I'm not a big fan of the amalgam, like I say, but now if we don't get a 2 or 3 cost, we could regret that. Fuck me. You know, you could say, oh, you should have just kept that. And this guy, as usual, is useless because you don't have anything to buff. You would just buff one thing. Why not just summon it? Let's see what his voice lines are too, if he says anything. That's kind of an old school one that I used to use a long time back. Or I use that with like Renounce Darkness, basically. I'm not the biggest fan of doing that, but I don't like this either. Just get a little bit of extra face damage. You have to pay like $70, $80 to fucking get that. I think some kind of pre-order shit, but that is one of the coolest ones. You get to be an old god. Fuck. So we could just summon the Imp Gang boss, I suppose. We're setting up for the infuse on both of these. Which again, the infuses come really easy because you're gonna just keep flooding the board anyway. So that's good because we get a couple imps back, so there's no problem. We can trade into that. So you can't do this yet. Actually, I could do it right now, and I'm going to. Perfect timing because the board is clear and we can just do it fresh. So now let's see what he can do about it. We have the portal. We have Rafam if he clears the board coming up. So still, we've never had the mana curve to really do this properly. This is such a dog shit card. I don't know why I even have it. It doesn't feel like it's been good most of the time. So I don't want to really overcommit. This seems like the perfect time to play this clown. Oh, I should have tapped first. Now we can hit it with one of these and just go face. In fact, why hold back? Why not just commit? Just make him sweat. So now he's got to worry about clearing a normal board, but he also has a 7 cost. So how can he do both? It seems unlikely that he'd be able to. And then I can just clear the board and then I do Rafam, and then you have to clear the board again. I don't think that'll kill everything though. Almost though. Oh, he's sweating. He's sweating.
Side effects.
Here it comes. May as well just do it. Like, let's just see you deal with that. Let's just see it. There's nothing you can do about it, man. What are you gonna do? Twisting Nether? You can't even do it yet. I think this is like a mathematically impossible thing to deal with. What do you have? That's not gonna be enough, though. Drawing 3 cards isn't gonna save you. You have at least like 15, 20, 25 damage still. This is like a lethal board even after the AoE. I don't give a shit, dude. You're dead. Deal 2, restore 3, 11, 16. Is it really not? Oh, you got this too. Sitting on so much fucking damage no matter what he does. Oh shit. That's a pretty good line too. Okay, so we're up for 8. Got the streak back. I mean, we're even beating Warlock, so you can't even say like, oh, if this is so good, then why don't they use it too? Maybe because they're not as degenerate, or you shouldn't use it in Wild, just in principle. This is basically almost a standard deck. Let's see what we got. That paladin kind of scared me, and priest can be pretty scary too because they're kind of like, if they can stall the game out, they can win. You don't really want either of these. I'm not a big fan of the dredger, but I guess I'll make some use of it. Just you're not going to have enough minions to justify doing it, but I guess if you don't have a turn one play anyway, which you always do, I guess Voidwalker is fine to wait. It's amazing how that card stood the test of time. A simple 1/3 taunt. Resurrect one friendly minion. What does that mean? Oh, okay, that's always bad for them to start with. So she doesn't have 40 health, which is the only good thing about this. Just from a purely curve perspective, you could do that, but I don't like it. I would rather have summoned the Voidwalker, honestly. We might just buff this guy and kill whatever she summons because it's... Okay, maybe she's gonna just not summon anything for a while, which I like. She's preparing something. Summon a lot of big shit, resurrect it over and over, I get the point. This can be a really hard one to beat. But usually they have 40 health somehow. Because extra cards for a priest isn't even a bad thing, because your whole point is just to stall the game out anyway. He's giving me a lot of freedom here early. We get a little bit of infused stuff going on. This is tradable too, but I don't think I've ever really done that. I don't need to do that yet. But again, sometimes you have to just put the pressure, put the pressure. Here it comes. They're gonna just clear the board every turn. So I'm gonna 5/5 copy. Of course, to give them armor and shit too. That's what can be so tough about it. You can buff this up and then also use this. Okay, so we're trying to force her hand a little bit. Just equalize the armor that she got, but not even. So now she's just going to keep resurrecting it. That's the reality of what's going to happen. Every turn she's going to gain 8 armor, at least, and then I just lose. Right, if you can stall me out. You got to put the pressure on hardcore. So even if you clear my board, I summon Rafam to try to finish you off. You're not really looking like you're going to have much mana to summon stuff. It attacks until it dies. Will I lose health from it attacking too? That's an interesting interaction. Well, that was unfortunate. We can summon 3 of these. Why not? We can go ahead and tap. Should probably get in the better habit of tapping first just to see what we might get. So I would assume you don't have a great way to clear this considering the way you dealt with it last time. But even if you do, I could just do Rafam too and the portal. So that should be setting up lethal as well. Resurrect 4 friendly imps and give them +2/+2 at once. And then also we have this buff, which I wouldn't have to do this turn necessarily. I can do Galakron if you want to push it out. That armor is going to be annoying though. This is the kind of thing we're going to have to deal with. I mean... Okay, let's think about this. We have the library, we have Rafam. It wouldn't be worth it to do it to a solitary board like this.
I wonder.
You could buff one for sure. So it's going to be how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it'd make it strong enough to kill one of them. I mean, there's no way to really play around what we're seeing here in that sense. We can summon 2 more of them. So Rafam is ready to go, but now her health is in a point where you feel like you're gonna lose, right? I can't beat it now, I don't think, because she's gonna just keep doing the same thing over and over, resummoning that same fucking thing. There is no way. Like, I guess I need a silence in here. If you could just silence one, get through. It's just, yeah, you can't stop it. You cannot stop it from happening, dude. 1 minion deck. Summon 2, 1. Like, how do I do that? I need that stupid thing, I think. The little fish that's like 4 cost that used to be 3 cost. Could draw a whole bunch of cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's gonna gain like fucking 30 plus armor. Like really, how do you play around this? You just can't. You have to kill it. I mean, doesn't even matter. So what else do I have that's gonna deal damage or something? Doing a Rafam would be stupid. Could put this down. We could kill one of them, I guess. I don't really want to even, but to set up for another triple set. I'll even overcommit a little bit, go like this. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. So Armor Priest is an interesting concept. Even if I had a silence, I don't know, like, oh man. Yeah, this is the one that I just can't beat. Look at that armor total. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? This game is gonna go on for like a year. What the fuck? We can still kill this. Which one would I summon if I wanted to summon something? I could do this one, and then I could buff one. So buff it like up to 8. You can do 4. Or we should kill this one first. 4, 5, 6, 7. Flood up the board a little more, I suppose. Like that. I guess I won't even tap now because it's not a concern of cards as much. Maybe they'll burst me down. But again, every single card they have is just going to bring back that same thing. So it's literally impossible to do anything. It seems like, oh, they're running dry on cards, but I don't think that's really going to be pertinent anyway. We could do Galakron. What else would I want to play this turn? 8. I guess you could just trade this. So then this effect won't be so bad. You could do Denathrius. 16 is not nearly enough, though. We have to save that for a ridiculous play. Sure, let's do Galakron now. We'll summon a random demon. But we need a little more firepower on the board. Like, maybe we'll do this one. Create a little threat. They're going to resummon the 8 armor thing, which I simply cannot deal with. So let's just see what we got. Ah, fuck. So this is going to be one that's going to be hard, but assuming not everybody is going to be using it, so you just get countered by something. Look at the armor total. Like, even if I had a silence, I still don't know that it would have won me the game, but when she had like 4 of them, if I silenced all 4 of them, then maybe I could have gone for it. Rafam is cute. This is cute, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Okay, at least this one is lifesteal, which isn't coming into play. The armor thing, at least we haven't seen in a while. You destroy a 1/1. We could just do the hero power to bring the stuff back out. Just go face, go face, go face, go face. At least if we get out of the armor threshold. Or I guess we can have that card that destroys all your opponent's armor, which would be good against this deck and also all warrior decks and maybe somehow other stuff that uses it. This is a pretty unique application of it, at least. I think I saw a rogue do something like that at least too. Force everything to attack something, which is cute. That's just great. And we didn't get any of those bonuses because the board was full. This is gonna do 23. That is getting up to a point where, honestly, dude, like how much stuff you got? You're gonna do that silence board clear thing anyway. No, I kind of want to do... Yeah, fuck it. If you can deal with it, you can deal with it. Like, just, it's fine. You kind of want to hold that back, maybe, because they're going to do that 9 cost thing that silences everything and kills it. Just like that. They're going to have it. Or destroy everything with 6 or less attack. Like, that's such a broad category.
Those we love.
Trigger the death rattle of every friendly minion. Okay. Alright. I mean, if we see this too much, we could get rid of the armor card. We could do that where... okay. This is what we're gonna start to see. This is pretty sick, how ridiculous it is. Restore 5 health, flip each turn. The only hope here would be that they somehow burned out, but they're not going to. 72 armor. So either a silence or it's only 26. It just doesn't feel doable. You have to keep the pressure on. Like, you can't just slow pace this trick. Like, well, really, what am I supposed to do there? It's just a hard matchup. How do you play around those taunts with good death rattles? Silence everything, which will get rid of the buffs. Wait, but she chose not to do it.
My arm is purple, not really red.
What? Deal 5 damage. You could just keep hitting me in the face with that, I guess. +2, +3, and lifesteal. Lifesteal doesn't even matter because... Give everything +2, +2. It's gonna have 11. So we could hit it with 1. Buff everything up. Then hit it for 7. Or wait. I guess I miscalculated that. Whatever. We'll just hit it for 10. Then we'll hit you in the face for quite a bit, honestly. But it's just never going to be enough. Even with this cute little Galakron thing. This is the only time when you really get to appreciate it. For what little good that does you. A couple 1/1 M's. I'm just going to run out of cards, too. Like, you really think that they're not going to just keep doing it? So you could... Let me look at those 2 cards after this. The one that destroys all of your opponent's armor. And the one that gives you a silence, which I obviously was using that before. Summon another big taunt. What is it going to be? Another 7/7? Of course. Why don't we do this way? Open some space up on the board. Unless we got this to an ungodly number. They might not expect to have such a beautiful infuse, but do they get to see it when it happens? Like that little animation that I'm seeing? I'm not sure. If I can just get him to the 30 armor or get rid of his armor, maybe they'll fall asleep. Like, there's no way you can one-shot me at full health. Surely. It's getting actually close. They're gonna keep healing, though. They're gonna fucking get another 1,000,000 armor. It attacks until it dies. Hopefully it just attacks the 6/6. It'll just clear my board, though, first. Fuck you. Summon a random minion that died this game. Wonderful. At least the lifesteal isn't as impactful because... Boy, I'm getting low on health, too. And you can't even play this because, again, you're... I guess we can trade it. Like, what's it gonna give me? Same thing. We could trade it again. Just in an endless loop. Bring this for each imp. Bring this out. Bring this out. Hit with both of these. Get them right back. So unless we can just clear out their armor and then kill him with Denathrius, that would be very encouraging. Because Denathrius is going to keep going up in value here. Like, it's going to be in the 40 range. So we need it to be like 50 something. What does she have? 53. I need to get some hits off to the face, though. Are you fucking... Why should I be surprised by that at all? Summon 4 of them. Should probably do this one after, I guess. This is only 6. So now you could use that to summon another one to get this effect. Summon a whole bunch more. Okay, so we're at a juicy 46. So is 46 going to be enough for somebody who has 58? If I can do a little bit more on the board. I can't play it a turn early though, because they'll react to it. So I'm going to 5/5 from your deck. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't have anything else to even play. Wait, am I even going to be able to deal with like the 8/8? They're just going to kill me. $52. I guess I just have to do it and hope they can't deal with that. It's not gonna be enough. They can easily deal with it. Easily. That is fucking insane though. I definitely can't beat that deck ever. Galakrond gameplay, yeah, not exactly the best deck for it, but it is true. This isn't even a Galakrond deck. Like, it doesn't have any invoke. It's amazing that she's even giving me the chance to do this here. Thanks for the follow. This is, of course, garbage. They're just toying with me. There's no way I can win. They can just keep resummoning that stupid shit over and over with the 8 armor and the life steal. There's no way that they don't have an answer. That was a pretty sick 50 plus Denathrius, so at least that doesn't heal them or anything. Too bad I can't do anything with these cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One short. I could use this to... Wait, maybe there's a way. No, because it summons another one. There's just no way to do it. Fuck. May as well just go all in. I mean, they're so close, but I need like a silence or something, but then I don't want that against other people. Like whatever that card is that destroys all their armor. How come they're letting me get it this close though? Resurrect 2 friendly minions. Why didn't they just do that then? Yeah, I don't have enough. Fuck, so close. Of course, playing this would just kill me too. It's kind of fun how this hero power does feel fitting for this deck, even if it's not any good. I'm just gonna fatigue myself out otherwise with this. Denathrius can stall for a bit. Yeah, maybe. Almost made them deck out of cards too. This is like the worst case scenario for this deck though. Not gonna happen often. Unless we really start to see this deck a lot. But that's the good thing about Wild is you typically won't see the same decks over and over as much. Silence everything. So let me look for that stupid fish too. It might not hurt to have like a single silence in here, but generally this has been doing pretty good so far. Okay, how many times you gotta do it, dude? What the fuck are you doing? I don't think I've heard that line yet. I've never said that before. Well, at least you're guaranteed to get the imps. Too bad they don't count as a card draw. Wait, where's my hero power even? Oh, I think I'm just dead, that means. Or no, you can still do it. If you need real free and high quality service, oh fuck that. Dude, stacking up untradeable, just taunting you. That was pretty good though. So I like that deck, but it's very hard to deal with. Alright, let's take a look. What is that stupid fish that they nerfed? I don't even have it anymore. Mothering Starfish. Recently modified so its disenchant value has been adjusted. So you could run this, or you could also do the other thing. What's it called? Just something to do with armor. Destroy all of your opponent's armor. Yeah, this. So theoretically, either of those could have won me the game at some point there. So I'll keep that in mind. But I still won't do it yet. Let's see if we really go up against decks like that often. Starfish doesn't seem great. I mean, it can be good. It depends what you're playing, but... yeah, in most matchups, it might not. I was using it in that other deck. I forgot what it was, but that was before it was nerfed. It's just so good to have an AoE silence sometimes. It's almost good against a deck like this that I'm using because you can get rid of some of the buffs and stuff, but not really. Okay, get rid of these two for sure. I really don't get much value out of this card almost ever. Because the point is, if this deck goes well, you never need to use that Tamsin because you're just going to clear your own board. The whole philosophy of it is, I mean, I could replace Galakron with it because Galakron's garbage anyway. That's never really been a very helpful card. I just do it for the fun of it, whatever. So summon these two to start. To replace Galakron and Tamsin with the Starfish and the Destroy Armor thing. But again, both of those would be useless in a matchup like this. So the assumption would be you can beat this matchup even without it, which you might be able to do. Deal 5 damage, deal 3, cost 1 less whenever a friendly demon dies while this is in your hand. So that's actually pretty good for this. So I thought it was friendly imp, but it just works for everything. Tamsin is just for coming back. Sometimes you can't always push through. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but... I think the card draw actually kind of cucks you, though, because I have decked out so many times. It's almost like I would run Gul'dan instead of that, just to resummon some of the imps and just start to heal a little bit. I can't imagine doing Jiraxis, but... yeah, just for the fun of it, just because it technically summons the imps, so... you know. It hasn't really been a liability. Theme deck. So we do, I could do the Voidwalker too, but I don't really have to. Gul'dan is too late. Yeah, but I guess it's the same rationale that, like, it would be like a last resort card to try to win you the game if, you know, kind of the same way you would play Tamsin. But yeah, it is too expensive.
More bones to gnaw.
Plus 1 less for each other card in your hand. Okay, that's not a big deal. This is just going to be a net positive at some point. It's not the kind of card you would really want to run in the deck, but it's not bad if you discover it. It could be okay, but it's just not quite good enough. He's got an 8/8. It's a little bit concerning, actually. I don't really have a good play here either. Put down the Flame Imp. You could just put this down too, I guess. I'm not getting a lot of those cards that really flood the board. So I guess I could summon the Imp to sort of equalize this 8/8 for now. You can play other stuff. Gul'dan summon stuff. Yeah, that's true too. Galakron summons one random demon. Isn't that amazing? Almost forget about that part of it sometimes. Sometimes that has been pretty helpful though, but it's just not worth the cost of it. After your hero attacks, reduce the cost. Why is this considered a shaman card though? Auction House Gabble. Okay, so this 8 is going to be pretty hard to deal with. Let me do... This is almost a time where Tamsin could be... You know, this is like one of the only good spots that you could justify playing it. But I guess I won't.
For the roast, my lord. It's too small.
We can do it maybe next turn if he clears my board. Reduce the cost of a battle cry in your hand by 1. Theotar Hero. I don't know what that is actually. He hits that. Yeah, how come everybody is shaman just uses the same hero? Nobody uses like a different one. Every other class does. We just saw Nazoth and stuff. Okay, this is good in arena. I'm not sure how good it is here. I probably do, but I don't know it by the name. I'm bad at remembering what card names are. Or is it just one of the heroes? The portraits? Like even this, I sometimes forget it's Tamsin. So you can hit this, same thing really, it didn't matter. Okay, this is a good time to... Oh, it's a card, 4 cost, 3/3, neutral, discover a hand in both ways. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I remember more so by the effect than the name. So I guess we can do it now. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but fine. Hopefully we at least get one of these as a summon. One of the rifts, no. Normally I've been pretty good about actually getting that. So what if we just do the 5? May as well just do this, I guess. Try to clear up my hand a little bit. You a big wild player? Yeah, I normally just do like theme decks, like different fun stuff that's not very good. So this month I was actually trying to see how far I could go with something actually good. Yeah, I kind of play whatever, but usually in wild. I'm just a fan of combining stuff from different, you know, from years ago in like weird ways. Like even how I'm using Galakron here is just an interesting thing. I do like the Iron Juggernaut flip thing a lot. I do Renounce Darkness to try to get legend with that, but I couldn't even get out of silver. Fucking. So like I've gotten legend in standard before, but I wanted to get it in wild, but it ends up devolving into the same thing because you just use, but not really, because you'll be playing against a lot of different decks too. Speaking of Galakron, we could just overwrite this hero that I dislike so much. So we're actually playing defensively against this guy somehow, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but so I could buff this up. It's sort of just like a desperation play. It's a 3/4. So you can get rid of that. This is not the way you really want to play with this deck, but I didn't have a choice here. It doesn't feel like he's playing that fast. I feel like I just didn't get a lot of the cards early that I needed. Cthulhu the Shattered and Aggro Druid. Yeah, that I've played before. That's pretty fun. What are some of my other... I did like an anti-spell deck that was pretty fun, but it's not good. Like with Lothab and all the cards that increase... Either they increase the cost of opponent spells, or you have like counterspell, you have the Trogs. It's just like a hard punish for them using spells. So the Trog that summons more Trogs whenever they play a spell. And then you have... what other cards are... Like some of the Nerubians do that, I think. I think I have done that, yeah. I mix all kind of weird things together. Yeah, trying to do the things that fit the least with each other. Now this I've gotten a little bit too late. 8/8. Okay, so now we're kind of getting into a spot where it's getting a little bit tough. Okay, summons it right back. This is the kind of thing I could have used a lot earlier, is kind of the point. You could put the portal down or you could draw a whole bunch. He's going to do 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So he basically just wins anyway. 1, 1. Oh, maybe this will save me, honestly, the taunt. Fuck. Oh, that is so unlucky. So now I can't even play it because of that. Shit. See, this guy cucks you so hard, Tamsin. It's a girl, actually, but... You just die. Well, I just kind of try all kinds of random stuff. How played. Yeah, there didn't seem like much of a win condition in this one.
You haven't heard the last of me.
Been pretty smooth so far, so let me see if I want to... I could always just try another deck altogether, but I kind of just wanted to stick with this really the whole way just to show how stupid some of these decks can be. Like, this is pretty busted. It's just some of these matchups are a little bit tricky. Give me some of those easier matchups from before. Or even give me a mirror matchup. So you don't even really want to keep these. Or that. It's a perfect hand to just completely mulligan. I wouldn't say Warlock is that all that good and wild. Yeah, it's hard to say even what's good and wild because there's so many options. It's been super easy so far though. Like getting to even this point was a joke. So now it might start to get hard. What is like the best wild deck? Well, there's probably quite a few that are like right next to each other. See, I don't even look stuff up or anything. This one I just did because it was in the deck recipes. I thought, you know, I may as well just try it because it seems busted. And I guess I've seen people use it a fair amount. Although I haven't seen them use it in a while as I've been playing with it. Like, he's not using it either. Put a Sunken Scavenger on the bottom of your deck. Best deck straight up, probably Rogue. Reno Priest is nuts. Even a lot of these big priest ones seem pretty hard to deal with. Like that armor priest was crazy. I'm pretty sure they didn't have Reno, but maybe they had that too. Just to put it over the top, because they'll only play it when their deck's pretty much empty anyway, so they wouldn't even have to build it in such a way that, you know, plays around the duplicates. So the 3-4 I can't really deal with. I could just flood the board here a little bit. 2 and 1. Okay. Yeah, this is actually unusual for me to actually try to rank up. I haven't done it in a long time. Because it gets so repetitive sometimes. But I figure I should get it in wild at least once. Before Hearthstone dies and the server shut down 10 years later. Big Priest is too inconsistent. The Reno Priest list runs like 20 legendaries. Oh. Huh. So you can use this to buff everything up. That's a very worthy coin play, I think. This is the kind of board you want to have early. You can trade into this, trade into this. You could just sack stuff, so now if he AoEs, that might have been better to just like sack 2 of these. But let's see. Maybe keep this at higher health values. Like, just feels like he doesn't have an answer. We haven't been getting punished by AoEs very much. Like, that's cute, but at least he's pretty well statted here. 2 times empty bucket, 3 times empty bucket. That's a little bit scary. So now you ignore them and just go face, is what you very easily could do. But you shouldn't do that. Like, what do we have? 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. I guess I could... See, now you could say, okay, get a portal and just... You kill him if you tap. Man, it feels like a waste not to do that, but you know, I guess I could still do it. Something else too. You get Denathrius out of it. I don't want to just like clear my whole board to do this though. Damn it. Honestly, I'll just leave this because of how weird this seems. It could be a very dumb decision, but I just kind of like this better. Leave the 9-5 because you would think he's worried about lethal himself. So unless he can AoE, if he AoEs, I'm gonna get obviously punished. But you would think you'd have like a Defile or something. Give your other Murlocs +1/+1. Okay. Discover a minion of the same type, which could be obviously fine. But he's gonna trade. He's not gonna go face. That's the thing, right? Because he doesn't know that I couldn't just do lethal right now. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Unless you have a spell that deals with it. Let him trade. Obviously, Denathrius is like a last resort play sometimes to save yourself, or it can be a good finisher. Like, even against that priest, that was pretty fucking good. It did like 50 plus and almost killed them. But even in the worst case scenario, it worked pretty well. Now, obviously, I have to trade this time. 1, 2, 3. Can trade out into this, which technically does still count as a Murloc, otherwise I wouldn't feel as justified in doing that. Let's just go balls to the wall, reckless abandon, and hope that he's not able to kill me here with 11. We both have 11. So you would think he'd have a little trouble dealing with this board since he didn't deal with it before with AoEs and stuff. Rafam would have been nice, but now it's kind of too late. Draw 3, but I'm threatening lethal, so that's the bigger thing. But again, you don't have any damage out of the hand here, so this could be a concern. Like, you'll be a little bit short. 3, 6, 9, 12. No, actually, maybe not. No, he just loses outright. I thought he'd be able to trade 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. He'll be like 1. I'll be like 1 damage short. Oh, fuck. It makes me want to just tap and just look for it, but because if I trade, it's going to ruin my board again. In fact, all the stuff out of my hand is going to do that too. 3, 6, 9, 10.
So many.
I guess I can leave the 5 attack thing there. Not the biggest fan of doing it, but what can I do? Just go all in. So if you can't do 6 damage now, which you might not be able to because they're very board focused too. Yeah, it almost seemed like it was too easy up to this point. So it only makes sense that you kind of hit a wall a little bit. But sometimes it is just that easy. Wait, these don't have charge though. It's not like you're gonna rush. We just have to get to like fucking turn 10. Which normally you don't want to do that. We still have 6, 7, 8, 9. That's still alive though. So I have 5, 7. Man, I don't like the pace of this, but you're gonna hit me for 7, which means you very easily could finish me off. This feels kind of like we're both burnt out a little bit. +1, destroy all enemy minions, spit them back out. So I'm 1 turn short of the Denathrius play. Fuck. Okay, I guess it's not gonna be as easy as I thought. Devour all enemy minions, spit them back out. Okay, we gotta get some of those other matchups. There are certain favorable matchups that you can get. So if we get on a streak with that, even if we win one or two here and, or I mean lose one or two here and there, it's fine. But it could just be getting a lot harder here in general. I could just try a different one every month in this, but I kind of just want to go back to doing wild, you know, fun random stuff. So I just wanted this to be like a one-time thing, that I actually take it a little bit seriously. So we saw the time warp, which was pretty tough to deal with all those birds. You gotta win a few in a row, get on a good streak, push it forward. So no reason to do this first. These are pretty good ones to buff up their health because they're already so high. Like a 1-3 health 1 cost and a 4 health 3 cost. That's fine. They just want to stall me out. You have 4 armor to each hero. It could end up coming back to help you though, because sometimes they will sort of rush you down. Okay, can't do much with that. Almost wouldn't mind coining out something here. The 2-5, you're guaranteed to get a little couple tokens out of it. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm going up against half the time, which would be hard to identify in wild anyway, because it's wild, but, you know, just even across the board, I don't know what any of this stuff really is necessarily. So you could do this first, or you could do this. I guess this is fine. So why don't we just kill this, get another 1-1 out of it. At least we start with Denathria, so that can be a win condition in itself. Just get like a very beefy one. Keep summoning the imps, keep getting the board cleared. Maybe I'd have a better chance doing this in standard, but I don't want to do it in standard because I've already done that. That's what it devolves into though, is like, I guess I could try something else. I'm kind of starting to lose faith in this a little bit. But see, then towards the end, it might come back and be good again. It all just depends on the matchups at that particular point that you're facing. So you always have to have some flexibility, which I obviously don't with this. Like, I was just planning to do it with this only the whole fucking time. So he's already up to 11. You obviously have to do a certain amount of damage to his face, though. Another instance where that armor card could maybe be good, but I don't think they're going to stack armor necessarily. Swaps, draws a card, swap their cost. So this doesn't really matter much. We have Rafam. It's almost like Implosion or something could be good sometimes for this, because you just don't have any damage, but it's just too weak, I guess. You just need sometimes a little bit extra damage. So you got to ignore this. You could summon a taunt. You could do this. Summon 2 of these. Summon a whole bunch of these. Why don't I just do this plus this plus this? You should probably tap first though. Oh, thank God it wasn't that AoE explosion thing. Attacking with this probably wasn't the best idea. So yeah, we couldn't actually deal with that, or I'd have to trade in my whole board, which I obviously don't want to do. So let's do swap the cost of a random spell in each player's hand. Not really a big deal. You could discover something. Rafam's obviously not going to be the way to go. 7 attack. Huh. I don't actually know what to do with this. This. If your deck has no duplicates. Whenever you discard a card, I'm not really doing it for that effect, just to kind of stack stuff out there. Get rid of some of these. Put this out there too. Just kind of stack everything out. So you could just AoE it very easily. That would be exceptional for him. How come we're not seeing those kind of punishing AoEs as much? I guess because they're using 40 card decks, so you take for granted that they're always going to have what they want.
That's right.
That is the one price that you pay for this stupid Renethal shit. That's kind of like an AoE, but that's where that stupid buff came in handy, I guess. That guy who I always talk shit about, the Sire, Staff, whatever the fuck his name is. Gonna hit me in the face for a little bit. Which card did your opponent choose? They didn't play it this turn anyway. Draw 2 cards. Okay, whatever. Discover a spell. If your opponent guesses, they get a copy. So you could bring this chick's attack up even further if you really wanted to. You could even do it like this, because I don't have necessarily a ton to do with my mana there. That's 5 attack. We could do 2 and 4, and then the 5, and then hit this. I guess I'll just ignore it. My health is getting too low now anyway. You could just like double fireball, add a coin to your hand, give your opponent one. People even try to metagame wild, like, oh, there's, you know, fuck. The whole point of wild is to get away from that, but of course people are gonna try hard and take it seriously. This isn't even me try-harding, aside from using the deck. Like, I don't even really expect it to be, I don't know. At least he's giving me the maximum number of imps there. Connect hero power costs 0 and freezes the target. They're doing a good job of kind of distracting me on the board where I can't just do anything. Just trade everything in and we could reform, even though it's not a very strong one. I like to do it as a last thing though. Would have been really nice to have a portal here. You could do 3, 4, and 3. What is this? Add a coin to your hand, give your opponent one. 1, 2, and then 3 and 3. Maybe like that. 3, 3. Now all I would have to do is fill the board again. I don't even want to play the other imp. And the trading mechanic is too slow. You don't want to trade anything with this. Like, it costs 1, and then you have to just wait and hope you get something better. I'm not a fan of that at all. But it's just an option. So a simple AoE would do the trick. I mean, maybe people just don't run AoEs as much. I don't know why, but cast 20. Oh yeah, we've been against this one before. Now they could be potentially bad, and even can't you hit your face with them too? Or it's only at enemies? No, it doesn't have to be. Deal 2 damage. Change the cost of minions to 1. That could be pretty good. Mailbox Dancer. The Denathrius is cute. It's going to do 30. I guess this is the perfect time to do Reform, kind of, but an impressive feat. I guess I could have done this one too. But I'm assuming just some kind of board clear is coming. If I could even attack you down to 30, you know, it would be good. So, because the point with this is it's so much damage, you wouldn't expect me to be able to just do that, right? Like, how many people are really running this with this? I'm not sure, but now it's not going to be nearly enough because of... In fact, I might have to do it to stay alive at this point. Fuck it, I'll just do it. Just kind of overcommitting like crazy, which I'm probably going to get punished for right now. But at least it fully heals me. Yeah, who needs Reno Jackson when you can just do that shit? You got to commit all the way, and we're still going to whack your face here. Bring this out. You know, pop your block. Let's see what you can do going forward. We may as well tap because I do have the extra health bonus. So it wasn't enough to kill them, but at least it gets them to a dangerous threshold. So let's see what they can do. And a 6/7 is not going to be AoE killable. This might take a lot longer than I would have thought, so you can't really do it the way I was doing, like once every 5 days. Let's just get on a streak and just do it. How about that? Imagine using one deck the whole way, but that's almost how it felt. Like you could get away with doing that. Deal excess damage to something something. Combustion, deal 4 to a minion, to its neighbors, 8 to a minion. Summon a remnant with stats equal to the excess damage. Discover a spell if you're holding a dragon. I kind of like this one in a way. Oh no, no, oh fuck, I'm stupid. I'm not choosing just to choose, I'm... fuck. I was choosing what they said. Summon a water elemental, fine. I'm just gonna pop the stupid block is the point. Of course, you would have another one. Now this would be enough to still kill that. So I almost don't want to overcommit and just leave it the way it is. So if you clear the board, I get this infused too. Maybe now is the time to overcommit though, because they're gonna just draw a spell, gain armor equal to its cost. Of course, it would be something... Okay. Recast the spell that you cast this game. Okay, you get a taunt out of it. Okay. Man, this whole removal of armor stuff can be pretty annoying, but that is still kind of a desperate thing. The problem is I don't have anything out of my hand, so they could beat me just with this. Just do this, do this, do that. Honestly, just buff something just because this is a defensive-minded play. Like, I don't know what else. I don't know what I'm doing, even. So you can't deal with a play like this. Deal 3 damage, honorable kill gain +1. They don't have any more ice blocks unless they theoretically generate one from like a discover effect. So now it's going to be a case of... that 13 armor is what's going to screw me over. Man, so right around 8, silver 8, I mean platinum 8, is where it starts to get fucking hard. It was such a breeze up to this point. And you would think later on in the month it might be easier too, because anybody who's a tryhard would have already gotten there by now. Like, what are you trying to prove here? You play on the last day of the month and you'll get it, because nobody else who even cares is even playing. Or maybe everybody plays just because... You can kind of do all these together, even. Do Galakron, do the Imps, do this, do the portal, kill this. It'd be nice if it was a rush. Coin out, do another thing, even though it's only like one of them. He can do 16, he can just kill me. Huh. Maybe I won't do it then. Man, it just seems so easy. So you can get to platinum with ease, and then maybe you get stuck there. Obviously, diamond is the last step. So that should be competitive. I guess I wasn't expecting this to be so hard. Some of these matchups are just really tough. Deal 5 if your deck has no minions. I'm sure you still have minions. Wait, he's just missing lethal though. He's stupid. Or can these not attack heroes? I'm pretty sure they can. Okay, so he was completely oblivious to the fact that he had lethal. You could say he's getting cocky, but I don't think so.
It isn't often I'm impressed.
Draw a card for each imp. Both of those are frozen, and I think they'll be frozen even for his next turn, right? That's how it works when you initiate it yourself. You could put this down, you could put 2 more out. You could just save the portal for now. It's actually giving me a chance, but again, this thing kind of burns out too early. So you really have no win condition here, even though they only have 16 HP. I already played Denathrius as a good little surprise kill thing. So I'm not seeing one deck, I'm seeing a lot of decks now that are pretty hard to beat. So maybe people were just using bad decks up to a certain point, but... 6-4. This is the highest like I've ever been in Wild, because I never try to play Wild. As much as I'm a fan of it, it's like the opposite interpretation. Like, I don't do it to try to prove something. So actually, I'm technically still not dead somehow. Oh, maybe I had maybe I had lethal. I had 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wait. Did I have lethal? He would have had 16. No, I wouldn't have had it. I mean, I still have to trade into the board. For do this and just kill myself. You get a little bit of armor back. Yeah, I obviously lose this one no matter what. Yeah, you're definitely out. You're gonna draw 3 more too on top of that. It's almost like if these counted as a draw, that would be different. And yet, by doing that, you're giving them a pleasantry of greeting them in the first place. At enemies. Somehow one could help me. Wait, why didn't that even do anything? Oh, it's in the act of doing it. Yes, he had enemies, but it can also destroy yours. Freeze a minion, deal 2 damage. It's always going to be at an enemy, so... Discover a spell, but you don't even get to choose it. I guess I'm technically still not dead. Yeah, destroying the armor card could be pretty good, actually, if we see a lot of these matchups. Let's see if we can't break through and do this. Fuck. This is actually the first time we've gotten stuck with this. I just need to get the win streak so I can at least make a little bit of progress. Then if I get stuck again, then keep doing like that. But let's see what kind of matchups we're going against. Priest again. It could be the same thing. The stupid armor. That one's almost impossible to beat with this. To get the library, you get the little Fiendish Circle, I guess is okay to keep. So you want really a turn 1 that you could put down, like that 1/3, or... See, I don't even know what that is called, even though I'm using it. What is the 1/3 called that gets 1 attack for every imp? I guess the names don't matter, like as long as you functionally know what they are. It's like knowing notation in chess. You don't really need to know the notation, it's just you understand what you're thinking. It's just a way to explain it. I think I just don't commit a lot of the newer card names to memory. The ones that I know, like Imp Gang Boss and all these ones that I use for years, but anything beyond like 2018, I just don't even care to identify. So you can just put these down. So what is he using? Probably the same thing that the other, it could even be the same person. How many people at this time of day, today specifically, are going to be using, you know, are going to be playing Priest in Platinum right when I'm playing it? Like, chances are. I think we'll coin it out just to keep the pace going. So you can't really hold anything back. You have to kill them by like turn 7 or you lose. And even if you do try to do that, they'll just keep summoning stuff that, you know, you have to overwhelm them super early, which Rafam is actually perfect for. So that's what I should go for. Just don't hold anything back. So we're gonna buff this chick, buff something else. So it'll be like... I don't want to overcommit to 1 though. See, this is the threshold you have to get them in. Like, they're so close. So now you would need like a silence to get through that armor shit or whatever they're gonna summon. That is certainly gonna be very hard to deal with. This would be your only chance of winning. If I don't win here, I lose. Deal 1 damage to everything, restore 1 health to all friendly characters. This is your best and only chance. This is gonna get at least up to 4, so you'll be able to do like 10. Ah, speaking of silence, deal 3. So Rafam is gonna be ready, but it's still way too early. You could do 3 and 1. This effect isn't gonna come into play. So now you think, oh, they're short on cards, but they're somehow just going to deal with it. Summon a 5/5 copy of a minion from your deck, which is going to be a crazy lifesteal, you know, proposition. That obsidian, whatever it's called. They're just going to sit there and look cute. That's kind of a questionable one, though.
I don't have enough
Oh, I
mana.
can't even do it yet. Let's see what we got. We're going to buff everything up.
Sorry, we don't have any.
Guess may as well do that one because it's gonna spawn more as a result. Like I'm trying the best that I can. Okay, apparently I'm surprised you even concede though, because imagine if they summon that obsidian thing, just the amount that they would heal from it would be good. But that is the right way to play it. Just don't hold anything back, because if they can AoE and clear it, you're gonna lose anyway. Rafam would have been perfect there though. That's definitely one that you keep. You could say you always keep it, but especially in that matchup. Just like even if you get it in your opening hand.
Gul'dan versus Kurtrus.
So you need some easy ones like that.
Quest begins.
It's still matchup based. So this isn't bad. This one is actually pretty bad. Even the Imgang boss is questionable because... I don't know, it's a little bit unfriendly to the curve. Okay. See, the downside of a deck like that, Cthulhu, is you deal 7, 6/6, destroy a minion, deal 3 damage to all minions. You would think they're not going to get exactly what they want. That's kind of the whole point of it.
House, my lord.
Just put the pressure early, I guess, even though it might not be the best. It's just I'm hoping I can get a 2 cost. I'm not going to tap, though. I'll summon this. Or you never want to tap and do nothing else. He's going to ignore the board. Please just give me any kind of 2 cost, even if it's a spell. Oh, that's good, too. So again, we're trying to rush him down with 40 health. This is the kind of situation that we're in right now. Every single game, you're just gonna have to deal with that. That's what makes it so hard. Imagine how good this is against a 30 health player. Then you can fucking destroy them, but... That armor thing is crazy, though. The death rattle that gives you 8 and they just keep resummoning it. So that's kind of cute, but it doesn't really do anything. Summon this. It could be 3 and 4, but we'll do it like this instead. 3 and 4. Hit him in the face, hit him in the face. We get the infuse effect if he clears the board, obviously. You have a 2/5 and a 3/4, so traditional AoEs are not going to work too well. That's really why that +1 HP to the hand thing is good, I guess, but even then I'm not entirely convinced. You can just sack this just to keep these things alive. And if you do, you can flood the board even more and then buffer attack even further. So now we've gotten him under the 30 health threshold. So just imagine he'd be at 15 right now. So then you're really pushing lethal. Now he still has some time to... I guess I haven't seen anybody use Reno. We have not seen a single Reno Jackson from bronze to platinum. I mean, it's theoretically they had it. I haven't seen it be used. So you can give everything a buff. Like, this is just a very curve-happy game.
The top shelf is.
Not bad at all. Kill it with the Void Walker. Hit him in the face for 15. Yeah, this is what we need to see right here. And now I don't think you can deal with a board like this. And if we had a Rafam on top of this, that's really the salt in the wound. Even if you somehow dealt with this board on turn 6, we could do it again. Like, basically the same thing. That's the insane thing about it. So you need a little win streak here. We beat the priest. We beat this guy. within all logic and reason, we should have beaten this guy. And then if we do one more, that'll be a streak. He's got to keep that going for a bit.
I greet you.
Deal 3 damage to a minion. Nice, dude. See, this guy's deck didn't look as impressive as a lot of the ones we've seen, but maybe we just didn't get to see the best side of it.
Oh, you little...
You can't even complain because like everybody's using degenerate decks themselves. Like nothing here is gonna be, you know, fun or themed. Nobody's using Malkazar and shit like that anymore. Hardly anybody was doing that even at the lower ratings. Okay, so we have to make sure that I win this one. Have to win this one, because if I don't, then we don't get the streak, and it's going to be kind of like just stuck in place, you know? Win one, lose one, just endlessly. We can't let that happen. I feel like this deck is good enough somehow, but it's only good enough in certain matchups. No deck is going to be good against every matchup. So we'll keep this. Keep this, throw this. This is fine. I guess I can do this right away. Stupid staff guy. It's like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where something's named after what it uses. Like, what's it called? Like it'll be called, yeah, alligator sword. But it's not a sword. It's an alligator that uses a sword. Some of those just sound kind of awkward. So we can trade into that. We do this again, I guess. It's good for this guy, obviously, because the copies are going to have 5 HP now. So 3 5s for 4 mana. Seems fair and balanced. And then even this guy has 12 HP for what that's worth. So you don't want to get to the point where you need this, but it can be a good finisher if all else fails. We can kill that. I won't even hit it with the Voidwalker. Game boss is a perfect curve play. And then again, if he clears my board, I get this. So it's always good protection there. He's really gonna beat me using penguins? What is this? Penguin wit. So there must be a reason why this is good. A lot of zero cost stuff, but why? What is this? He's just trying to draw cards. There must be a deeper meaning. This is not just a troll fun deck. Give everything a buff, which is cute. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to deny him that. I'm not going to kill them. Well, I have to kill one of them at least. You still need one left, and obviously I won't be able to get it. It almost feels like this is right, like just to kind of keep the pressure. You don't want to let him get in a comfort zone with all these draws. So we're denying him the draw because he won't be able to kill his own stuff either. He might be able to keep buffing it though, which is unfortunate, but so now you're going to draw 2 cards. But again, you would have been able to do that almost anyway. Yeah, let him try to sack his own stuff. I'm not going to do anything. Do this. Hit him in the face, hit him in the face, hit him in the face, just all face. I don't give a shit what he does with this. Like he's top decking, so now he's gonna sack it in order to draw. He has to trade first at least and then draw. This is getting pretty juicy, but you don't want to give him that much time. What is it gonna be? Unless he buffs his stuff even more, it doesn't feel like I'm getting punished that hard for it. Feels like we haven't seen a single warrior like ever here. Like his warriors just aren't viable anymore as a class, which is, it does feel like it's often the case. So let him trade, but he's gonna draw a ton of shit at least. What, he's gonna hit me in the face with that instead of trading with a 1/1? Give your minions in your deck +2/+2. Now I used a deck like this too, but it didn't have anything to do with drawing so many cards. It was just give everything +2/+2.
The top shelf is...
I just don't give a shit. I'm just gonna go face. How about that? That's fun and interactive gameplay. Like, how are you gonna deal with this board? Unless you have like double Savage Roar or something. Imagine him going face against us. Like what is the thought process there? Unless you have lethal too, which you might. But then if you did, why wouldn't you have attacked with the other thing then? It is a pretty cool deck though. See, if you don't beat these decks early, you're gonna get fucked by them. That's kind of the lesson you have to learn, right? It seemed like a joke deck at first, like, oh, he's just, you know, he's just memeing with the 0 cost stuff. But it actually had a rhyme and a reason to it. That almost seems like a fun theme kind of a thing, but it is presumably pretty strong too. We got the streak, now we have to maintain the streak.
Uther.
We did lose to that one paladin pretty badly before. Let's see what I can do with this. So we can keep this. I don't really want that, although arguably for the infuse you could maybe justify it. I'm just not a big fan of going out of the way for that. If it's Denathrius, if it's Rafam, maybe. Obviously Denathrius I almost always keep, because what's the worst, you know, downside of it? It's going to be your win condition, or it could be like a heal in case you're getting rushed down, which a few times that has saved me. But usually then you still lose even after that, because just the pace of the game doesn't favor you there. So you'd like to get another minion at least to buff. That's why this just isn't good usually. You're buffing one thing. Like, how is that good value? Hopefully they just play slow at the beginning. Those are my favorite kind of openings. But then sometimes they can still obviously overwhelm you like the priest can do. You could put down the portal, or you could do this, like, I don't know. This seems too slow, dude. I need something on the board. So you're summoning a 2-mana 3/2, which is poor value, but I'm all about pushing the pace with this. I can't just let it sit. Yeah, summon a little 1/1. Dinky 1/1 is gonna save you. Now we can do two things together. I'm not gonna hold back the pace. Like, this is the whole point. Well, maybe we wait though, because that's not gonna be a very good buff. He's gonna go all in, and if they can deal with it, they win. Like, that's how you gotta look at it. So this would be great, but actually it wouldn't be great right now. So he's buffing his stuff up, but that's a very slow solitary play that if you didn't have 40 HP, you wouldn't feel as good about it. When you discard a card after your hero takes damage, taunt always attacks, also attacks next to. I don't mind even just using it as an opportunity to flood the board even more. Of course, it doesn't count as an imp or whatever. Now, how much of a board clear are you actually going to have here? We technically only have one imp though, so this is pretty bad in terms of that.
Have you no respect for the
Deal damage equal to an enemy minion, not a big deal. This is only going to buff a few things though. I guess I'll still take it though. Buff with this. This you're not going to get any value for. Because you could do it like this, hit him in the face, hit him in the face, hit him in the face. So it would even let you use this even though it's not going to do anything. Kind of a troll. How come we're not seeing too many board clears? Like, give me like a consecrate, give me something. He has a lot of lifesteal stuff, which is pretty logical because that's really what's going to happen a lot, is just upgrades when you have 10 mana. I think I'm okay with doing these two. So you trade into that. I still don't have enough imps to really make this worthwhile, but we're getting him down to 20. So you start at 40 health, then you have lifesteal 2, then you have probably other defensive stuff too. It's like they're just making it impossible for aggro decks to beat them, but then they still do. So like the power creep goes both ways. It's just like a self-defeating philosophy. So we only have one imp. This is pretty rare. I guess I could get up to like 3. So we could trade something in. Might not really be the one to decide that. 4, 8, 10. So 10 plus 4, 5. 15. Would it be worth it to overcommit like that, I wonder? And the answer is, we're gonna find out. You would think we're getting close, but we have, again, we have no damage out of the hand and we have no actual kill condition. So if he can deal with the board, then we're in trouble. But you would think he wouldn't be able to. That's why it's good to use the portal early, because now I could be like threatening a second use of it, but now I just use it, so now you have to wait 2 turns, or really 1 turn. So can he deal with every single thing that I have? Probably he can, or he can just heal himself for fucking ridiculous amounts. Okay, that doesn't bother me too much at all. Right, like a 2/6. I still won't be able to kill him though, will I? Not a bad turn to play Galakron even, but I actually would rather tap. Not the best efficiency there, but it is what it is. Definitely setting up for lethal here in such a way that, you know, we have the portal, we have a whole bunch of imps. He would have to definitely AoE very hard. But yeah, this deck has 0 damage out of the hand, except for, I guess, Denathrius. But, you know, you're not going to just use that willy-nilly. It's just like you're worried even now because draw, rush, repeat for taunt, and divine shield and rush, but that doesn't matter. You're just drawing them. Okay, I mean, I can easily do it now, can't I? It's too bad the buff isn't in the first column, like before you get the infuse. You could just buff something. Let me do the math. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then this is just going to be the kill, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, that's easy. That's easy. Just making sure. I did miss lethal a few times, so I just want to be on point. But this is going to be a case where we get up to the 7, so you really have to milk the win streak. You really need to do that to push through, because there is going to be a bit of back and forth where you win one, lose one. Yeah, let's see how far I can push this win streak. Again, this is what we've been losing to a lot. It almost makes me want to add stuff that is gonna counter it. Oh, keep Rafam. I don't really want the library, honestly, yet. You just want stuff that you can use early. I wouldn't even mind doing that as a turn 2 play. See, this is kind of... the value on this is usually pretty low. I might get rid of Galakron and the Dredger to add the armor thing and the silence. I might do that, because that's what it's looking like I need. I can't think of what else I'd really want, so at least I have a clear expectation. Can do this. What is this again? After you cast a shadow spell, deal 1 to all enemies, lose 1 durability, so you can do it 3 times. Haven't really seen this. I mean, I've seen it, but not on a regular basis. She doesn't even have 40 health though, so that could be good. See, I'm just gonna do it because I want to push the pace a little bit. We're just doing this to spam your face with it. If you clear the board, we can set up for this, but not enough imps are even going to be dead to make that useful, so... you get to infuse. You'd have to do this first and then do this. So even if you did clear the board, we could just set up for that. You gotta hit them hard fast at the beginning, and then you have a chance. Okay, it only does 1, which again, it'll take you a while to really capitalize on that. You could say, oh, playing this is pointless then, but maybe it actually is. In fact, trading it is probably the best play here, which I often don't do. Because you... oh, are you fucking serious? Trade it again. We get Denathrius, so when you clear my board, I'm gonna get a buff on that, and Rafam. They're the two kind of ace cards. So we might need to use both against the priest, whereas we normally only need to use one. So I'm gonna 5/5. It's gonna be the same thing. Oh, it's not, I guess. 5/5. So that's pretty hard to deal with, I guess. Whenever it attacks, if you control hands, they attack instead. Immune while attacking. So basically, I just lose and I'm screwed. Not much else I can do about that as a reactive play. Like, you can attack twice, you can kill 2 of these. Give a minion Divine Shield, summon a 1/1 copy, but also that's going to summon the... Okay. Alright. Oh, that's an interesting synergy that you're able to do that. Just attack like 40 times in one turn. Very, very interesting. Well, you know, I'll say like, okay, we lost to a priest again, but at least that was for a different reason. That wasn't the sort of big priest. That was just a weird... I don't know what that was even. Okay, we'll copy this and add those 2 things to it, because why not? Even though I'm not necessarily going to use it right away. Because we know Galakron is just like a meme card. I'm not really doing it because it's good. So you can get rid of this. I'm not a big fan of this, but I'll keep it. Get rid of one of these because you really don't need to push the point with that. Everything else seems logical at least. So what are the 2 things? You want the armor and you want the... This is exactly what you end up having to do at the higher levels at any point, right, in the meta. You do things just to counter particular decks that are tough matchups for you because you can beat the other matchups anyway, right, without worrying about that necessarily. What was the other one? Silence. I don't actually have the... Huh. I don't actually have it. Let's see, I have a lot of gold. Do I have any unopened packs or something? Make a little bit of dust. I want to have that one ready at least. Just to... Let's see. You could maybe just disenchant a whole bunch of shit. It's not going to be enough though, is it? Don't care about that. Don't care about these. The problem is if you do new in the search thing, as soon as you see them, they'll go away. Or at least that's how it used to be. So you can't actually use that to just quickly disenchant everything. I'm sure there's more shit that I never disenchanted that I could. Where did it go? Here, here. Not going to use any of this shit right now. But this is how you shrink your collection. I always do this and then I regret it later because I want to make something else. We have a legendary even that we can do. Give the next overhand +3/+3 and this death rattle. So just an endless chain of 3 3s. And what else do we got? Get rid of this. 3 new things here, which could take a while to actually dig for. What was it? Okay, that's fine, but it doesn't actually matter. You couldn't disenchant it. That's kind of an anti-meta thing too. So let's just do the stupid silence guy. AoE silence neutral minion. What a great idea. Just cards like that are put in there just to be like anti-meta stuff. So that's not necessarily going to win you anything either, but like even that last game, it wouldn't have... I guess it would have silenced the hands and stuff, but whatever. That would be the first one in the list. This one is still the one I was using. So let's see if we're actually losing to that aspect. We're still at 7, right? So you'd again get an... You can win one, you can lose one here and there, but you want to get a win streak off again now, which is not easy to do, honestly. This is what it would take. It would just take a lot longer. You could still power through it, like how I was getting stuck around 9 and 8. Now I'm at 7, so you could just... It just takes so long. I wasn't expecting actually for it to be this hard, but just based on what we were doing before.
I will fight with honor.
Okay, so you don't want this.
Shall be mine.
I don't mind that. This is like a turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Or in fact, this is still... I don't know. See, I like this as a turn 1.
I cannot wait to read these.
You know what I might even do?
For the roast, my lord.
Just do both, and then we set up for turn 2, turn 3. So I'm good with that. So it still doesn't even matter that much, because if he just summons a 3 attack thing, it would just trade into it.
With every step, the light.
Yeah, let's see what that's going to give him. This is way back from Nax. That's the cool thing about WoW too. You get all like these old school music and arenas and stuff that you otherwise probably wouldn't be able to see, because why would this be in standard or whatever? Just the maximum variety of everything. Okay, this is still fine. I don't really want to do that. Even he's questioning it. Is this really necessary? But I will. Actually, my first time streaming this on this new setup anyway, but it shouldn't matter for a card game like this. Okay, so you're gonna get a big Denathrius this game, as you pretty much always do, but you could just do this, just play on curve. I will trade into the board, but that's a lot of damage that you're leaving on the table. But they're gonna buff stuff up, so what can I do? So this is gonna be good if my stuff sticks around, but there's this thing called an AoE that most people do have that we haven't seen very many of on this journey, so I'm not sure what the deal with that is. Like, why wouldn't you just have Consecrate or something? This is fine for now. Set the health of everything to 1. Death Rattle deal 1 to everything, so we could just go face, obviously. And so it won't kill the 4/3. He could attack into it to initiate that, I guess. So then we get an imp from the imp gang thing, but then our buff play isn't very good. So maybe that was kind of a bad thing to do, but whatever. If I don't do it, then I'm still behind. He could have still traded into something else, you know?
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, that was kind of just offering it up free. You kind of have to flood the board for this buff to be useful. He's really doing a good job of forcing me to trade stuff on the board. Okay, so we'll get the infuse. So even if he clears this, we get the infuse and then we do it. You always have to set up for this play. Having 2 of them at once is not the greatest idea. Also, lifesteal. It's kind of like Spirit Lash, except that hits your own stuff too. So this is fine. I'm actually going to go all in, just because I really, really want to get this buff off, especially when you have 2 of them. Which should be hard after just playing that to clear the whole board. But see, you can still just Consecrate, just hit 2 of these, and then I'd only have 1 left. This is up to 15 already, right? So you're seeing a potential win condition just from that. He's not going to get armor. He's not going to heal necessarily too much.
With every step.
This is the kind of thing that just rewards you for doing nothing. Just for playing stuff and having it get killed, which you would do anyway. It's like you're getting rewarded for losing. So he's going to do exactly what I just said. Again, I'm not even too surprised or upset about it, because that's the kind of thing we should be seeing happen more often. But it's actually just not somehow. You could at least do it this way. I'm okay with doing it. It's not the greatest use of it, but I'm kind of playing on the board maybe a bit too much, but then he's going to do some crazy buff, so I guess I have to. You could just do it again even, but this might be a good turn to actually do Galakron, but let's see what he summons. Tyrion or something. We have seen a few times. It's just interesting to see what you stop seeing at a certain level, but this has been pretty good variety, honestly. At least way better variety than you see in standard. You just see the same shit over and over and it'd be super boring. Rush, whenever it attacks, reduce the cost of holy spells. So you could do these two together. I don't even mind that. Because even that's a 4/4 in itself, so you can always make use of that. So you try to keep clearing the board. You're going to do 21 now. So you're very close to just doing lethal. If you just clear my board, well, one turn later. Equip a 1/4, change the health of all me. Oh, wow. Just an equality consecrate combo. Good. So now I might have no choice but to Galakron. Making the infuse even better, though. We'll summon a random thing, and then we'll summon 2 more, potentially. We're kind of relying on that now to be good. Such a weird way to use the card, but it doesn't have rush, but it mentions rush in the description. Give that weakling a turn to get ready. So this should be it, unless he does some crazy thing.
Remember this day.
Your deck has neutral cards. Add 3 legendary invitations, which, what do they do? Tradable, deal 1. Okay. That might make it a little bit trickier to do. So he's assuming I burned out, which could very well be the case. You could still get lucky and have it like all hit him, but it's almost like you want to do it just to, but then you're gonna lose. That's the thing. If I do it now, I'm gonna lose because he'll obviously have ways to deal with it. You got to kind of catch him off guard. I don't see another play though. Yeah, that's way too much of a window to give him. So unless he somehow can't deal with this, which he obviously can. Fuck. It's always like 1 turn short. He's easily going to be able to deal with it and heal. You would have to do this like every day. You wouldn't be able to just do it like once every 5 days like I've been doing. You actually would have to try hard. Which I don't really want to do. It'd be amazing if this actually worked, but there's no way. Divine Shield, Corrupted Taunt. That's an interesting one to do at least. Summon 2 0 cost. So it actually is 0 cost. Give a +1/+1 and add a Librum of Wisdom. Yeah, so see, you might think like, oh, it's still okay, but this is where the silence would actually win you the game. So you can do 2 of these, draw a bet. There's just no win condition now. There's nothing you can do. Put this down, put this down. We could certainly we could kill this. Maybe just buff this up a bit, even though it won't matter. He's got like an 8/8 and all kinds of crap. He's gonna trade frantically, but it'll actually serve him pretty well. There's just like a burnout period. Like if you can't get them in that time, you just lose. So maybe I shouldn't have done this, but then he could have still done the same thing. Right, you just needed an empty board to play it on, which is too ideal. Or maybe you could have waited even longer, but shoot 5 random rays, +2/+2, or deal 2. Please don't kill Denathrius with it. Summon random taunts off the died this game. Just outlasted me a little bit. Could almost flip this back. Like, make a panda deck based around that, where you just keep returning it to your hand. But then it would reset, I think. It's not going to preserve the stack. Yeah, that would be way too strong then. Yeah, that's really gonna save me. Attacking with that, it wouldn't even do anything.
You know nothing
So it'll be 10, 13, 18. Put down a taunt just to try to stay alive. Put down a whole bunch of these. It wouldn't really matter a whole bunch what you did to this, but maybe it'll be okay. Again, you're not going to be able to just rush him down. That's the thing. No damage out of the hand. If your deck has no neutral cards, gain Taunt and Divine Shield and Lifesteal, of course, just everything. And Rush. Rush, Lifesteal, Taunt, Divine Shield. Why not Reborn too? Why not fucking... Oh my god. I guess I'm still not dead. Well, I was kind of lucky to get both of those, but so what? It's just such a rock, paper, scissors kind of experience. So you could buff something up. It's only going to do 6.
I've seen death twice, but not that. What'll wet your whistle?
This is so crazy sometimes when demon hunters actually play it, you know, as part of a deck. This is so hard to deal with. Summon 2 random, whatever, 8 cost, 10 cost. Basically the same thing as an infuse. But this obviously existed before infuse, but... I can't decide. So we only lose one of those stupid 1 cost things, which doesn't matter. And we also lose the Galakron, which isn't very good. So maybe I should take it a little bit more seriously. So in that case, the armor thing wouldn't have helped. The silence might have very well helped. In fact, it would have given me lethal there, because it would have bypassed all the taunts.
Gul'dan versus Araya.
Recent opponent would like to be a friend.
I alone will shield
Sure, I
Your
guess.
soul shall be mine.
So you keep this anyway. You could kind of work with that. You kind of want a 2 cost or something. Defeated Illidan Storm Rage. in what context? You could do this first, which is very slow.
I see you've brought game.
Man, I wish I had N'Zoth, considering how much I play Warlock. Basically, Warlock and Warrior are the 2 staple classes that I played the most over the lifespan of this. Right? Just like so much more than anybody else. So you have the 40 health. Demon Hunters can be tricky, but it just depends how it goes. Seems more like an even-ish matchup.
enough time.
Current opponent. Oh, it actually does show the usernames after the fact, even though it just says you otherwise. Okay, that's not very impressive. So we'll have a silence at our disposal, which is fine. I don't know. I think even tapping would have probably been better than that, but I just hate to tap. That's as much of a dead play as you're gonna get. You really don't want to do that ever. Just like giving up the board control completely there. And you might not get it back. Go summon that Naga that does 3 damage to something every time a minion dies. That one can be crazy, although you probably wouldn't do it this early. You do it and then put a taunt in front of it. Oh yeah, people are gonna start taking longer and roping a bit too. Just the speed of this is what I like too. You know, this is like why you could do Pirate Warrior so comfortably. Just like whether you win or lose, at least it'll be quick. Who wants to spend an hour every game like with a control thing the whole way? So at least you can get up to platinum with a rush deck and then try to switch if you're having trouble. but it just saves you so much time. Whether you win or lose, it might take like an hour per fucking game. Yeah, that shows you what a meta card it can be, but that's not a very strong use of the silence. You could just do this as a standstill solitary play. It'll summon a copy anyway. Buff this up, get some value out of it. See, those are kind of weak applications, but if I don't do it, then my pace is too slow. So now we set up for a very strong thing here. So I really hope that he lets me do it. This would be amazing. This is obviously the one in the mage quarter where you go in the basement and meet the trainers. I do like, see that even the RP of that writing is so good for them to hide them away. Like, it makes sense that it wouldn't be acceptable. There's so many good subtle little things like that in WoW that you take for granted. Okay, so this is a pretty good board. 5-2-5-5-4-4-7-7. Reveal, deal damage equal to its cost. I'm sure it's just going to clear the board. Almost. So this could be okay to do. Which is better, 2-2-3s or this? I guess I'll do this and I'll buff. Fuck it, I'll just do this on that. 13-5. Put down the taunt 2. So you just did an AoE, so presumably you don't necessarily have another one. How do you just deal with the 13-9 just like that? Is a really valid question right now. You got to clear the board and deal with the 13-9, which are two different things, because whatever you use to clear the board is presumably not going to kill that. Summon a 4-2. If it dies this turn, summon another, which you won't even be able to do that because you can't get past the Voidwalker. It's just like the cut card. See, this time I didn't go below it, so how come normally I lose 2 when I go under? There is a bit of a back and forth feeling now. So we have the silence and we have the armor break, both of which could help, but both of which could also be... Well, I mean, again, what are we really losing? We're losing Galakron and we're losing fucking the 1-2 for 1. That's useless. So I think that's a reasonable decision to make. He's using just a basic portrait. Who are you? Me? At this level? You should be showing off something cool. Free to play Anduin. So you can keep this. You don't want that. You really don't want the portal at this point. It's too early and you just want stuff that you can actually play. Even this is okay. Build up the infuse. So you got a turn 1 and a turn 2. And the reason why it's a turn 2 is because you could just coin it out. So that would be like a 5-3. But that's still too vulnerable, so maybe I won't do it. We could do a turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, but that doesn't make sense either, necessarily. I'm enamored with the idea of doing it, but they'll just summon something that's big enough to kill it then. Tradable, silence everything. We might regret doing that. I'm okay with it because the point is you'll get one good attack out of it and then you'll have a full board of imps anyway. I'm good with that. So we make a 5-3 on turn 2 and have a flooded board. So they have to react to it. So hopefully they don't summon something here. For example, priests can sometimes get a little cocky like that at the beginning, or they just don't have anything they can do, period. So he's using the legend card back, but he's using a base portrait. That means he hasn't played with this class at least that much, or at least he's choosing not to use the golden one or whatever. I don't even know what the 1001 is for that. Next spell you play costs more, not your opponent. I guess I'll still do it just because I can. So they'll obviously just trade into it, but this is where my priority is right now. But again, we're filling up the board, so I'm okay with that. To fill up the board, we can do the Imp Gang boss. That's very annoying though. But I'll just deal with it. I'll sack one just because. Mathematically sound decision. Of course, if you have an AoE, that's annoying too. There's a 3/1/5 taunt with a draw card effect. He's obviously got some kind of AoE here. Discover a spell. It looks cool, but you don't even get to see it half the time. That's the thing, right? Or at least your opponent doesn't. No, even you get to see it less. Like, you'd barely be able to. The fact that they cover up half of it is what I don't like. Like, so many games put it on like its back. That's one mistake. Like, you'll see it just laying flat, so you'll be able to see the whole thing. Here, you only get to see part of it, ever. Isn't that kind of a dumb design decision? Why not just lay it flat there? Like, Magic does that, Pokemon does that, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Does that. That's one actual, like, Hearthstone is such an innovator in the card game space with like all its presentation and stuff, but that's one thing that's objectively stupid that they did. So we can afford to tap here. We're probably just gonna lose. Priests are pretty hard for me to deal with. May as well just chip away at that. Imagine just being hard stopped by a 1/5. Like, that's all it takes. This is where the silence could even be good. Right, in this kind of matchup.
The Queen's trouble.
Oh, okay. Pretty tough to deal with. Give a +1, +2. If you played a Naga while holding this, add something. We're gonna lose. I mean, this guy's gonna be impossible to deal with. Slows down the pace a lot for me. So we can kill that. We could silence everything. Let me get the bonus effect first. It feels like that could end up being more useful later, but actually it won't be because I'm not gonna get to that point. Like, we just have to do it. I wasn't trying to trade it, actually. I was trying to play it. Fuck. Okay, so we can do Rafam. I might have to because he's just going to keep clearing the board and doing crazy stuff. So even that's good value, but obviously you expect them to have some other crazy stuff later that it'd be better on. Four. Add a 1/1 Noggling to your hand. Discover a spell that costs 3 or less to teach it. It costs 3 or less. It's going to be a buff spell, probably.
Pick me! Pick me!
Cast Whispers of the Deep. So what is that? Great. Just fantastic. You're going to even try to play through my silence. So this could be an okay use of it here. I'm not the biggest fan of it. You're gonna deck yourself out. That's the problem. At least give me one back. You didn't. It's too slow. You're never gonna win like that. Playing this card is basically like resigning the game. You'll never win using this. What do you expect to happen? Like, that's so slow. You're giving up board control. You're AoEing your own stuff, or you presumably have nothing there to begin with. Wow, he can just keep doing that. Naga Priest. We haven't seen quite this version here. 6/5. You could just do this, I guess. Or even, I guess I will. I mean, I'm not too happy about it, but not a very strong thing to do in a position like this, where they have stuff on the board. It's great to do when they have nothing on the board. You have a full board, they clear the board, and then you do it after they clear the board. Because then, presumably, they don't have another way to deal with it. Now they might have ample ways to deal with it from the board, from the hand. Put a big taunt. It's still a strong play, obviously, but it just shows you you're playing a losing game. He doesn't have the 40 health thing, or presumably armor, though. So this could maybe still be a good condition. It's just that his board is going to be too good. He can just do that an unlimited number of times. He could do it an unlimited number of times in the same hand. Right, like that's so... Now you have to at least play a Naga while holding it. That's quite the crazy card. We could do a portal too. I'm just trying to get in as much face damage as I can. Presumably he's going to trade into the board, and maybe he won't be able to do it all the way. Gain +1, I mean, he just can't get enough out of this. It wasn't enough, dude. Keep doing more, man. Refresh an empty crystal. Do it again. Just keep doing it. Holy shit. He won't even be able to get everything off before he... Or maybe he did, but... You just have to wait on the rope. Wait, he just wins. Why did he have to do it so dramatically then? He could have done that in the first place. You're actually losing on the board to a priest, which is pretty embarrassing. At least it's a different version of what we've been seeing. Like, we've typically seen big priest or something, you know, focused on, what was that other one? That armor thing.
My quest begins. Your soul shall remain.
You don't have to worry about this one as much. The Denathrius is fine. It always feels like we're within striking distance of killing them with it, but then you have to win on the board before that can become a thing. Come on, we can get much farther than this at least. I was thinking we could just get all the way, but and in fact I probably could. It would just take forever, because even when we lose a few, it feels like, oh, you know, we're just getting countered. So if you get on a win streak here and there, we can make progress. It'll just take forever, which I find pretty boring, but I'll try it this month. I would just have to do this every day. That would be the way to do it. Gotta get on a streak. Don't fall below 7 here. Takes just way longer. That's the problem.
I see you've brought guests.
Okay, Cthulhu, Demon Hunter with Renathal. Interesting. So we have a 1 and a 2. We don't have a 3 or a 4, which is a little bit concerning. And you don't want to just tap. So even if I get a 1 cost and tap, that's fine. The silence is not... See, that's the problem with those two cards, though. In a matchup like this, it might not matter. Well, actually, the silence might. That one's okay if I have to do it as a dead play next turn. You don't get the value, but it's better than doing nothing, right? Yeah, I really don't like how Tamsin is such a garbage card. Like, it just doesn't help you win at all. It almost goes against what this deck is trying to do. You could say it's a last resort, but that means you're going to lose anyway, so... You're basically putting in a card that you only play if you're going to lose. You could do this instead, which is fine. That is going to be too late. I guess I just want something cheap. I'm okay with doing that. I mean, it just has too much health. Bring it down a little bit. I'm not sure what I'm hoping to really do with that, but it can be annoying. It's kind of like that Naga we just saw, but actually even more inexpensive. Another example of extreme power creep stuff that is just too much. So let's see what we got. We got a 2, we got a 4. No reason to really do this yet. I guess I could tap and see what we can do. Let's see what we're gonna get.
Ghost, my lord.
All right. Couldn't have been much worse, as a matter of fact. That'll at least bother him a little bit, so we can just keep going face, and that could waste a little bit of his time dealing with it. So, oh, this could be actually a good one to buff too. It doesn't really seem worth it, but that could really piss him off. It'll become a 3/3. There's no reason to really do that when we have so much other shit, but we'll basically just trade in, and we will... Actually, not a bad time to do this. Fill up our hand again. You could hit this, and then you could hit face. Now he has to clear the board. We're getting the infuse effect, at least one of them. This isn't going to come into play at all, so you almost want to avoid playing that unless you really have to. Still better than just doing it. Yeah, you could say Galakron could be good, better in that case, but if it's just like a dead play where you have nothing else to play anyway. So presumably you didn't have an AoE. That doesn't really work as well. We could do the buff, but it's only going to buff 2 things. I guess it would buff 3. I'm kind of just dying to do this. And so I guess I will. It'll be 5, it'll be 3. Not bad, but not great. You can certainly get better ones than that. This'll be fine. You don't want to do this, you don't want to do this. You can't do this yet. Would it be worth it to just do this now? Let's see what he does. You can kill it and then kill the thing and keep going face. I think it might not be a bad turn to tap because we don't really have anything very expensive to bring out. Okay, now we can definitely justify doing one of these. So hit this. Hit this and then go face with this out there. That should be good enough. Is there something more we could commit that wouldn't be too bad? Presumably this won't get killed by AoEs anyway. So I guess that's fine. We're setting up for lethal. And again, we're only a few turns away from Denathrius, but... So can you turn the tide by that time? And the answer is... that's nice. That's really cute. A portal would have been nice there to... you know, benefit from this flooded board. Oh, we do get one, in fact. We could do 5, 6, and then go face. Presumably, you don't have a great way to deal with the board necessarily here. Gonna put it on something kind of that isn't a priority target. Only get a 2 plus 2 buff out of that. Not really the greatest use of it. I guess whenever the board is this flooded, you just assume, you know, it's hard to believe there's only 2 imps out of that. He's still kind of on the defensive. One more turn before a pretty juicy, it's only 14. It'll be 20 plus. But again, that assumes he's going to clear my board. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to do it in the first place. He's kind of just desperate, searching for something. What could I do here? We might just do this, because it has nothing to do with anything. Why would I do that, though? This is good, because it's like a little bit of AoE protection. So now we could just trade this out. Summon another one. Just go all in on face. And now we have the Denathrius play in addition to a full board. So the likelihood of you surviving now is pretty much 0%. Because even if you deal with the board, you die. Even if you fill your board, I can trade into it and then kill you. Like, this is the best case scenario. again, it feels stupid to have this, but there are times where it's funny because you're not even playing warriors either. You're doing this to deal with like mages and priests. They're the ones who have been beating me because they have too much armor. It seems laughable to say that. I haven't played a single warrior like ever in this entire run from bronze to...
Well played. Well played. Pay your tab.
We don't even need to use the Nathrius, but we have that in our back pocket too. It was only a 15 though, so maybe that's not one of the stronger ones. I mean, we had one that was like over 50, but that just means the game went on way longer than you really wanted to. Maybe I'll just have to do this a little bit every day. I was hoping that it'd be just as smooth as it was, but I guess that's the whole point. It doesn't mean that you can't still get there with this. It just means that it would take longer. Like... Okay, Druid. I guess armor can be relevant here a little bit, but...
The Fire Lord. Your soul shall be mine.
It's a good line. So this is all good stuff. That one actually synergizes pretty well with this, just to make it a 3 attack thing, even if it seems kind of weak. Maybe that wasn't the best idea. Summon this and you can do this plus this to make it a 3/3, which is not a big deal, but I don't think I really like the idea of doing this. He's just kind of gonna sit there and do nothing though. Yeah, we'll use it to destroy his 1 armor there that he's gonna get. The fucking 5/5. Take this, put this here, hit him in the face. So now that goes against him using his hero power just to whack that, unless he was trying to get it to a 2 HP threshold. Is he really just gonna whack stuff with it? Not even. I'm just gonna flood the board because I don't really care. It'll play into the infuse effect, of course. Overcommitting is good. Okay, these are the kind of ones you got to just put the pressure on early. I don't know what he's even going to use here. That he could do that stupid scarab thing, spreading plague or whatever, that summons a 1/5 for everything I have. Don't really care too much about that. You can just do this AoE protection, go face. Seems kind of like a degenerate style of play, but I mean, he could clear the board, but that 3/2 doesn't bother me too much. I'm even setting up for a Rafam if you clear the board. It'd be interesting to see how you could deal with both of those back to back. Gains 2 mana crystals, but so what? None of this stuff is helping you deal with the board. This is what you have to do. Just catch them like a deer in the headlights, am I right? Just catch them out like that and... I can't tell whether that's too loud or not. It might actually be. Who knows? They're setting up for a Rafam here. It's even gonna buff these, so it'll do 4. Oh, that'll be enough on its own. Oh, and even the portal would have been enough. Wait, it didn't even summon all 4, so that means he didn't even get the full brunt of the effect. You could have just as easily done the portal there, couldn't you? Okay, so this one would be the streak one, I'm pretty sure, because we just won 2. That's really what you have to do, is you'll lose a couple, then you'll get a streak that'll bring you a little further than you were before. It just takes a super, super long time. Understandably, but still.
Gul'dan versus Tyrande.
You give me strength.
Your soul
Okay,
shall
priest
be
can be
mine.
pretty tough though. You have to get them really early and fast. You don't really want that. I don't mind the Fiendish Circle, but maybe it's not worth keeping. Generally, it's probably not. You're gonna get the 40 health on a priest is it's a very tough look for you to deal with. But this is fine. This is fine as a turn 3. Okay, at least this one has a different condition to it. To where you really do have to go all out and just rush them down. But again, they can play on curve and still beat you. You don't have to play them in that order, right? You just have to play them 2, 3, and 4 as if you weren't going to do that anyway. What an amazing concept. We'll do this and set up for the portal play. I don't mind taking a bit of damage from this. He's gonna have to do an AoE that costs, like what, either 3 or 4. Because what did he actually play? He played 2. Isn't that perfect? He sure had to go out of his way to achieve that, didn't he? We got the infuse just a little step too late. I won't even bother using it yet, but now if he kills these two, no, the infuse still isn't gonna work. Just put it down to hold it there for now. I'm gonna end up killing myself with this. There's no duplicates in a 40 card deck. That's kind of hard to achieve, actually. That's kind of interesting. Couldn't have gone much better for you than that. Yeah, this doesn't look like a really doable one. This we're not even gonna get. This is okay. We'll buff one of these. We'll hit face. I'm paying like no regard to my health. I'm just hoping he can't deal with this board and we keep going face, but what do you expect? Deal 4 to everything, freeze 2 random, which could have been okay, fine. I don't think armor is going to come into play as much. That still doesn't even work. Honestly, I will just do it. It's still just more stuff on the board, even if it's a little inefficient. I'm assuming they don't have any armor related stuff.
I'm undead, not
Deal damage equal to this to all enemy minions. If this is the kind of stuff, AoE wise, that can be so hard to deal with. So it'll be 3 to everything, which won't kill most of it. We'll be 1 damage short though, somehow. Between those two. And I don't want to waste this on it.
legally binding.
I guess I'll just give up the Voidwalker then. We can put this out. Bring out a copy of it. And then this is going to be cost 1 less rage damage dealt. Seems kind of like a weird thing to do it to, but I'm committing hard in. Hopefully you can't deal with all the imps because then we can get a bit of card draw out of it. Just committing hard because you have to. Okay. I mean, that's good. That's fine. It's just impossible. Hopefully we get one of them summoned out of this at least. At least that prevents me from decking out as easily. That's not good though. The pace completely favors them.
You think this is your time?
Play a 7 and 8, which of course that exactly is. Play all cards your opponent played last turn. Obviously the card draw is pretty good for that. Now you just do that and you dig for it. That's all you have to do. Like, see how easy and comfortable that was for them to get? It doesn't feel like they went out of their way. They were dealing with my board. They were doing what they would have done anyway. So there you go. You just win. This is already infused, so it doesn't undo effects like that. This is fine. You could draw one thing here. Don't really want to deck yourself out with this. You get it, but then you keep going. This is infused as well. Oh, in a way that kind of helped me because it gives you so many copies of that. Summon this. I mean, we're certainly not going to win here in case there was any mystery about it. Priests are the hard matchup here for sure.
Meddlesome insects.
Okay. This is all the AoE that we were saying we were getting so lucky by not seeing. There's just nothing here. There's no win condition. Like, what are you supposed to do? Get rid of that 5 armor. That's really gonna save us.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
These books are ruined.
7, 10, 18.
I care not for pleasantries.
I wonder if stealing the hero there is like some meta thing that's an established... Like, that's why he did this. Because that worked pretty beautifully. Like, whenever they do a hero, that's what that's for. Perhaps. I guess it depends which one, though, too. So he didn't even have to do the win condition. He beat me just by, again, just playing on curve and getting to the point where he puts the condition in his deck. Not going out of his way at all. You just have to hope you don't go against priests. You're gonna get fucked by all of them easily.
I am your nightmare.
So this is a fine curve situation. Even this is okay to keep. Because if you coin it out, theoretically, it could be I don't know. It seems good, but it relies on him not being able to do anything. Okay, so this is at least a mirror matchup. Keeping... Oh, he traded. Yeah, see, I'm not a believer in the trade play. It's too slow. I would rather just play it even as a turn 1 play. I don't even mind doing that. So he's playing much slower. He's not as much of a degenerate face hugger as me.
Sorry, we don't have any.
Just go for it. Like, he's already kind of thrown it a little bit. But he might have other stuff that I don't expect. Like that. I don't have any kind of removal or things of that nature. Okay, so a lot of these AoEs are kind of crazy. Like, they're way better than the ones that I was used to dealing with. Okay, he's gonna keep trading it though. He's playing very slowly, which I find interesting. I'm going to assume that he doesn't have an AoE here, but he probably does have infinite numbers of them. So it's not quite the mirror matchup that you're thinking of. It's a little bit slower variation of it. So let's try to show him why that doesn't work, but he'll just AoE me every turn. So that's fine, at least. As long as these two survive. See, we kind of baited him to focus on that so we could buff these two. Which is still not even that good, but it's the best we're gonna get. You should have played around that by killing the demons instead, because that would have also cucked the little 1/3s, whose name I can never register. Flustered Librarian. So we got 12 damage we're presenting, 13, 14. At least you don't seem like you have AoE. Maybe you have something with that? No, nothing. You have enough mana to do this for sure. You could do another one of these. You could also just do the portal. Now is almost a good time to do it.
Pay your tab.
Legally binding.
Almost want to do it to this, just because now he has to focus on something that isn't... We could have gotten him down to 5 instead. I have enough mana to just basically do everything. You know, the point is if he summons the taunt, I could silence it, but... Well, that's kind of not... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was thinking that maybe would work, but it only works if there's one there already. Then it would chain into that. So he only win because he makes a mistake too, but we probably would have won anyway. Well, that was actually kind of made me almost have a heart attack for a second there. Like, oh shit, we just played into the defile. But so you got to be careful about Imp Gang boss in those cases. You don't want it to be too strong or have too much health. Okay, let's see what shamans can do here.
I am the slayer of kings and gods.
Pretty good line.
Your soul shall be mine.
This you obviously don't want. This you don't necessarily want. I mean, you could argue it's okay as a turn 2. See, better than what I got. I'm never going to blame these, though, because this one's good in every matchup. I mean, everybody's going to have something you can summon, or I mean, you can silence, pretty much. Even if it's just like as simple as a taunt, it'll become like the new Black Knight just to, you know, counter certain things.
I see you've brought game.
The Black Knight, the big game hunter, stuff that's predicated on the effects to make them good, that aren't just like well statted in the first place. So we have a good turn 3s, but we don't have a turn 2, and I would hate to tap. I would hate to do it. So what was that shaman one that beat me before? I don't know if this is going to be the same one.
Where you followed?
I guess we have to trade. I mean, I hate to do it, but that's really rough. That is a rough turn 2 that could cost you the game. Because again, the pace is so extreme. Maybe I should have kept it. See, I would have been better off keeping the 2. There's so many low-cost things in this, though. How could you get that unlucky? So do we do this or do we do this is the question. Probably the 2-4 is better, but yeah. With this, you're almost baiting them to clear it just so you get the infuse. So maybe you could justify doing that. We're gonna silence his 0 too. Or even if like mages freeze all your stuff, you could silence it that way and go for the kill, you know, if they're relying on like... This is obviously fine to do now, setting up for the big buff next turn. And even if he attacks the Imp Gang boss, we'll get one back, so this could be good. Also, the infuse effect is there, if he completely clears the board somehow. They have a lot of AoEs. You would think he's not going to do it, though, if that's the case. They're not going to be demons. Dormant for 2 turns, so it'll wake up. When this awakens, give all minions in your hand a buff. I mean, I guess that would be a good way to infuse this. So maybe I could just do what I just did again? No, I guess I won't. I'll tap and I'll do the Imp Gang boss. Not the greatest situation. What is this one again? It's a battle cry. Refresh an empty mana crystal for each spell you've cast. Priestess I don't know who some of these lore characters even are anymore. Some of them they make up just for Hearthstone, in fact. Right, like Rokara almost seems like it would be some generic NPC in AV or something, at least that they might have extrapolated off of because they have so many to work with, but instead they choose just to invent one. That's kind of stupid. They have so many lore characters still to work with. It's one thing to take one and extrapolate on it, like, okay, Frostlit Jaina is like a fan, you know, almost like a fanfic theory that you could say this is a hypothetical thing that didn't happen, but at least it's based on a character that actually does exist. So this is going to buff it, and then we're going to have quite a strong play, honestly, with this one. So I'm not too bothered by that. We're going to buff this just to make this board as threatening as possible, so I'm kind of okay with that. This also counts as an imp too, which is an interesting idea. That's a good synergy that you wouldn't really put in here, but he just kind of gave it to me. See, now the silence would work, except that's kind of just an annoying play, because the portal is just, I guess I could draw a whole bunch. I don't know. I'm gonna overdraw. Denathrius would be good for at least, you know, the finisher play. You can always just play this just to empty it out of your hand, but I don't necessarily even want to do that. So we're setting up for something very strong here. Presumably he has an answer though if he had this. So even the silence play I just talked about, but then you would have debuffed all these too. Right, even though it's a buff in the hand. My board is still pretty imposing though. You would think he wouldn't have an answer for it. We both are burning cards. I'm assuming it's not going to last that long is kind of the point. So he trades it out. So we have 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 plus... Oh, wow. You know what? Get rid of this, first of all. We're not going to have any AoE damage like on the board. So I don't know what to make of that, but we're going to put something else out and then buff it. So what's the best thing to buff? Maybe this just to...
Why do you call the top shelf?
Make his poisonous choice a little bit more difficult. We didn't have lethal by any measure, but certainly this board is not very easy to deal with. This is okay. Coming to 5/5 with taunt. We're not going to spend necessarily that much. This would also count as a demon. So I mean, I'd love to see how you can deal with this board. It would be a fascinating prospect. You have one poisonous to get rid of something big, but I have a lot of big stuff. This is... He really boned himself with this random thing, but again, how can you play around something like that? Not only is it an imp, but he gave everything +2/+2, which synergized well with this. Next to Murlocs, I mean, I'm not too worried about that. That's not going to do much. We even have the Denathrius play coming up in case he could survive this, but I just don't see it. Look at this board. Like, that's so nasty. That's not even something you can really organically do. That's more just because of the +2/+2. So we give him 2 +2/+2s. That's the kind of bullshit random effect that can just ruin stuff for people sometimes. But it is what it is. You should have played around your own random effect by just not having it there in the first place, I guess. We really need to get on a streak, though. This just starts to take forever. That's the real problem with it. It's not that I can't do it. Just it'll take all day to do it, which I don't want to do. So this is not going to be relevant. I mean, I guess it has certain value because every class is going to have a hero card that gives them like 5 armor, but you shouldn't think about it like that. That's pretty weak. So you have the coin play. Not a big fan of this one here. So you can do a turn 1, turn 2. You could coin this out. This can be such a nuisance sometimes. It's just not something that helps you. You just gotta pretend like it's not there. It's just taking up space. Because anytime you're in a winning position, it doesn't... Like, Rafam is perfect because it puts the clamp down. I haven't seen that in a while. At least a little bit of variety. See, they'll still be busted decks, but there'll be at least a wider range of them. So it's not as much meta playing against meta because the meta is wider. So that at least makes it more interesting. I'm honestly okay with doing this.
For the roast, my lord.
Well, I guess I can do it next turn, though. Not really the greatest coin play opportunity. Because then it might leave us with a dead turn 2. Where we just do like a 1/1 cost. He's going to summon a lot of totems, and there's a lot of cards that have synergies with totems, so we could, you know... I forget what exactly they are. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing somewhat, but that has nothing to do with anything. Like, these victories are coming down to such a wide spectrum. He's obsessed with totems. I guess this counts as a totem too, which is not one that you really think about, but where is that even visually represented anyway? The other taunt one looks more like it could be a totem, but not this one. You could do one of these. You could do one of this. You probably should stomp these totems though. You shouldn't just let them sit around, but that could be hard to play around. That's so much damage that you're just committing. But I'm sure he's gonna have some kind of crazy buffs. Or like if you control every totem, you just win the game. Exodia totem. I don't know if that's actually a thing. That seems like too easy. That'd be like the Uther thing, the Death Knight Uther, but it's kind of completely different from the concept of Exodia though too, because that's all in your hand versus this is something you have to actively summon. That was pretty fun though. Like you use the coin flip combo with the whatever, that goblin that gives you a refreshes your hero power. We have to play on the board, which I don't really like doing, but we'll just go all in with it. Destroy this, so you have a 2/3. So presumably he has an AoE to just crush this, which is unfortunate, but you know, maybe you shouldn't overcommit like that, but you kind of have to. You can't let it get to the late game in the first place, so that's my whole logic with it. We don't have any kind of infused stuff. Instead, we have this shitty dead play. So maybe that's why we're comfortable running dry on cards. So we're setting up for him to AoE. We're setting up to do this. It's just kind of like we're one turn slow. It's like I imagine that we're on turn 5 now. Maybe that wasn't the best use of the coin. Summon a random bit. So he's obsessed with the totems, but when is he going to do something that actually benefits him for having them? I guess we won't find out because we're going to keep stomping them. At the end of your turn, give it +1 attack. Oh shit. Exodia totems. Okay, there's some benefit. Yeah, this might actually be necessary here. We could just do both of these and buff something. So you could buff it in such a way that would make it survive, which is always good value. So totems versus imps. But let's see what other kind of benefit he's going to get out of it. That used to be ridiculous in Arena, I feel like. But then again, you didn't have a whole ton of totems stick around. Oh no, it still works because you've summoned this game. It doesn't mean that they have to be on the board right there. Because it's not even that bad. It wasn't that bad in Arena. It's just a solitary play anyway. Like as a 5-mana 6/6, you can work with that. So he can get the full board of after you summon a 1-cost minion, you give a +2/+1. That's kind of more general than just synergizing with totems, but it works. Sells for 1 turn after a minion dies. You have a minion in your hand +1/+1. Be a perfect time to play that. So maybe that was an ill-advised coin play. This is still fine, but there's nothing I can even do with this. He's gonna heal, in fact, for so much. Just don't give him more health. Summon more, but don't give them more health, and then I can work with it. The only AoE that I have, the only damage out of the hand I have to anything, whether it be face or the board, except for, again, Denathrius. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. No health, no health. Okay, so you'll kill this. My board doesn't matter because I'm basically throwing in the towel anyway when it comes to board control. This could work out actually pretty well. Could be the best case scenario for it, and it's still not going to be good because they're just going to recover from it. Yeah, thank God you didn't gain HP on those. That would have just won you the game.
Crystallize.
This is about as perfect of a fucking thing as you're gonna get. That means it didn't summon any imps, otherwise it wouldn't be showing that, right? But I still like to just look for it. So you would think that would be kind of a game-changing turning play that would help me win, but it's actually not going to. It just doesn't feel like it. This should be a perfect turn to do this, except it's really not. You summon both of these. Yeah, look at that, dude. He just didn't miss a beat. Oh, wow. That actually counts as a totem. It's one of those things.
Storms will swallow my
I've seen
enemies.
death twice, but not
3,
that.
16, 19, 20, 22. Of course, we have nothing out of the hand that's going to be able to deal with this no matter what. It's amazing, actually. Each totem you've summoned.
Sorry, we don't have any. Sorry, we don't have any.
Books all ruined.
Yeah, maybe he'll get distracted and not realize that he has lethal. 16, 19, 22. It is almost like barely lethal, so maybe he won't notice it. Oh, he's looking at my board. Yeah, just trade into stuff. It still wouldn't even matter. Like, what's really my play here? Yeah, it's not very hard to see.
I care not for pleasantries.
That should be your well played. Like, you don't even say well played, you just say that you don't like giving people credit. Holy shit, this is just gonna take forever. Oh my god. See, that was the game that would have put me on a streak that would have pushed me to 6. Now we're gonna lose a couple, kind of just stay hard stuck in the same spot. It's not that you're not winning, it's that you're getting kind of rock paper scissored, where it's just certain matchups you destroy them, certain matchups you get destroyed. We haven't seen a hunter in a while, so it's obviously going to be the same quest thing.
Meet my own fortune. Your soul shall be mine.
Yeah, you're not going to need the armor shit here. You can do this. 1, 2, 3, pretty good. These two almost go pretty well together, but it's hard sometimes unless she sticks around that long. So they're going to have the 40 health thing, they're going to have the quest. Oh, maybe not. Honestly, we could just wait on her then. But the assumption is she's not going to get killed just like that. But then, even if they summon a 3-2 or something, I guess we'll have to see. They're using a very basic card back, the base one. Tradable, give a minion +3/+2. Oh, they're not even using the Renethal thing, so I guess I stand corrected. We just go face, we can bring this out. They're not going to be able to clear the board as well as other classes, so that's the weakness. After you cast a spell, we can just trade this in, certainly. That's not a very impressive thing there. Go for flooding the board. Don't be too greedy with the face, but again, hunters can kind of struggle with this. So you would love the little bartender here to buff. You could also do this if he does clear the board somehow, or we could trade in and do it. Trade in like 2 of these. Sometimes the trickiest thing with this deck, not that it's tricky at all, is just the portal, like managing the spacing of it. Having like 2 on the board at a time for some kind of crazy interaction. I mean, I could just go all in. I don't see... What's he gonna have, like unleash the hounds plus a buff or something? No reason not to go all in against a hunter, because they're not gonna have the same kind of board clear opportunities. And again, even if he does it, I can just do this. And even this is okay once your board is cleared, just to try to recover. After your hero attacks dredge, if it's a beast, it costs 3 less. Kind of a desperation play, though. If only we got like a buff from just... I guess the only really buff you have is the bartender. Whatever it was, he didn't even play it. So I don't want to let my health get much lower than what it's at right now. This would have been at best a 7 thing, so we could have maybe drawn into lethal with like the portal. It would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You are so cute.
Not really. Yeah, he just doesn't have the means to deal with that. You could actually hit me in the face with that and then... maybe discover a taunt that you can like play for free. And we even get the buff out of it there. See how easy this one seemed. This is why I'm saying it's rock, paper, scissors, because it's like you lose one badly, but then you win one easily. So how can I say it's still not good? Then if I switch to something else, then I'll, you know, have other matchups that I'm winning now that I'll start to lose. That's why you can't get too discouraged too quickly. You just got to get on a good streak against certain classes. Like I want to keep playing that same guy again, you know, which theoretically you might. How many people could be playing at a particular time in a particular, at a particular rank? But we've been seeing too many of the fucking priests. I guess it's not that simple that you just keep playing the same person over and over, though. It's supposed to be a dead game. You don't want this, you don't want this. Sometimes this is okay as a solitary turn 2 play, just to summon a 3-2, but generally not what you want. I'm okay with even just playing this. Like, I never trade it. I'm never going to do that, because you don't want it to go on that long anyway. So 2 1-1s on turn 1 is not good enough? Like, come on. And then you can put a taunt in front of it. Work towards the infuse effect. This is the kind of thing that maybe isn't the play that people do, but I'm a big fan of doing it. Well, I'm not a fan of it, but it's the best you can get with this, you know. I'm not going to trade it. So you could even do this, but not yet. This only has a 3 infused counter, so if he just clears the board with those 3 on it, that's fine. He's trying to assess the danger of how dangerous is it really for him to allow that to be there. Should he coin out to try to get rid of it? Should he just wait? The reality is you should never wait against a deck like this. You should always just play whatever you have, because it's not going to be useful later, because there is going to be no later. You're just going to get fucked. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't even require that much thought. Like, that was fine. Honestly, it's a curved play. It's fine. You're gonna get this one instead of, you know, summoning two with this. And see, you never play this on turn 10, but it still has that upside where you could summon 3 of them for once you have 10 mana. But, you know, you don't want to get to that stage. You basically want to win around turn 5 or 6 is the best case scenario. Just like have them be mid-range where they can't deal with it, or get lucky with a control deck that doesn't deal with it, even though that's what they're made to do sometimes. Definitely the mid-range stuff you can destroy because they don't have quite enough to deal with that. A couple mortal coils. So we're 1 short. We could do these 2 together, I guess. We could kill that with no penalty. I guess I don't have enough imps to even worry about that right now. A little bit of armor we could get rid of with the fucking, you know, that stupid Kodo thing. There hasn't really been a game where I feel like those really get in my way. The same way the Galakron would kind of just sit there and be cute. But they're certainly gonna potentially win you. Like some of those games that I lost, I would have won if I had those cards because he had like 80 armor, but not too much health. So if I just done that, this obviously you could trade into it. But what else? Conversely, you could. I don't know. I think I don't want to do it, but it's a strong play. Get the infuse there. So I'm gonna wait on the buff, but maybe that's a mistake because he might just clear the board. We haven't seen Hellfire like ever, so presumably nobody uses that. Is he gonna defile, which would be enough? Deal 3 to everything, thanks to his own effect. So the buff would have been good there, no question about it. He certainly has way more cards than me. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine. And then if this chick sticks around, we can always buff this out as well. I just really need some. This might be a case where Tamsin is actually okay. This might get to the stage where I actually need Denathrius to finish him off. Oh, wow. But see, his deck is more conducive to that being good. He's not really trying to play my style, so it might suit him more. You even get like your own custom shit there. I could do this and this. It's perfectly fine with me for the AoE buff effect as well. Presumably you wouldn't have another AoE just like that. And of course this plays into the board clear. I can just get it back. That's kind of a costly one to burn.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
It's the same concept as that armor thing. Give your opponent HP. Okay, dude. Of course, you just have infinite AoEs. Playing into this, though. Not going to be nearly enough, though. I don't know what exactly it is that I'm going against. Like, what he's trying to do. We can summon 2 of these, and then we could obviously get the infuse working forward. That's fine. I am gonna buff one because last time we didn't. He just punished me by clearing the board, so I just want something to stick around. Right, like that's not the greatest use of it, but you shouldn't be able to clear. Oh wow, wow. It's gonna make that Kodo actually good, but then we're gonna just attack through the armor anyway. They have a lot of reactive cards.
You are not the boss of me.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Destroy all your minions per oh wow. So that's what this is. You're getting like hard countered basically. 2 still left on that. This will summon 2, so 2, 4. It's gonna be very hard. The card draw is actually very much appreciated now though. So we have the library open, we have the buff effect. So almost you're looking for a buff into a Rafam, into a Denathrius. So if you can do that, you might have what it takes to get a single board to stick. But actually you probably won't because that's literally what his deck is. It just has unlimited board clears, it seems like. That's kind of a little bit annoying, but... Oh wow. He's gonna deck himself out though. Does he have a... What? Does he have a way to really make that okay? Like, not that that's the way I really want to beat him, but that's why this Tamsin thing is such garbage. You're actually gonna deck yourself out against an aggro deck. Like, what are you doing? Well, you must have a... He must have like Mechathune or something. There must be a reason why you want this. Yeah, it's a Mechathune, it must be, or something like that. There's no other logical way to explain this. Like, why? So you might think Rafam, but we don't even need a Rafam. What if we just do this? So clearly he'll have an AoE to deal with this. He'll just Twisting Nether, and then we'll reform after the Twisting Nether, and then he'll have another one. So that's pretty much how this one is gone. Like, just, you can't deal with that, is basically the point. After you draw 4...
Not the boss of me.
So what is he doing with this whole decking himself out thing, though? It seems like he wants to do it, which makes me think he has Mechathune, which
You here for the tour?
he probably will be able to get off the way this is going. Shuffle 1 okay, maybe there's stuff like that that I'm not even aware of the existence of. What does it do again? Reduce the cost. Okay. Kind of a weird winding way to get value out of this, but it works. Almost close for this being good, but you got to look at my board for a second and realize what's going to happen here. Can you deal with my board or can't you?
I'm almost out of cards.
Seems kind of like a desperation thing, but
My cards.
he's actually in fatigue mode. He's going to do the same thing again, though.
Twice, but not that.
I mean, that's cute, but it's over. What? No. Wait. Oh, that actually works. Oh, at least I called what I was dealing with. That was quite a crazy last turn. That didn't seem like it was gonna... Man, just in the nick of time he got that too. One turn. Any other delay would have been a win. Fuck. At least we haven't seen that one. Like, we're seeing a variety of decks, which makes it kind of fruitless to try to play around stuff. Like, you don't even know what you're gonna go up against. It's just tough. It's not that we can't climb still, but it's gonna take literally a century to do this, which is not gonna be fun. Like, I can just do it every day.
Your soul shall be mine.
Damn it. So this is all good. Even this is fine as a turn 2, if you really want. Maybe not the optimal value, but let's see what else we get.
I see you.
That one was kind of crazy, though. It didn't feel like he had any chance of winning there. It feels like that card shouldn't work that way. The one that destroys everything and discard your hand, that shouldn't work for Mechathune, because it should destroy everything first and then discard your hand after. It should be like a different, you know, you shouldn't be able to do that. I thought he would use that 1 cost thing that kills it and gives you health or whatever. This is a solid turn 2, into a solid turn 3, into maybe a turn 4 if he clears the board, into a turn 5. Freeze a minion, summon a skeleton. But what if we just ignore it? Probably not the greatest idea. And they have all kinds of Kel'Thuzad shit, like to resummon the skeletons and to cycle the skeletons, and a lot of synergy with that. See, those effects are sometimes the least fun, though, because it exists within a vacuum of whatever that meta thing is. But, you know, it's just... Yeah, I don't know. Oh shit, why did that go like that? Wait, it doesn't do that when I'm tabbed out, does it? Huh, that's weird. Okay, this is fine. Kind of rose my desktop. Oh, you can't even see that either, but... Okay, so what do we have here? We don't have a portal or anything. 4 or 5. We could trade in and then do this. I mean... Better than getting AoE'd and having it happen too. And it wouldn't even be a full trade scenario. Or I'll leave that stupid skeleton too. So you could AoE and just guarantee the clear of the board. You could do another one of those. Not really the most threatening portal effect. Like, this one feels more balanced than mine. It's kind of bullshit. But then again, it's a very specific synergy. So you'll kill one of the 1/1s more than likely. Now we get this value, but almost feels like it's not worth doing yet, but maybe it is. You can kind of clear my own board, like one. Believe it or not, this is actually not even that bad in this matchup. 1, 2, 3. Then we could do this, and we could do this. It almost makes it look like that's going to cut him off and make the summon on the other side for positional purposes if you do it like that, but just the animation is delayed. Is he going to be able to clear this as well? This can be good to get rid of, you know, the ice armor or whatever. How come the other chick had like so much? The other mage had like 40 armor or something. I forget how they... Well, we can get rid of 4 armor for that. At least it's still some kind of value. Now you could silence everything to be able to attack with it, for example. Right, just don't let him get the benefit of that freeze shenanigan. May as well get value out of trades because he's certainly going to clear the board. There's no question about it. So that's one interesting interaction of the silence whenever they, you know, crowd control your stuff. The only problem is that, you know, you might want to use it for something that they have too. So it's hard to decide. Man, we haven't seen a single warrior. I wonder if they're good or not. Or maybe they're so good that they're all at legend, so it's like a reverse effect. And then like, yes, sure. You know, you're not seeing warriors because they're not good, but because they're too good. But I doubt it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Summon another one of these strategically. Flood the board again. I'm just gonna go all in. I don't give a shit. Go ahead, do the flame strike. I don't care. We don't even have an infuse effect, so just do it. Like, how much you want to bet that they have a way to... I mean, mages especially. You probably shouldn't have overcommitted like that, but it just feels like there's nothing we can do. We'll just play a 5/5. How are you gonna deal with this amazing card? Anti-meta card like this, or the Skulking Geist, or the 5/5 that removes every... Okay. It's fine. That was kind of a lucky draw in a way, but it's really not, because you're just gonna get fucked. Fucking summon 2 of these, why not?
Swarm them, my pretties.
It even has dialogue for that specific card, I guess. That's kind of interesting. Some card games don't even have voice acting, period, for anything. This has it down to such a level, like, not just the base hero, not just the upgraded hero, but even specific interactions with specific cards. What is that gonna be? It's just gonna resummon all the skeletons and just kill me. Oh, I guess it wasn't that big of a thing. And destroy his armor. You could buff these up. He's got 2, 4, 6. This actually isn't even a bad interaction here. 2 of those plus this. But I'm sure you have lethal. Like, it's pretty hard to believe that you wouldn't. Deal 2, gain 1. Hard to deal with this many AoEs. Which again, we weren't seeing for a while, but now I am, so I'm not sure what happened. Maybe I was just getting lucky, or Pyroblast. He obviously has another AoE protective thing, like whatever that flame ward thing is. Deal 3 to everything. Repeat the last spell you've cast. It costs 5 or more. Oh shit. Nice. Yeah, we're actually gonna get hard like at 7, or it's, like I said, it's gonna take forever. Huh. It's just amazing how some of them are so easy. It's just such a anti-counter matchup situation. I mean, imagine this like with the Justicar stuff too. See, at that point you couldn't, there was nothing that removed opponent's armor. You could say that's even why they made it, but I think it came out a while after that. So yeah, what did this even come out to counter if it wasn't the Justicar? At that point, this was like, I forget when this came out. Maybe it came out earlier than I remember, but yeah. Very nice, very cute. Just infinite, unlimited skeletons. I don't know. I was supposed to get to diamond today. I guess maybe I'll turn it into... I don't want to fucking do this every day, though. I don't know. It doesn't really seem like I can do it with this, though. Or at least for now. Maybe it'll... See, you'll get to diamond and then it'll start to be good again. Not even that it's bad. It's just kind of even with the field. I just didn't want to try with anything else. Like, I don't even care. If I can't do it with this, I'm just being very stubborn with it. Because I didn't even want to do this in the first place. It just seemed like it was so easy that it would be like a Pyro Warrior thing where you could literally just get there just with that. So quickly too. Sometimes you just run into one of those that's just busted and it's worth just doing it just to show it, but I guess not.
My sorcery will prevail.
It probably will. You don't want that, obviously. The infuse can be good, but it actually hasn't been working. I've been losing myself before I can even do it, or I'll do it like just stop short. Like we're losing on the board, which with this is unbelievable to think about. Not that we can't rush them down in time, we're just losing in board control throughout. They'll play that stupid fucking bird. Not the best curve thing, but you gotta push the pressure early. You're not even gonna get to do it, that's the thing. This is just like too easy to trigger the effect, right? Time Warp is one of those broken things in Wild because there's way more cards than when they originally invented it that help to trigger it, and they even allow you to replay it, like the birds. That's exactly what it's gonna be. So maybe we'll switch to using this one. But I'm sure this has counter matchups too. It's just...
That's right.
Add a coin, give your opponent one. It's just like I've gotten so far, it feels like a shame. I'm not going to do this ever again, because I always play with like just fun decks and theme decks. But... I thought I could just do it. You can do this and you could... Here. There's just no way to stop some of these conditions. Like, it makes it way too easy. Give your opponent a coin. Make him at least have to work for it a little bit. And that was a really weak use of a portal. I don't know about that one. That just makes you feel better for having to trade, I guess. But that's probably one of the worst. Make him have to ping it instead of he'll just use a spell. But then it feels kind of like a waste of a spell too. So if he clears the board, I can do this. If he freezes them, I can at least unfreeze them. This we can also do. We could do both of these together, but that's playing into AoEs too much. You would never do this against a mage, right? Because you always want to have board control anyway. Add a biscuit that refreshes 2, but it costs 2, so it's just a strategic timing kind of play. This could be, you know what? He's probably going to do stuff that makes him gain quite a bit of armor, but we're just trying to, again, keep the pressure on. Just a curve play. Make him waste something big on that. Draw a Naga. I do kind of like that archetype because it existed before. Like, there were obviously a few Naga cards. So I like when there's something that's already there that they just build upon. That feels like an organic design thing. Like a lot of the expansions in WoW were like that, where Oldham was there from the beginning, Hydra was there from the beginning, right? The Blood Elf Kingdom was there on the map. You just couldn't go to it. So that's always fun to kind of see fleshed out. Okay, dude. You just keep doing it over and over. Can't really get a good buff out of this. He actually left the 5/5. That's how little regard for it he has. You could just summon 2 of them. I guess you could even do this and then buff them too. Which is playing right into an AoE, but it is what it is. It's not going to be like the Flame Ward or whatever, because if it was, that would have made me feel stupid. So if you can't deal with it this turn, you know, this could be where like the freeze helps me, because he might do like a blizzard, but then we can undo it. That could be really good. It wasn't the armor either that he gained. Draw a card for each different school. Okay, that's not going to matter too much, but he can refresh his stuff with the stupid biscuits, which presumably cost 0, because otherwise what would be the point? Right, if they cost even 1, then you may as well just get a coin for it. Oh, what now? Freeze it. What's that gonna do? Wait, why would you do it to the same one when you could freeze 2 things? I don't get it. He's gonna have ice block or whatever. You could just trade one of these in. We have Denathrius incoming, so there's no reason to do anything else besides this. So let me guess, they're gonna win this turn. They're gonna win this turn. Because if they don't win this turn, we should be in good shape. I'm not even gonna tap. Like, let's just see. This is how far off they are. They need to play 3 more, but they'll still be able to do it. And then they'll play the birds and stuff. Right? This is the kind of turn that makes you doubt yourself. She's still gonna win. Watch.
You can count on me.
At least if you blizzard or something to try to buy a turn, it's... Oh, fuck. You're gonna ice block again, I bet. How perfect is that? I guess we've seen enough of this Kodo. We can let it go. But then again, I don't really have to do that. It's just that perfect, right? That was not something that started in their deck. Now they'll win with ease. I mean, damn it. You need... Now we'll need like a secret counter.
Of course it's the right way.
We need like one of those that destroys all enemy secrets. So many anti-meta things. Because the armor thing hasn't been as impactful. Yeah, we get it. We get it. Alright. You win. It's over. Fuck. So I guess if we had the thing that removes the secret, then at least... Yeah. The bird. Play the stupid bird. See, on its face, this would at least allow them to clear the board and live to see another turn. But they probably have another ice block there too. Just play the stupid bird. Yeah. That is quite the nasty synergy. Like, you can just do it indefinitely. Like, you're just gonna get another one, too. Somehow, they just keep making an infinite number of these birds. Right? I don't know how they even did that, but they kept doing it. Every turn, they play the bird. Yeah. There's a way to. That's fantastic. What a great synergy. When did this card come out? Such that... Yeah.
You can count on me.
You don't even have to beat them using spells. You can just beat them by hitting face because of how much you can do this. Yeah, you can just win now on the board. You don't even have to do that. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You have lethal on the board. Wow. Maybe I should try this one, but who knows if it's really that good against everything. It could just be good against what I'm using. It just seems so hard to prevent them from getting to that point. Like, the better thing would be to just use the secret thing, which again would be good against a lot of classes maybe, but
Of course it's the right way.
so maybe the armor thing hasn't been an issue much. That was only a few games, but you don't want too many of those anti-meta things. He did survive to tell the tale, though. I'll give him credit for that. He's so useless that people don't even bother to kill him. So the silence seems more dynamically useful. We can make another copy, though, where we put the secret muncher thing in there, too. That'll be just like the full anti-meta. Wait a second. You know what would also work in that? The thing that, like, stuff that doesn't start in their deck. Oh, but it's only in their deck, not in their hand. Which you might think it would be too crazy, but there is stuff like that now that feels like fits into that category of just, you know, countering so much shit. So they'll make something that's busted and then they'll make something that counters it, like Jade Idol to Skulking Geist. We'll make this thing that it was so ridiculous for a while, and then we'll make something that just makes it completely useless. Like, what the fuck? That's not a sign of good design. What is it that I was looking for? Some kind of neutral thing that just destroys their secrets. Not a random one. Just all of them. Copy your opponent's secrets. It was like that weird 2-4 thing, right? It would actually, you know, a lot of classes have them, so it's not going to win you the game as much as against the... Where is it? Eater of Secrets. Take control. Yeah, this is really what you're going to have to do. Destroy all enemy secrets. But this is just cheaper. Destroy one. Right, because you can't rely on, like, how many they're going to have. So I'll do that. All this anti-meta stuff. You copy that. So what is something I can get rid of that is consistently not been helpful for me? Let's just think about it. What is something that's been bad? They've all been pretty good. I mean, so now you're deciding which... You know what, dude? This has been so ugly and stupid for me. I guess I could try it without that. I don't like this card. So again, we should name these so I don't forget. Minus Tamsin. And then this one was with the meta stuff. Meta plate plus... What's the other one called? Wait. Huh? I thought this was the... Wait, this isn't even it. Huh? Oh, maybe I... Wait, what was I just using then? What? Oh no, I think I just added it to this all the way. So now this is like the triple meta. Where is it? I'm losing track of my own shit. Okay, so we got rid of Tamsin and we put this in. So you have 1, 2, 3 meta things. So this will counter a lot of classes that have secrets. This is good in general. So you could maybe get rid of one of these. So basically just add Tamsin for one of the meta things if you want. I'm confused now as to why we have 2 of the exact same thing. What's the difference in those 2? You don't have the plate thing. Are these the exact same? Isn't this what I was just using? They look exactly the same to me. Impending catastrophe, what is the difference? Oh, this has renown, so that obviously I wasn't using that. Let me try this even further. We're gonna bog ourselves down with, again, all the anti-meta stuff. So we can counter secrets, we can counter armor, we can counter... we can silence stuff. But again, it's too broad of a spectrum. So we would have beat them on the back of them not being able to ice block. So see, the secret thing will be good here. The armor thing won't be good here. And what is the other one? I can't even keep track. Secrets, armor, and silence. The silence could still be good if they have a lot of annoying death rattles and whatnot. So you get this, which against a hunter probably isn't going to come into play, but it depends what kind of hunter. We haven't seen like aggro hunter like ever. It's always the stupid secret or the stupid quest stuff, right? The tabish quest, which this isn't, or it might be. They can still have 40 health. What are you doing? In a rope on turn 1, so he doesn't have the quest, or at least he didn't play it yet. So you could do the discover effect, wouldn't bother me too much. It's amazing how this can still be such a threat even when they have 40 health, right? Not that it'll do 40, but you can get them within the precipice. It's basically just a broken card that you can use in so many things. I'm okay with, again, just flooding the board early. I'm good with that. Just go all in and then put down the stupid portal. They're not going to have a ton of AoE in the same way as other stuff, so this can always be a good matchup. I want to see that secret thing actually punish them. Right. The value proposition is quite good on that, honestly. We're going to buff something up, but which one? Try to share the wealth a little bit. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, because he might do some kind of AoE secret, but we'll see. Yeah, let him trade, let him do stuff. Now, are we gonna get it at the exact right time? Of course, we could coin out this, which would play around that specific thing. Destroy a random enemy minion. Which in that case, maybe I should have waited and not done it then. That was not a good play. Fuck. I should have waited. I should have seen the coin and then... I wasn't expecting that. There's so many secrets now, it's impossible to say, oh, you're gonna play around, or... You know what I mean? Like, it could be literally fucking anything at this point. Silence it and deal 1, which is the perfect way to counter that exact thing. So these infuses are working. Slowly but steadily. I could do both of these. See, it seems stupid to even play that. You shouldn't even think about it. Let's see what kind of crazy thing he got from the... What kind of crazy thing he got from the perfect card, to which we could respond with Rafam, but it's not going to be... What the fuck is that? I mean, in a way, that was maybe not the greatest.
Pay your tab.
Yeah, that's... We lose the effect, but now he's in pretty dire straits to be able to deal with all of this shit. It's very odd. Yeah, you're just dead. That's not gonna do anything. Or no, maybe you're not. I'll be like one short. Or no, we have Rafam for the buff too. So again, none of those cards came into play, and so it makes it... It's hard to say whether you should have all of them, but see, I guess the armor one hasn't been useful at all. There hasn't been a single scenario. That would be the one that I would get rid of and put back Tamsin in there. The secret thing seems necessary because you can't beat that. You can't beat the mage without that, and you can't beat the... Man, my memory's not there. You can't beat the other thing without the other thing. Which is, what is it again? Why can't I remember anything? 1, 2, 3 is okay. You cannot beat the other deck without the other thing, which was what? I can't even remember what it is.
None will survive.
Okay, that's not that big of a deal, but it could kind of... It's kind of too expensive for them to do it early, so it doesn't really counter the rush aspect of it. See, the whole fun of this isn't even using a variety of decks yourself. It's more so that you get to see them, too. What the fuck is that other one? One that breaks armor, one that steals secrets, and one that... Oh, silences everything. That is more generally useful, to be fair. It's even good in a reactive way. Like to unfreeze stuff or whatever. This is gonna be kind of annoying though. You can't just let them build these up. So this is gonna force me to play on the board quite a bit. I'm sure they have synergies and buffs and this and that. Yeah, see, if you don't, you're gonna get fucked. Kill this.
Sorry, we don't have any legally binding.
Just kind of do it now while we have the precedent for it. So we have 2 5 5 5 and then 2 weenies. You could maybe do that to the M-gang boss just to try to get more of them, but I feel like that's just going to be such a high priority target, they're going to deal with that. That doesn't really matter to me right now. Not at all, in fact. So that's 5 plus 12, or 7 plus 12.
This is your
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that I was going to win for sure, but I'll take the quick wins here. Clearly, it must be this anti-meta stuff that... But see, you can still win the normal way. It's just like having 3 cards like that just get you stuck is not the best idea. It seems like too much, but I'm not getting punished for it yet. Secret Eater. I don't know. I haven't seen it be good yet. But if it leads to me beating that mage deck that is so triggering, that could be what it... Because they rely on the ice block. They look all cute, like, oh, you can't beat me because I'm just gonna ice block. It triggers me so much. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. pretty low value proposition to play like that. But let's actually see it. I'm curious. So like, let's see how much removal they're gonna have this early. It seems weird to play like that, but actually it's not bad. It's not like you have to do it, but that's probably the kind of hand that you could mulligan the whole thing. Right. 2 mana for a 3/2 is not a good proposition. But now you're almost scared of getting some of that shit. Like, what if I got one of those high cost things? Because they're all high cost. 4, 4, and 5. I just want to see the games that I'm going to win because of them, or at least with them. I'm almost not using them at all. Sure, just fully commit, even though we don't have an infuse effect or anything. Just do it. Or we could draw a whole bunch of shit if you don't clear it. So basically, if you have an AoE, you punish me. If you don't, you're fucked. That's not even the same thing, though. Because those weren't so strong that they really... The only thing I lose from that is card draw. You almost didn't do anything by doing that. It punishes the portal, it punishes the card draw, it doesn't allow me to do this either. It's a little bit annoying, but it's still a good amount of damage. Right, like it's not that bad. But now I have to hope that we are able to trade one of these out, because we can't just leave it like this. If it's a Murloc, summon a 2... What is it? Summon a 2/2 copy of it. Dredge. You'll get that next turn, but that's still kind of too slow. You want to get rid of a lot of this shit and just make space at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Summon this, this, this. You don't really need the Voidwalker because we have a couple of these little dummies anyway. Draw at least 3 cards from that. Get the infuse effect. Rafam would be great. But you get the little buff here at least. If you want. Let's see what he's got. That's not going to matter right away. Yeah, Murlocs are just kind of weird. This is the mobile card back too. He's playing on his fucking phone. Even though I like that one and I use that one a lot too. Don't we just have Lee? We have the buff. If only we had the portal too. So it'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And do I just take my chances with the board that he's got?
The top shall be.
Operation!
No, not all the way though.
Time! Operation!
I don't know if that was really optimally done at all, but you can't let him get the rush and stuff. Maybe if you're gonna kill the war leader, you kill the war leader first, but it might not have mattered. I think it was gonna die anyway. I'm not too happy about this. You can do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A portal would just be the perfect thing to get here, but I'm just not getting it. The taunts kind of screwed him over in a way. Oh, come on. You have 7, 8. But he won't have a very good top-end scenario either. He's kind of go all in with this stuff. Trade that out just because.
Pay your time.
Not worried about a stinky totem. You would think this would be hard for him to deal with if he AoEs it. I mean, we got Rafam and Denathrius coming up. That's a perfect time to draw it because he has to clear this board. Fall upon the power of 2 elements, which very well could clear the board. right? You would think that would call upon a different element every turn. He gets 2 things, so he can summon stuff, and he can... Oh, he's gonna do the same thing? Or no, he'll AoE. Surely. Surely one of those 4 must be an AoE. We could silence everything. So if we silence it, we'll have how much? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is garbage. What is that? Otherwise, what's the alternative?
I wonder.
We could just trade into stuff, like this. This infuse is not there. This is gonna have to wait. We can't really do a whole lot even. That's cute. That's very cute. Actually could be the difference between lethal and not, and it also summoned the 5/5, which is not bad at this point, especially when a lot of my other stuff is just waiting. I'll give you a +1 for that. If we're grading the card, so far you've been a neutral, you haven't really hurt me, and here it's a +1, so that'll determine, like my Pokemon playthrough, or like my character stats in like detective games. That's actually a good way to do it. Every game that it fucks me over gets a -1, and every game that it gets a +1, every game that it helps me, it's a +1. So that's actually a net positive interaction. That's actually good. And so the point is, if it gets to like a -5, I'll get rid of it. And if it gets to a +5, obviously it's we're earning its keep. That's amazing. Oh my god. It's only 5 armor, but that could be the difference in lethal here. And again, summoning a 5/5 there with a kind of a bricked hand is not bad. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, you're dead.
Pay your time.
I wasn't even trying to BM, I was just randomly attacking. You gonna give me a little win streak here? You are, so we're gonna get to 6. Surely it must be the anti-meta things that we're getting. I mean, every hero card gets 5 armor from that, and that could sometimes be them relying on their difference, you know. But by that logic, you could just put in like power overwhelming or something to do that extra damage anyway. But this is more flexible. Imagine thinking of 5/5 for 5 with a good effect like that. It's bad, right? But it's so situational. So now it's going to be time warp 100%, and so we're looking for that secret eater at some point. We're not really seeing it. 1, 2, 3, 4 potential. So it's a question of whether I get that in time to counter the ice block. Like, see, we already know what's going to happen. This is one of those meta matchups. We know what it is. It's 100% it's time warp. 100%. You wouldn't be here otherwise. Play the fucking time warp. I guess it's not somehow. So now we can make this a 5/3, but clearly they have ways to remove it very easily. But that still doesn't mean it's a bad play. So let's see what they do. We can just play on curve. 2, 3. See, they don't feel too threatened by it. That's quite a good portrait. I don't know what that one is. That's just like a very attractive, innocent young Jaina, like the one from... That makes me think of the one from, like, when she said, "I can't watch you do this, Arthas." When Culling of Stratholme moment, like very early on. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be, but... You could do this, or you could do this. Why don't I try to hit him first? Hit her first. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Do this, since the AoE is gone. So it's not time warp, but again, eating the secrets is going to be a net positive against the mage. There might be a scenario where they have a few... See? It might be ice block. The question is, I might not get it then. But how can you complain about that? You're not going to say, like, you should have 2 of them in here. It's going to come down to that so much, though. You can set up for the infuse with this. I'm not sure I see... It seems okay, but I don't know. They're just gonna easily AoE it. There's just no way to deal with it otherwise. See that stupid 1-2? Look at how much I'm doing for myself without that stupid 1-2. You could be eating their ice block, you could be destroying their armor, you could be fucking silencing their minions, their taunts, your freeze. But no, you want to have a 1-2 for 1 that gives your minions in your hand +1 health. Like, what the fuck is that? Who gives a shit about that stupid ass card? I still have 1 of them though, by the way. I'd rather get rid of Tamsin than get rid of that. That just shows you how much I hate Tamsin too. Boy, if I tap into a Secret Eater, that would sure be nice to prevent this from punishing me too much. 3, 6, 9. We'll put out like a little cute Voidwalker. I don't have to overcommit too much more because this is pretty good. I mean, 3 3/3s is great. So any of those 3 cards is good in this matchup. What the fuck are you doing? Well, why? Why? That means you're about to kill me? I don't have any healing. It is true. I mean, you really got 15 damage that you can just do here? Do this. Oh, you know what I have to do is leave a space open for it, though. Because what if... That's what I hope they do. They put an ice block down and they think they can beat me, and then we win. So if you do that, play the secret. Play the secret, you clown. Oh, I guess you were confident that you could AoE me, not that you could... Okay. Play this stupid thing. Play this thing. Play that. So we're setting up another strong board. What we're not getting here are the infuse effects, right? We don't have a... We don't have the Denathrius. We don't have the fucking Rafam. Okay. Man, it's impressive to make these 40 card decks without duplicates. That is not an easy thing to do. How the fuck? I guess you have so many cards to choose from in Wild. Just seems odd. Huh. That's not really that perfect, I'll say. It's okay, but how about give her an ice block so I can eat it and show that shit off? I'm just gonna go all in. How about that? Oh no, I should not have done that. Wait. Oh, that was a... Do you really think I was trying to...
That was a mistake.
Carving time!
I was not trying to trade that fucking card, dude. I guess that random fireball to the face ended up paying off after all. Okay, well that one's just kind of annoying, but apparently they wouldn't have lethal if they're doing that. Costs 0 and freezes the target. Well, now you have 40 health, so you probably should just go face. That's just great. So whenever you play cards, play them on the left. That's something I always play them on the right, but then it trades it. The hitbox on the trade is pretty spectacular.
Is this really necessary?
That is quite a strange one there, I must say. Okay, so the secret thing didn't come into play. But see, I still won't give it a -1 because it's not like it hurt me really. Maybe I could have had something that would have saved me there instead, but I'm not gonna blame it. Even though that is the correct class matchup. See, after all that time, we were saying, oh, we can't progress with this, but we are progressing with it. We went from 8 to 6. It just took like 2 hours to do it, so I could still keep going. This is the patience you have to have. It's really, you win one, lose one, win one, lose one, and then eventually you go on a streak that gets you to 5. Then you'll win one, lose one, win one, lose one, then you go on a streak, get to 4. That's actually how it works at these higher things. So I'm a little bit disturbed by that one though.
Gul'dan versus Valyria.
So once again, secrets could be a good thing. Armor is not going to matter,
Your soul shall be mine.
and neither is the I'm actually going to keep all these. I'm fine with that. Armor is not going to matter. Silence could work. So silence is good and secrets are good here, theoretically. So I'm just trying to justify these anti-meta cards. But let's see what it is that we're actually losing to. Like, what could have helped me in that one to win? I don't even know. Against the mage. Like, what? I just got kind of unlucky with the infuse, maybe. And Reno is tough to play around. I mean, with 40 health Reno. So we don't have that here. It might be that Crystal Cave stuff. I guess it's not. We don't have enough imps to really make this so impactful. Whenever they have 30 health, this feels like a good thing, because what's going to happen is it's very easy to get it into a lethal threshold. So you just have to win the board, which against a rogue can sometimes be tough.
Give me that.
Deal 1 damage to a minion for each other card you played this turn. Oh, it's a rush versus rush, so you do have to address the board. You could do this, or I'm comfortable doing both of these. And so which one, after you play a pirate, summon this minion from your hand. Well, I guess the damage is already done. Deal 1 damage, I mean, all that's good. So I guess I'll just let them deal with this for now. You would think this wouldn't be that bad of a matchup though, because we're going to both be kind of doing the same thing. You would think we'd be seeing some of those Juggernaut warriors too, but we're just not. Those can be pretty good, but maybe not at this level. If it's a pirate, give this 2 attack. I'm sure it will be, because that's probably all you have. Give this weapon and the pirate. Oh wow, okay. Maybe they got unlucky. No, they got it. So it'll be next turn that they do that. So they could sack. No, they don't have to sack anything. They can just kill everything. So again, we're getting this. I don't know if you can see your opponent's infuse counter. That's pretty interesting. Seems silly not to trade, but maybe they won't.
Choose soon.
Now we can bring this up to a pretty high threshold, but I guess I don't really want to, right? Because then it feels like a waste, but I guess I'll just do it as a solitary standard play, but you can't allow that to hang around. I'm hoping we can last till turn 10. They have the balls to go face, but you would think they wouldn't have much AoE or ways to deal with this stuff, or ways to heal either. Or those are the 3 categories. They won't have AoE, they won't have heals, and they won't have probably taunts even.
Pirates away!
No AoE, by the way. That's not a card that I've ever seen. I've never seen this card in my life. I didn't know it existed. Like, how am I supposed to... Okay. You would think I would have seen it at least once. Is it a rogue card? It's not even a rogue card. Okay. I can't even tap.
These books are ruined.
I just can't even tap. I'm just dead. See, a turn like that just ruins you. Pufferfish meta plays. Look at that. It must be relatively new too, right? Or maybe it was always just bad, and maybe now it's okay, or it's only situationally good, but it makes up for not having AoE. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. There's nothing I can do. I mean, you can't play around that. He won't get to turn 10 to be able to do this. That's the thing. Or even turn 9. You got 5 mana free too to do this. What an interesting card though. So this makes up for not having AoE, and it's also a pirate. You would think I would have seen it for that reason alone. How come I've never seen it? That's so weird. Huh.
Choose soon.
What the fuck? Okay, you have the same thing again. Library doesn't matter. I guess the best I can just do is this. Which doesn't... I just have to hope that he doesn't have lethal. Because I've got nothing. So maybe this kind of matchup is why Tamsin could be good. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, now we'll fall back out of 6 again. That we got the streak for. After your hero attacks, draw a pirate. So it's assuming they don't have lethal, but they have close to it. Just have to survive 3 more turns and we can do Denathrius, which is more of a life-saving play. And so we don't have any hero in this now. We were doing Galakron as a joke, and obviously Tamsin as some sort of compulsory thing, but maybe I'm not gonna have a knee-jerk reaction and put it back in, but it's almost like I can get rid of some of these stupid ones, like the 1 health thing. Maybe that puts it out of AoE range though. Maybe that's why you... I don't know. I just don't know. It feels like that's not really been the issue though. So I'll get rid of that and maybe put in the Tamsin instead. Keep making these slight alterations, but again, you can't just overreact to one matchup. I'm not even getting imps. Like, what's the deal? Reform. Yeah.
You win this time.
No, the next alteration will be add the other thing, that thing back. So copy this. It's hard to know, but you would think a slight alteration isn't going to completely bury you either. Like, which of these is the worst thing? Yeah, I mean, if I don't like it, I don't like it. Sometimes the value can be good, but... You know, it feels like this is often not that good either, since I don't use the trade effect. So what was it that I wanted to add? I want to add that stupid chick back. What other kind of heroes do you have? There's one that I feel like I've completely forgotten about that nobody ever uses. Isn't it? I feel like there was one more somewhere in the mid cost, wasn't it? For warlocks? It couldn't be that low cost. I'll just use Gul'dan, but you're never going to get to that point is kind of the problem. I think that did add it, but it doesn't let you change the screen. It just doesn't really feel like it fits for me, but... So, what did we do? We did minus... 1 cost trash. Oh, what the fuck is it called? Minus the staff guy. And so if I wanted to put that back in, I could put it in instead of this. I feel like I don't get a ton of great value out of this card. Right, I don't typically trade it. And I typically play it like very early. Oh, this is only within the hero thing. Where is that guy? Wait. Oh, it's here. Wait. Isn't it a neutral card? Where is it? Oh, it's the first one. So, or no, it's not minus staff then. So it's minus... What did I get rid of then? Minus imp? Or minus wicked shipment. And what was the other thing I just got rid of to make way for Tamsin? We put the dredger back in. Huh. What other thing did I get rid of? You have one dredger, two. So you get rid of this to make way for Tamsin, but there was something else I must have gotten rid of too. My memory is really bad today. Maybe not. So we put this back. No, we didn't do anything. We just took this out and put in. Okay, so I was gonna get rid of this. So this is minus the Wicked. This is minus Tamsin altogether. And these both have like the meta stuff. This one was the original one that doesn't have any of the meta stuff. So this does have Tamsin in there as well. This is kind of a good way to iterate, just like change one card at a time. I don't feel like I'm getting very good value out of a lot of these cards though. But there'll be that one game that I beat a deck that I otherwise couldn't beat. But then I'm not beating decks that I maybe normally should beat? I don't know. Again, the assumption is I would have gotten Tamsin there anyway. So the armor might be good if it's that one particular matchup.
Your soul shall be mine.
Because you can make them think they're going to win because of that 80 plus armor and stuff. You can do this as a turn 1, turn 2. Which is not really great value, but now I'm kind of scared of what I might get. 1, 2 here. See, this is what I mean, like... You would either mulligan it or just...
I see you've brought guests.
I don't know how I feel about this card. So, what is he going to use specifically? He's not going to use secrets. And so what is the other anti-meta thing that I have that I just can't remember any fucking time? Oh, the one that silences stuff should be pretty good here, actually. This is fine, too. Dealing a little bit of damage to myself is okay, too. There's like 2 cards in this that'll be completely useless unless he does actually play into the armor aspect of it. It's hard to know, because we've only seen that a few times, but... That's one of those that seems like you just can't beat it. You cannot beat that one. Okay, so doing this a few times here is okay. I don't think my health is going to be an issue for a while. But maybe you don't attack every turn, but you would assume he would have to summon something before that becomes an issue. So this is the perfect infuse scenario.
The future is clear.
So the fact that that's tradable didn't come into play either. So I'm comfortable with getting rid of those. So those are the 2 adjustments I made. All I did was get rid of one of the 1/2s that gives you health in your hand, which is not a big deal. And then we also got rid of a thing that summons 2 1/1s that's tradable that I never used the tradable effect anyway. Discover a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. You know, even if it's that, it's not that big of a deal because... So we could overcommit a bit to the board. If I wanted. And so in the process, I'll trade in both of these. Because again, I'm anticipating an AoE. Holy Nova and stuff would not kill 3 of these things though. So Holy Nova is negated. It would have to be something a little better. So this counter is going to get up there. And he isn't doing the armor stacking. So let's see what he's got. I almost hope it's that one for that reason, but then we're not going to get the fucking thing when we need it. Force everything to attack each other. It's annoying how that also triggers the effect. You're going to keep getting a lot of those 1/1s out of it, but not really. So you got the infuse ready. This isn't going to come into play. I'm a little bit worried about letting my health drop this low. But actually, fuck it. It is a priest. Let's just let it happen. You really got to save it for the tap, though. Like, I've taken more damage than him because of this. But it makes him, you know, almost feel like not killing it, but...
Your wish is my
Okay, everybody's using this. Everybody's using Renethal plus this. So these 40 card decks are not hard to make. without repeating cards, which is not something I would think would be super common, but okay. You can just do this, and I'm sure he'll have a way to deal with it. No question about it. But I'll still do it. Or I could do, you know what? I can slow pace him a little bit. I can do this, and then I can do this, and then I can do... Ooh, that kind of rewards me for getting my health down. Strategically, of course. I knew I was going to discover that specifically. Exactly as planned.
Does not scare me.
He's just going to hit me in the face and scare me, I bet. You could draw a bunch of shit. You could buff this up to only a +2. It'd be like a 5, 6, 7, 8 scenario, but it wouldn't die. In fact, neither of them would die. Okay, that's at least something that wouldn't have been useful anyway. So not only does it not bother me not to get the battle cry, but it also gets rid of it from my deck. So now I don't have to worry about drawing into it. So perhaps that's okay. We got a couple good things going here. So he has to clear my board. Silence everything is fine. That's not a big deal, honestly. He's still got a good beefy board. So that's a very devastating play for him to make. To just sit there and let that happen. We don't have enough imps for that to really be good. So I'm just going to pretend like that turn didn't even happen and just get some damage into the face. Right, because it didn't set me back at all. You got to still deal with this board. We only have the ability to buff +2 though for the imps, so that particular point is not very relevant. I don't see how you can overcommit much more than I already am, so I don't see the point in pushing it.
We're gonna be rich.
You know, that is a little bit annoying. So which ones do I get rid of? This guy is kind of... I don't know. We could play this. Do this as well. Library is incoming. We could set up also for the infuse. It's a hard decision because basically get rid of these two then. This is going to be ready another time. We can get the health effect out at least. You don't have to use the portal yet, even though we have... Putting 2 portals down at once is a questionable thing sometimes. But I guess... we got to kind of slow pace them a little bit. This is going to do almost 20 though. You can do... Okay, he'll eat 2 things, or eat... Wait, what? What? So how much do we really have? I mean, I can't really afford to do that. I guess I could double portal now. So what that would allow me to do is to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can add 6 attack to one of these.
I wonder.
6. You can't really ignore it. So it doesn't even spit it back out. That's an interesting, very interesting proposition there. I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't know if I did that right or not. So he's used Reno, he's used that. I mean, I guess I could have eaten Denathrius too, which would have been arguably worse. So this is, if he clears the board again, this is pretty much going to be lethal. But I'm sure he's going to heal and clear the board and destroy stuff out of my hand all at once. I'm sure that's going to happen. Okay, that's going to heal him. That's really the problem with that. The armor isn't really as relevant. He's basically just gonna full heal. That's the way it's gonna go. I mean, you could honestly justify passing a turn here. And the reason why is because then at least the portal will be up. Like, honestly, I don't want to heal him to 40. He'll heal for 4. Okay, alright. That's nice. I mean, the one time we could get the silence here would be cute. Would be very, very cute. So this is up to a 21. It just looks so close, but it never actually works. Like, it's almost never paid off. And I'm not going to blame the card, because that shouldn't destroy too much, should it? You have everything +2/+2. Wait, what was I planning on? Oh, I have the portal too. But I don't know if I could do like this after the smoke clears, because 2 of my things are going to die. It's almost like I don't care. So what was I going to do? I was going to do the portal. So this adds 4. There'll be 7, 8. So you can do this first. And then... I don't actually know. Might actually be a good time to do Tamsin too, but you can't afford to. So basically you just can't use this card most of the time. Kind of an amazing quality about it. Just unusable. Three. Okay, so now we can do this. And now we can buff it. So that's a good way to get value at the end there, I guess. So he's going to clear the board again. So we're just building up for this. So we can get this to 40 and just one-shot him with it. That's how it's going to go. Or maybe he somehow has lethal. Oh, that's nice. That's always good. Because he didn't have enough room to deal with this one. It could be a good time to do this, but actually it's not.
Reverberations in the void.
So now I might have to do this just to even stay in it. I still don't want to, though. Hopefully he doesn't do anything now to gain armor. Wait, what did 4 to me? Oh, I'm dead. Okay. I thought I would still have 11 or 12 or whatever. Yeah, there's no way. I should have just done this, but I'm getting greedy for just how high it's gonna go. Or maybe he doesn't have it.
A toast to all who sought to kill me.
Okay. Alright. I mean, priests are just one of those tough pills to swallow. You just can't beat them. That's the one class you just can't beat with this stack. It's just impossible. I don't think I've beaten one in like since like fucking silver. And you might say, oh, just use that yourself, but then you're gonna get beaten by other shit probably too. Although maybe not. Some of these are kind of insane. We even put the armor thing, the siege breaker, in there just to deal with the priest armor. Not to deal with warrior armor, because we're not seeing warriors. Not to deal with anything else. To deal with priest armor. Because that one was so busted, but, you know. I guess I can keep the portal, even though you probably shouldn't. Because, again, you're not going to want to play it for a while, and you're certainly not going to be able to use it for a while. Damn, I had pushed up to 6. Now we've fallen back. I don't know if it's this meta, not meta thing that adding those cards maybe hurt, but it's hard to say. I mean, you can put this down and then put the thing in front of it, but I don't know. That probably isn't good. So she just has PTSD because of an imp destroying a book, so she gets stronger with everyone she sees. That's the whole... Sometimes it's not super obvious why these cards work the way they do. So we can afford to do that. We could put this, but again, you just don't have enough, so why would you bother? You could do both of these, discover something. He's playing kind of slow, which is nice. After not seeing Reno for a super long time, now we've seen Reno a lot. The last few, so it's to be expected. But it's surprising in some of these 40 card decks, you know, that they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't replicate them. Even that other guy who creates the perfect card, right, that requires no duplicates, that can be hard. So that's not going to come into play here, but I'm not going to feel too bad for having it. This might not even help me, because his stuff will be the same thing. You don't really need to even put that down. Like, what's he going to do, summon a rush? We can wait for the Voidwalker. It's like whenever he summons something down, then we can put that to block it, or if we can't trade. I don't see why that would be good against a Warlock specifically, but maybe he'll have other shit. It certainly won't hurt me anyway. He's down to the 30 mark. He didn't do anything, including tap, which means he probably has a... He probably has like a way to... maybe I shouldn't have used it. That might have been premature. But sometimes it's worth... I haven't overcommitted on the board, so he has to do something. I'm not sure how much presence those things have anymore, but... Or at least you'd think there's something better that does the same purpose, but there actually isn't. Didn't it used to be like a 3? No, it couldn't have been. Like a 3 cost.
From the void I come.
So he's gonna have to sack it himself. So now is maybe a good time to do that. We can set up for some infused stuff. That's not gonna come into play really. So he can't even kill this on demand, or he could do like Shadow Flame, which we haven't seen that in forever. Speaking of cards that we just never see anymore. Maybe it's been retired to some basic set that you can't even use anymore, or like a classic set, which is stupid too. The whole point of Wild is just being able to use everything anyway. Wow, I asked for it and I get it. That's pretty amazing. This is almost like a classic mindset that he has. Of course, this wouldn't even work. The 2 damage. This can't attack heroes, but he could silence it. So what could I do to deal with this 8 thing? I could just summon a whole bunch of stuff. And then buff it. Just to get to that perfect threshold. So that's not a bad way to deal with it. We technically do have enough on the board to clear this guy too. But yeah, I could have tried to rate. Nah, you wouldn't have been able to race him, because you could have gotten him down to 10, but then, you know, he's just gonna trade. So he has a lot of big stuff in keeping with that. Do I just not worry about him possibly having a silence? That's good, at least. We can start to summon some of the useless stuff. This just won't do anything for me.
It's perfectly
Most useless effect ever. This must be from that Dark Moon Fair thing, or at least it fits with it. We can easily trade into this. We should be able to get to this turn, though. Oh, shit. Huh. I'm not really sure. he's obviously going to summon something big from that. Hopefully another one of these. They can't attack me. But that's what his deck is all about. He just has a lot of big shit like this. I have 2 left. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Great. So he's got 17 off of that. But of course, if I didn't do that, I was dead anyway, so that's nice. Now these 2 kind of brick. I guess I'll go back to the other one since I'm just losing anyway. And then we'll see what we lose to. We're losing to different things now than before. Although I can't say that would have made that much of a difference. This is where if you start to tank it, it's going to take even longer. Okay, let's just, that's enough for today. I'll do one more. So what was the difference with this? Oh, that's without Tamsin altogether. So now we'll go back to the original one that I was doing. So I guess maybe I could do this. Man, I don't know.
Gul'dan versus Ro.
So again, the secrets wouldn't matter here. The armor wouldn't matter here. Only maybe the silence would matter here. So you could coin out and you could actually work with this. Only because you have the coin. If you didn't, you might just mulligan the whole thing. Or maybe the 3. So this is not a bad turn 1, turn 2. This is very hard to get rid of. But then you're going to be destroying yourself too. So is he going to be a Murloc thing or is he going to be something more long term? I mean, you could even justify doing that, but it's too slow. You would rather still coin it out, I feel.
Frostbite's sharper than bang.
Why does it act like it's a hidden thing that you can't, that you don't know what it is? I mean, I guess I technically don't know what it is, but that's a 2/6 for 2. Not bad value, but it's still not gonna matter. We could do another one of them, but we could wait also. Could do this. Kind of bait him to AoE, which is not really gonna affect this too much. I mean, that's the best case scenario for this guy. Freeze it. Yeah, so you can maybe just do this because that sets up for a good favorable trade anyway. Of which he might have an AoE 4, but let him just do it. Yeah, none of those would help me in a matchup like this, so I can't blame that. You know, you can't really say that. It's so matchup specific that it's hard to figure. Especially that armor one didn't seem very good value no matter what. There's only like 1 or 2 games in period that would have helped it. But that one priest is just so triggering that it makes you feel like doing it. But maybe that's one that you leave out. So leave that out, but keep the secret one for the time warp and keep the other thing for everybody else. The silence is not bad. They even nerfed it, which shows you how good it can be. Okay, at least he's committing a lot to that. Little does he know I have another one right there. This will be a nice 2 and 4 play. Well, let's see if maybe we get something good. 1 if your hand is full, not going to happen. This isn't bad, just as a... That could be okay. Just bring this down to a lower threshold, unless he gets like a healing totem. This is not bad. These are all sticky things hard to get rid of. Whenever this takes damage, deal that to your hero, which is usually not a big deal. But of course, overkill damage does matter. Okay. Or you're not going to be able to stop me from still trading. And the amount of damage I'm going to do to myself with that is not significant. Okay, this you can bring 2 out. So you could put a little bit of pressure like this. Kind of try to make him AoE. Trade this. Trade into there. We don't have to overcommit though either. Oh, so we're back to the silly little Galakron though now too. I guess we could do one of those instead of that. So instead of Galakron, we could do the Secret Eater or the Silence at least, which that is not a bad thing at any measure, because how often is this really good? Okay, so you would only get 2 buff from that. 4. Secret, I mean, we don't have the Secret Eater here. We could do the buff. Again, make that the priority target because it's the one that's actually dealing damage to us. My health doesn't really feel under much pressure here. Very much like a suicidal warlock. You're tapping, you're hitting with this, you're taking damage with this, but you just don't care. You got the double flame imps. After you attack, transform into one that costs 1 more. So 4 random 5 costs make them 2/2. So you hope for a good effect, which in that case it is. Summon Alec here. So this one is a little bit concerning. You can deal with that. We can take care of these 2 and just leave the other ones. But it did it twice. Wait, how did you do that twice in 1 turn? Does that have Wind Fury or something? Okay, this will summon something for me. Destroy this if it's your only one. Obviously, I can't guarantee that happening.
Legally binding.
I think it'll just, maybe you have to just roll the dice on this to hope that you get something good out of it. Get a little bit of armor, too.
Legally binding.
He's going to do 18 out of 21 there, which is unfortunate. Yeah, that's really going to save you that stupid hero power. Fuck. We got as high as 6. We got to keep getting on those streaks. So maybe take this, replace Galakron with... If this would transform... Why is everybody using this? Is this really good? Oh, I guess it's good for the evolve purposes, because you'll get an 8. And this, of course, applies to everything. Oh, he just wins outright anyway. Okay, so get rid of that and put in maybe just a silence. So forget about the... Forget about the... Don't worry about the armor and don't worry about the... What is the other one? What was the other one? Oh, the secret. So you could theoretically get rid of one of these for that. But definitely this you don't need. Well, let me still copy it. So many of the same exact thing. Isn't this always the way? Like this you really don't want. So just get in the... This. So that seems like actually a viable thing. The other alteration you could make is maybe get rid of one of these for the secret one. It's not a bad idea, right? Because it's not that important. And then the third thing is maybe get rid of this for the armor one, or even get rid of this, because this can screw you over so much. But let me try maybe one last one just with this. Get bounced back down to 8. Would be fine. Or we're already down to 8. But it does actually get tougher here, so my prediction was right. I thought it might happen though closer to diamond though. So it actually got legitimately hard here.
Gul'dan versus Thrall.
I bring the fury of the elements. Your soul shall be mine.
You can keep these two, you don't need to keep this. You can do this first and then put this in front. It's sometimes how I do this. This is kind of surprising though. I thought I would at least get to diamond and then maybe get stuck. Fuck. This is fine, but you don't want to do it right away. Probably would have been easier even in standard to do it, I bet. Because anything that people can be using in standard, they could be using in this too. So presumably this is better, right? They're using stuff that is better that you otherwise couldn't do. This just seems like trash, but I'll keep it. Some of these wins were just so fast and so easy. So this might be like the shutter walk, but that's kind of too slow. You got to get it quickly. I guess I could still just put that down, but not the kind of thing that you want to tap with ever. And again, even this is not gonna... I guess this actually does kind of work. It makes it strong enough to deal with this, and then you keep those, you can AoE. You could do it again. You're getting an infused thing going. So many of these times we would win if we just had a Rafam, but we just don't get it at all. That's the problem with relying on one thing. Even Denathrius is too slow and too late, so you don't really care as much, but... you can obviously trade into this. You don't want to do that yet. So you can trade, put this down, and then wait on the rest of it. So you still have to deal with this little 3-1. You could do this, which still wouldn't be bad. This combined with the portal. Deal 1 to... okay. We are seeing the AoEs that we were surprised that we weren't seeing before, so I'll give you that. You can maybe do 2 2-3s. I guess you're still setting up for the buff thing by doing this.
Sorry, we don't have any.
So that's not a bad way to trade in, and then you still have this. This would be excellent. This is almost what I'm hoping for, that he will get rid of something but not everything. Oh, that's great. That's great. Wow. Alright. Alright. I think I'm just gonna do it. Like, you just gotta do it early and just be done with it. And just go face and just... if I can't do it like this, then you just won't beat him anyway. What, he's gonna repeat it again? And... because again, all his good stuff is gonna come late. So what's he gonna do? Here's where the silence would really help me. But in fact, it wouldn't, because... no, it would. Because you could get rid of this and... it freezes your stuff too, though. Maybe you should have traded in first. And getting this doesn't automatically just win it for you. In fact, that can sometimes be awkward with Shutterwalk, because wouldn't you keep freezing your own stuff so you'd never be able to hit? Oh, but I thought when they're frozen on their turn, it lasts till their next... till your next turn. I mean, I'm just gonna try to get these as good as possible, and I'm sure they'll have a way to deal with it. Like just devolving it, for example. I'm sure they do. That's all it would take to undo all this, or even the silence. That basically does silence it, just by devolving. You gotta hope he doesn't have it. Okay, that doesn't matter as much. Right? That really doesn't save you yet. They cost 1. Oh, of course, it does. Never mind. Alright. That's good. So now he can just kind of do whatever he wants. And that one can be really annoying. So I even put in the silence, which either of those turns would have just won it for you. Now he can just go off to the races. You can just do it as many times as you want. What a great thing. Wow. That's great. This fucking bird, dude. And the other bird does like the same thing. Give me the silence, dude. Oh, now we get it.
My hand is too full.
That's great. At least I got it. So theoretically, if he just... It's too late now, though. Way too late. This is a problem with kind of filling your whole board, but you would think generally it's a good problem to have. 8, 6, 5, 6, 9, 5, 4. But of course he could trade in a little bit if you wanted. It would still be good if... Ah, shit. Don't fill your board all the way. That's such a dumb thing. At least if it's a portal, you can get rid of it. Yeah, use a spell and like destroy something. Just one thing and then we can win. Yeah. No, in the hand. Fuck. You could just trade everything in. Oh, did he eat that one even? That's pretty great. So don't lock your board is kind of the lesson to be learned here. Oh no, I still have it. You may as well just do that because you're gonna get boned anyway. He's just literally gonna do it an infinite number of times, so there's nothing you can do about it. Like, at least if that killed one of them, you could have done both. That would be kind of an awesome interaction, but of course it doesn't. So maybe he doesn't even have Shutterwalk. There's always that possibility in a 40 card scenario, but at least he should spit it back out like that other one. So you can do 15, 20 out of 27. Because I was just gonna trade. Boy, those freezes were sure enjoyable. Literally an infinite number of them. That was great. We don't even have Denathrius available. Yeah, do the freeze. No, it won't matter now.
We're going on a dangerous voyage. You win.
Let's stash that away.
Okay. He's expecting it to go on maybe longer than... Huh. Give everything +2/+2. So even though we just suffered the penalty of locking the board, we're gonna lock it again, but we can always trade. So he has how much? 8, 12, 16, 17, 18. Well, he's do like best of both worlds, so he only has 8, 9, 10, which is nothing. So I hope he freezes it now, and then I can finally... But I think that's kind of come and gone. He did it only like 5 or 6 times in a row, which is pretty normal, I assume. You can only trade but so much here. He probably just got unlucky, honestly. But you're more likely to get unlucky with a 40 card scenario. Pretty hard board to deal with, but I'm sure he has some kind of crazy AoE battle cry combo. I would love the freeze thing to even happen. Find a way to freeze again, and I'll... Considering how many times he did that, right? That seems to justify the existence of this card. But that Murloc is kind of crazy how it just eats stuff. And it doesn't even have a negative scenario, like where it spits it back out or something happens.
Well done, cretin.
I almost don't want to stop yet still. What are we at, like 8? Yeah, maybe I'll take a break and still keep going. Okay. Try to go a bit further, try to get on a streak. See, we got to like 6, but then that's like the first time in this entire thing that we've lost like several in a row. Like even when I would lose one, then I would go back, and so this is the first time, like around 5 to 6 here. It's hard to figure out what's wrong with these matchups either. This is a mirror.
Your soul shall be mine.
You can keep even these two. I don't know that the silence is really that important. So you can do this and then coin out this to get like a 5-3 on turn 2, which isn't bad. But you don't have to do that either. Of course, they're going to have a lot of AoEs. And of course, they're not doing the same mirror thing. Or maybe they are, but it'd be kind of awkward in a... They're getting that deck bug with the temp card back that I was getting. So they did kind of what I normally do. So that might put a monkey wrench in what I was planning to do. There's nothing that gives like everything a buff as an AoE, right, for the imps. It's more like just a static buff, like a +2/+2. There's not like just increase your demon's attack by +1. At least not that we see people use. He's gonna choose to go face because he thinks 40 beats 30, which is an interesting dynamic. You really don't have to do that now. Just trade into it like we're doing. Right, so going face versus going face is a questionable thing. And of course with 40 cards, they can't guarantee that they're gonna get exactly what they want all the time, necessarily. Really hard to say. So what is it? There's kind of a... They started off a little fast-paced, but then they slowed down considerably. What do we got? I like how I don't process what a lot of the card names are. I know what they are. I've used them hundreds of times, right, let's say, but 3 and 2, we really got to push this. Like, I really want to get... Maybe I'll just make the rest of the month where I do this every day, because I'm kind of pissed that I didn't think I'd get stuck at this point. But then maybe I shouldn't be so dead set on this matchup, like, or I mean this deck. You shouldn't just use the same thing all the time. So you can trade into one. You could even trade into the other, fuck it, but what would the... So he's playing it as sort of a desperation move, so to speak. So you can trade it, put one back down, and then put this down, let's say. So again, we're gonna get punished by AoE. None of these are good. I mean, just I don't know what to make of that. So this is good because nothing is dead. The problem is he's gonna easily AoE the whole thing, like Defile, playing into Defile. So go ahead and do it. Oh, he's actually using Galakrond like for real. Interesting synergistic attempt, but probably gonna get punished by, you know, the simpler answer is often better. So you could do this to summon 2, and then this is gonna be able to just one-shot, and then we can still trade into it, hit him in the face. We don't need to overcommit anything more on the board. This is just a lot cleaner, a lot simpler. Nobody fucking uses Galakrond, but at least he's using the invoke synergy with it. I was just using it as a dead play, just because the hero power is cool. Right, but how come that hero didn't show up when I looked up hero card for Warlock? it like doesn't count as a traditional hero. It was kind of a lazy design structure to sort of, you know, make every class just get the same thing. You can do theoretically the same thing, but at least give them like a different dragon, you know, to represent each class. Don't just make it Galakrond this. That was really lazy. At least the Death Knight heroes were like exciting and unique and fun, even if they're not real lore characters. So he's in a bit of a bind. He could easily AoE this down though, I bet. I've been getting unlucky with the infused stuff. Like I haven't gotten them, the Denathrius. I never get it on time anymore. It could just be chalked up to that you'll win a couple in a row because you get lucky and they get unlucky, and then vice versa. Like it really does. The most minute thing could make the whole difference. So I'm having a little bit of trouble. Give your minions +1 attack. The fact that it summons those is a little bit tricky to deal with. In fact, very tricky. We've evened out the health at least a little bit. We could just silence everything and just go fucking face. I don't even mind doing that. Or no, we don't have to do that to such an extreme. Get a little best of every world. I don't feel like overcommitting to the board because it's like it's already going to get AoE down. You already know it is. You're going to defile, you're going to do something. Like what, does nobody run AoEs anymore? Like what's the deal? There we go. I guess they still don't run them. They just do them in the context of a hero. Like Rexar does too. That was actually the perfect thing for Rexar to have because hunters had so little AoE, especially then, but even now. Why would you even have to do that? Why would that even be... What? You really that threatened by that stupid fucking fish? Okay, so this is the worst time to get it, by the way. So you could commit with this and this. Because he just AoE'd pretty hard. So at least we'll get the infuse off. I'm kind of pushing my health a little too far. Of course... This kind of works well with the 40 card aspect. The fact that you're not going to deck yourself out the way that I always do. See, if I get that myself now, the Tamsin, you wouldn't even want to play it because... Is he actually going to get Galakrond at some point? Because you might not. Imagine having a 40 card deck that revolves around one card. You're just not going to get it. That's the thing. So this is working towards the infuse. This is a pretty brilliant, beautiful thing to do. Do I do it now or... Yeah, I guess I could just do it. I'm not going to commit further than that, though. Just let those stupid ones prevail. It seems like a waste of 5 damage. So you can AoE again, I bet. You can take out the 2, 3 1s off the bat. What other kind of AoE would he be running? I mean, Defile seems pretty perfect here. You could summon 4 random demons. Now, I don't have any board clear capacity, just to be clear, so that's pretty remarkable. You should have saved the silence for there if you were going to use it. And you get the claw too. But the hero power remains the same. He's just assuming I don't have a way to deal with it, which is pretty correct. Like, I don't know. I mean, that silence was kind of weak, the way I used it. You still don't have enough, though, so...
Impressive. Your soul shall suffer.
I mean, imagine getting 2 of these. Just imagine the likelihood of that. Out of every demon in the game, you get 2 of the same... Okay. You can play that game.
Is this really necessary?
So realistically, he can do 8, 9. I mean, obviously he can still do it, but... This is quite the card. Really the ultimate cockblock card in the history of the game. You don't really see people using it much more, though. You just see them get it from random effects because they want to fuck me over with RNG for the millionth time. Come on, man. He has lethal. Just do it. He's gonna make me wait. You have no AoE, no board clear, no damage out of the hand, but you pay that price for the ability to just rush people down most of the time. So it seems like you are gonna get hard stuck with this now, so I don't know. I just wanted to stubbornly stay. I feel like he did that suboptimally. He's leaving the door open, but I don't know what he's doing. At least I'm not the only one who had the temerity to use Galakron, but I wasn't even using it properly. What level am I in the stupid reward track anyway? I guess I won't see this time. I like how it like freezes when you get into a game, like it can't handle it. Okay, this is a rogue.
Stay in the shadows.
Your soul shall be
So you can keep this for the infuse. I don't even mind that idea. Right, so let's see what else we get. You got a good 1 and 2 play. It's hard to say what exactly I'm losing to or what you could do to tweak this. I think this one maybe just met its limit around here, and you can just... I feel like you could get all the way with it, though. It just has those moments of brilliance where it just seems so good, but it's very matchup based. You just have to get lucky with matchups for a little bit. Like, get me on a win streak to push it a little further. But I guess I will have to try a different one, which I don't want to do. But if I put in this much time this month, I may as well. I just don't even have dust and stuff anymore. Like, I would have to do a Warlock deck, first of all. But it would just have to be a different one, maybe. Like the Galakron one that guy was just using. But I don't think that would be much better than mine. In fact, it almost seems worse. It's just like, again, it was a good matchup for him. There's not that many Galakron synergy cards anyway. Like, there's only like 2 for the class, and there's a few like neutral ones. It's kind of weird. It's like with Cthulhu, there's just like 1 or 2 class cards at the time when it first came out that synergize with it, so it feels almost redundant. And then a lot of them are neutral. Yeah, sure, just give me an AFK win, but nobody's done that because that shows you they're tryhards. Because competitive Hearthstone and Platinum is really important in the year 2022. People really care about it. It really matters. You're really proving something. Like if you wanted to try hard, at least do it when it first comes out. And that's at least more fun because there's not as much preconceived stuff. Technically, the rope ended before that. I don't have the Secret Eater this time, so... Cast it and draw a card. So you could just summon another imp and kill this. So what could it possibly be? Apparently nothing that has to do with me attacking minions or even the face. So I'm not sure what it is. I haven't really seen, I don't know. Like what are rogues really about at this level? We haven't seen the Crystal Caves. That's interesting. At least he trades it out. That's not the end of the world. We could just do these 2. I'm fine with it. You can go face with impunity because you don't have to worry about the secret, whatever the fuck it might be. Nothing to do with summoning, nothing to do with attacking. Must have to do with like casting a spell. You could do this and then set up for the Rafam. Pretty card starved, but my position isn't bad, so let's see what he does. You really got to just kill them by like turn 6. That's the way to make this work, but you can't always guarantee it. Especially against a priest. Like they have so much defensive shit. They're not going to let you do that. Ever. It's having like once out of 50 games against a priest where you can actually rush them down. This person is very slow. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a turn 5, turn 6. Rush costs 1 less. I don't really care too much about that. Deal 1 damage. Summon a 1/1 hyena. So you can hit both of these. You can do this, and you can even do this. So we're just going all in to set up for the reform. What is it? After you cast a spell, draw 2 cards. What spell did I even cast? Oh, the imp one. So if you clear the board, I can just do this. Probably clear the board again, or you'll just vanish. Which, at least then, my hand is empty enough where that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, I could just replay it again. You never want to play this just to buff the stuff you currently have, though. Okay, he really likes that null. We don't have to do it yet. You summon 2 more, even.
For the roast, my lord.
I guess I won't do that, though, still. So you can do 2, 4, 3, 3. Leave the 2/2. So I'm pretty low myself. I don't really like these little ones that are doing damage to me, which again is me not processing the name. Bloodhound, Treacherous Staff. Some of the names are so stupid too, you don't even care. He's gonna kill me with mage spells. I should have played around that. This is the kind of random shit that you have to deal with sometimes. We have Rafam, but we don't need to do it yet. I almost want to kill this off, but I guess I won't. Cost 2 less, so just go face, go face, go face. Vaporize, okay. Even that, I'm questioning my decision making there. So we can summon 2 more. We're kind of playing off the top deck, but it's kind of working for now. 22, we have the buff ready and waiting from this. Maybe you should do this more often, because now I'd be setting up for the second one after he dealt with the first one. You shouldn't like wait this long to do it. Just, I have 4 on the board, I had 5, I could just do it. I mean, in fact, this would be threatening lethal too, because like 8, 10, 12, 16 plus whatever, like, yeah, that would be it. So all I would have to do is, right, that'd be 16, and then you would add at least 5. It'd be 21. Actually, it'd be like 1 short, because you get +2, assuming the board stays the same, which it doesn't. And of course, that's convenient, but at least it's expensive. And he's fishing for something very deadly there.
Choose soon.
You can do this. You can draw a whole bunch here. Don't really need to overcommit, but you have a little bit of a reward for actually, I'll do what I just said, like the buff thing. Get rid of this and then just go face. Now we are really legitimately setting up for a lethal next turn. So all you would have to do is just do this, even just for the buff, even if you don't have to re-summon stuff.
You have no idea what I'm capable of.
Cast everything you've cast from another class, which isn't actually going to do much to the face. I don't think that was, or aren't the targets chosen randomly. And of course that was random wrapped in a random with the, because it was Huffer or whatever, the charge one first. So 7, this isn't going to be enough by itself. This is actually a little bit bothersome too, but it's not like they're going to have a charge or something. Oh, I should have done this. I should have done that first. That way it would have survived too. Okay, so can you do 7 out of the hand here? You have 3 on the field, so more like 6 out of the hand. It's very likely, it's very possible. Let me guess, he'll have like an ice block or something too, because it is a made secret. Deal 1. I mean, again, relying on random effects like that is not really the way to go, but it'll do a bit to the face too, but not much. Kind of like desperation stuff. Or it could do a bit to the face, there's no guarantee. Wait, it even showed me the secret, but... Oh, it must mean that he already has that? No, that couldn't be. So isn't that it? You get 11, you just win. Unless it's ice block, which... Now I'm kind of scared by that. Oh no, this would be enough to deal with everything easily.
The top shelf is...
Oh, we knew it was that to begin with. Oh, that's kind of an interesting way for it to tell you that he couldn't cast it because he already had it. Okay, so that's only like 1 of the streak. The biggest thing we did is just add the silence instead of Galakron, which is obviously the right thing to do, because that was just there, you know, for the heck of it, but it hasn't really mattered much yet, but there are many times where it could, especially even using it on your own stuff when it's frozen. Like even shamans keep trolling me with that, where they freeze everything.
Gul'dan versus Liadrin.
Graced by boldness, I will triumph.
Your soul shall be mine.
So should I keep this, I wonder, and depending on the nature of the matchup, even keeping this is questionable. Because like, what are you going to use it on now? I guess on that, never mind. I always like to do that first. You can still argue to do this, but only if you have like something that summons multiple. So she doesn't have the 30 thing either. Draw 2 1-attack things. But they're not doing like a quest or anything related to that. Or maybe they just decided not to do it on the first turn. This maybe could be good because they might summon a lot of weenies or, you know, do something with the hero power. Yeah, you can do something for 3 cost.
Here for the tour.
Which
Cannot wait to read these.
just summon a lot of little things.
May the light
Okay.
in peace.
But they don't have a quest or anything, so what is the point in playing all these 1-cost things again? I forget. You could do this, you could do this. You don't really want to do that.
These books are
May as well just put it down, though. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. No need to do the buff yet. You do kind of have to worry about the board because they're just going to keep buffing stuff up, I bet.
May the light
Draw a holy spell. Give it +2/+1. Okay. Still gonna trade for it, so I'm not too bothered by that. Too bad. I can just do this as a solitary. I guess I'll settle for that for now. May as well just do the buff, you know, get as much damage and put as much pressure as you want. Now we're setting up for the buff or this, if he summons a lot of little things again for the 3rd time. Okay, that's not a very big deal. So this is a very strong thing to do next, because he just has an empty board. Right, this is the kind of thing that just puts the clamp down. Should be very tough to deal with. See, this is what you got to do, get him quick. That's the whole condition. If you let it go on, it's going to be trouble. Now, this will be the win streak one, so this one's very important. This is way harder than I would have thought, though, or at least way more time consuming. You could theoretically do it like this, but you just have to keep latching onto the win streaks and then being stuck for a little bit, and then that's the only way you can progress. If there were no win streaks, you wouldn't even be able to do it.
Gul'dan versus Illidan.
This ends now.
Okay, so you definitely don't want these.
Shall be mine.
That's okay, I guess, especially with the coin, but that's only for fear that you might not draw something else that you can use, which you can. I don't mind even just doing this. The 2/1/1s. I'm okay with that as a turn 1. It looks kind of silly, but I never trade it. Like, the pace is just not like that. Let's see what they're gonna do. Of course, the one class that never does nothing on turn 1, because you can always at least do this. You kind of subliminally make them want to do it by hovering over, because they can see that. Like, please don't do it. But you're really trying to bait them. You can do it again just to get rid of one of these. You can do this. You can skip over the Voidwalker for now. You have to be a little bit careful with how aggressive you are with this, because you're going to keep damaging yourself, which can sometimes do you in. But that much shouldn't make a difference. And it's not a simple one-for-one transaction, because of course they have 40 health, because everybody uses that. You could also do this, but don't really have to yet. So you could do this and then coin out that to buff it, assuming they stick around. He hasn't actually done anything yet. Why is he playing so slow? Okay, that's cute and all, but I mean, this is good just to set up for the simple fact of the buff. It'd be amazing if we could coin that out. But it's a little bit early to think that's not even really like you're trying to pose lethal. You're just trying to create an imposing board. You could also just do the portal thing, but is he really going to leave this board like it is, though? You don't have any kind of AoEs or anything? Nothing. Very risky way to play. Maybe you'll save the AoE for now. This will get you below the 30 threshold at least. Best I could hope for. Amazing. So now what? You must have some answer, although a 4/7 is pretty hard to deal with no matter what. Deal 4. Okay, so he was saving it. Or maybe he just didn't have enough resource for it. So that sets up for a pretty good thing here, but actually it doesn't, because actually let's just commit to this pretty hard too. Just go all in. That's going to be hard to deal with too. See, the little dinky 2 that I'm taking is worth it now. And it's almost like you're making the highest priority target something that you don't want in the first place, right? Of all the things you could attack with, you don't really even want to use that because of the negative effect. Draw, that's...
Possess true power.
So that's 13. It's still not over, or actually it is. Or no, actually it's not, because the buff doesn't come first.
Sorry, we don't have any.
So you can draw a whole bunch. Put another sanctuary down. Kind of weird having 2 of them up, but that's actually a perfect lethal. Honorable kill. You should get a bonus for that too. So you go on these little mini streaks. So you got to get back to 6. Right, that's the highest we've gotten so far. So we want to keep pushing it. This is a very important moment now, right? These ones are very important because if you can milk the streak a little bit, right, even if we get to like 4 or something, just win like a couple. But somehow it almost seems to match you up against harder opponents when you're on a streak, but that could just be a placebo thing. Like you're just getting lucky or unlucky no matter what. Certain matchups are just hard. It'll be like a priest now. Watch. Fuck. I even called it. They do it strategically. Right when I'm on a streak. Why couldn't I do this later? You don't want that. You don't really even want these. Honestly, you don't want anything. So you really can't beat priests. Like, you just can't do it. So I may as well just concede it, but I won't do that. You might get lucky 1 out of 100 times. They're gonna do that. They're gonna be unkillable. We get it. Very, very typical fare. So you could do this, even starting with this, which is ideal in this matchup. You can get up to 40, but it still won't be enough because they'll have a stacked board. They'll have all kinds of other shit. You literally cannot beat a priest. It's just not possible. Unless you're just really stupid or... I don't know. They're using a really subpar deck, which at this point they won't be doing. Of course. So you can do the in-game boss here is fine. The silence isn't bad in this matchup, but... So of course 4 attack is immune to a lot of their Shadow Word Death and shenanigans, but... Trying to put the pressure on early, because if you don't, you're going to lose anyway. So you might think, oh, why bother doing that? Because we're on the clock. Spend all your mana, destroy... Okay. With that much, what, attack or less? You can't really do the silence, you have to go for this. You can summon a couple more just for the fuck of it. Keep putting the pressure on, he's already down to 30, whoop-de-doo. So now you're setting up for... I don't know.
Tortola, preserve us.
So you could use a silence on something like that, but it only stands to reason that they would, honestly? That's how greedy I am for that damage. Like, let's just see. That was their big play to try to stem the tide and slow it down. Now he'll do another one, and then we won't be able to... That is kind of a dumb thing to do. I shouldn't have done it. But I'm assuming he'll clear the board, and then I can just do this, for example. Okay, that's a little bit... That's a little bit too perfect for him. Alright. I guess I still won't even do that, even though now would be the best time. We'll do these things together. Fill up the board, let him clear it, and then we'll do it. See, we're just anticipating the clear, which is inevitable. It's going to happen. There's so many ways for them to do it. So you might think it's an overcommit, but you kind of have to. Oh, okay. I mean, that's still kind of weak, but 2 out of 7. Let's do it like 1, 2, 3, 3. Put 1 down. We don't have to put both, although we probably should, come to think of it. There's nothing really, you know, that we're waiting for or saving it for. Just go for it. If you can't do it, you're going to lose anyway. That's what you have to realize. You can't fear AoE here because it's going to come, you're going to get screwed, and you're going to lose. Like, that's just how this matchup works. So this one could be good, but...
To my everlasting reign.
Okay, so he has the same thing. But it must be in his deck, that means. So we don't have a way to really... You don't want to let him buff it. Honestly, I don't even really care, though. Let him do what he's gonna do. We're gonna play it ourselves in the turn, so... He's just gonna buff it to like a 50-50 and just fucking full heal.
Warriors of the frozen wastes.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not great, but... 3, 6, 9, 1, and then this. Maybe. I really don't have a good play, so I'm fine with doing that. He'll heal more, though. Now we're up to 20. We're gonna draw 3, and we might be able to put something down too, or hopefully we'll draw into one of them. So we're going for this, but it's not gonna work because they're gonna summon something huge. That's what you have to be aware of, unfortunately. So I don't mind just, again, flooding the board. If we get some kind of a buff, that's very threatening. Right, so let's see what he's got. He's gonna summon something big, though, that's the thing. And so it'll soak up a lot of this 20 that we have. It's just not gonna be enough, I can guarantee it. It never is. So mathematically, you have 22, or sorry, 26, and I have 24. So right, I can't do it. But then again, the odds are kind of... The odds are kind of in your favor because it doesn't mean that... Oh, no, no, no. If you do this, then you have even better odds because the amount will go up. So not only is there less... Oh, that actually works. It's 24 and he only has 22 because the infuse. Oh shit, that's like a layered thing. Long live the king. Like, okay, it's only because it's a. Okay, that was good interaction. I like that. Next level legend plays, deserving of getting the 6. So now we're still on the streak. We have to keep it alive. Very important. So even beating a priest now, that's encouraging. But you can't count on that. Like, that matchup. So maybe silencing that thing early was the... Nah. I don't know. You just kind of have to go all in early. That's the point. You can't hold anything back because you're not holding it back for anything. You don't want it to go on further. Okay. This one's kind of a mixed bag. Sometimes it can be tough.
Coming storm. Your soul shall be mine.
You don't really want either of these, honestly. This is okay, even though I don't like it. And this is fine, I guess. So you can coin out a turn 2 Imgang boss is fine. And what else do we have? Pure power costs 1, so this could be the same guy I played earlier. I'm not sure. How many shamans using this exact deck at this exact rating at this exact time on this exact day could there be, right? Like, it's hard to know in a dead game like this. Okay, so we can put this down. Then we have these 2 things to summon, which is not the greatest way to start, but you know, you'd like a turn 2. Summon a basic totem. So you're going to get a certain amount of value from that, I'm sure. A 0-2 taunt, that's pretty much perfect for your purposes. I think I'll still just do this. Assuming he doesn't get the healing one, but he's basically guaranteed to get all of them. So there is no Exodia for the totems, like with the fucking Paladin thing. But there is the Alec here, the Windlord, if you let them have all of them out there. You would think this would be relatively hard to deal with, but it's really not. That's why that 1 health doesn't make that much of a difference, but there must be certain threshold that is worth getting it over. After you summon 1 cost, give it +2/+1. Hit that, summon another one, so you basically have all of them. Although this one was never in the rotation before. So you have 3, you may as well just do this again, honestly. So this is quite an interesting dynamic, but what they're really doing is delaying the early game. It's not a question of, you know, what they have is really strong or threatening, but it just means that I'm going to lose because I didn't rush them down fast enough. 5-1, 1-1, 2-2.
Unfortunate.
Why, that's pretty good for him, at least. Okay, so basically this is the kind of situation that you can't deal with because I have no way to clear the board. Like, what can I do about this? Tamsin would be good here, I suppose, but it's kind of like me getting a taste of my own medicine here. I'm just dead. Like, I can't. That's a rough matchup. So you can do 9, 10, 11, 12, which is not the end of the world, but it just completely flips the pace in his favor, right? There's nothing I can do about this. Fuck. There goes the win streak, man. Damn it. It's so important to use those. Wow. That is tough, dude. That is really tough. Like, you're getting rushed down while trying to rush them down. How does that work? Let's at least get to 5. Like, I didn't want to do this all day, but come on, we can at least get to 5. It's just way more time consuming than I would have thought. Of course, I could use something else, but I don't even really want to. Fine, just get a couple wins in a row. No priest. I can't even fear shamans like that, but okay, paladin can be hit or miss. We'll see. You would think that'd be like your hard counter because it's like light versus dark, but you can get rid of this. I'm okay with these 2. So So what do you got? Same thing as everybody else. What a wonderful dynamic card that is. So fun. So makes it feel so interactive. Pretty much any other deck I'd be using that too, right? Just because this doesn't, you don't want to bog yourself down. So what is this again? This is the carry-all thing that makes you invincible. Take half damage from everything. What a wonderful, great thing that is. Could be very tough to deal with. So you got to rush him down before that, but it's kind of hard to do that. Play 3 different one-cost stuff. So during the time when he's playing one-cost stuff, you should be able to beat on his ass, but it's going to be stuff that still slows my pace down or something. And of course, with 40 health, what am I supposed to do with that? Upgrade your hero power, but then it gives you carry all the fucking immovable object, I think. Right, that's the one. Which you can't destroy, you can't do anything. So we're gonna have to put like an acidic swamp ooze or something to counter this if we see it too much, but... Deal 1, spell burst, return it. Add 2 random 1 cost. I mean, it reminds me kind of Carnasa, the way that you have to. Next weapon you play costs 1 less. He's already got it. Wow. Lightborn carry. I mean, it's so hard to prevent that. Let's just flood the board. We'll hit this. We'll hit face. Let's see what he can do with the dinky 1 weapon here. So we got to still keep playing the 1 cost stuff, right? So you would think that'd be a sacrifice that he has to make, but they end up kind of working out, it feels like, most of the time. If we could buff these, that'd be great, like the little bartender. Discover a secret divine shield or what? What is this card back? I don't think I've seen that one. Secret weapon or divine shield minion. He's getting quite a lot of value out of that guy. The MVP so far. You can tap, you can bring this out. Another flame imp. Your other minions have +1 attack. It looks like an imp, but I don't know if it counts as an imp. It's kind of an interesting thought. So you're hitting him with all the force you can, and you can't even get him below 30. So that just shows you kind of how this is gonna go. He's already almost there. That's so ridiculous. Sell for 1 turn. What does it say when you summon something? Summon a copy of it, or shuffle a 1 cost copy. Now these shouldn't count towards it, do they? I mean, they may as well. You may as well just fuck me. Rafam's not gonna save me. Nothing's gonna save me. Man, this is a tough matchup too. Noble sacrifice, maybe. Alright. Just get rid of his stupid shit, even though if he clears my board I can do this, but it's not going to do me much good. You just take half damage permanently. Like, what kind of a concept is that?
The light dims.
You already got it. I don't know how much he even costs. Okay. She only costs 5, so you can do it next. Oh no, I guess that's a different one, isn't it? Or is it? That's like a minion. It's not the hero. How do you do the hero one? I thought that was like a quest. I don't fucking know anything. All right, just trade into all of this stuff. So we're going all in with all this. I won't let my health get too low just in case something happens, but I don't think that is the same thing that I was worried about. It shows you how much I know. I'm scared of something that isn't even there. Seeing ghosts, but I don't know what that is then. Summon 2 Silverhand recruits, infuse, so he doesn't have the infuse effect. I mean, you could just keep trading into the board for literally ever at this point, so this is good. You can summon like maybe one more just for the fuck of it.
Top shall be.
So this would be good. 4-3.
Legally binding.
It seems kind of dumb to just keep doing that, but he's gonna keep buffing the stuff. Maybe get rid of a few of them. I mean, I can't justify not doing any damage to the face. You have to do a little bit. Now he's gonna punish me by buffing them into like 100.
The weight of justice hangs.
Okay, so that'll be 6. Just right there on the board. Which is not really that good of an effect. So that wasn't what I was thinking of. Maybe you can just start with that one in your deck. Make it even easier to get. So now this is gonna be infused, so we should just win. There should be no question. 5, 10, 15, 20, it's over. Okay, that's all you need to see. Yeah, what is it with the other one? Let me look at that. So how do you deal with the immovable object thing? You have a random minion in your hand +4/+4. Deal 2 damage, equip a 2/5 immovable object. And it doesn't lose durability, it can't be destroyed. It might be able to be destroyed by effects like acidic swamp ooze or something. But it just makes you take half damage. So that's obviously one that I can't deal with. How much does it cost? Because you can't stop them from playing it. 8. You have to kill them before turn 8. Pretty simple, eh? We lost the streak, but that's fine. Okay, let's just get to 5. That's all I want. Just get to 5. We can try a different day. I'm just gonna have to try every fucking day to actually do this. Just takes so long.
Has brought you here.
Of course, priest can be really hard. You could do a 1, 2, 3 symbol like that. Not sure that I really like it, but maybe it's okay, because then at least it guarantees you putting the pressure on early. Because then what if I get something high cost? Of which I don't have too much, to be fair, but priest can be very scary. But you can do this. Then you can get the 2/5s out there, which should be pretty hard to get rid of at least. But then they're just gonna summon a taunt or something. Like one of those 1/5 taunts was so annoying. Whatever that Naga is. So they're just not even doing anything. So just try to go all in aggressive early, because if you don't, you're going to get destroyed. And if you do, you're probably going to get destroyed too. Very tough matchup. Did you have some kind of AoE or some way to deal with this? Discover spell. Okay, this is familiar. The silence might be a big factor if I end up getting that. That could be what... Because they think they have a way to stall it out, and then you just silence their taunt, or whatever it is. So now you're willing to just sacrifice your own health to do damage to them, because these 2/5s could be hard to get rid of. That's the whole point. So if you clear my board, then I'll do the 3 cost thing. Get a whole bunch of 1/1s. That's the problem, I guess. It's gonna kill everything pretty much. Okay, wonderful. You don't even, you get the infuse. That could be good. It's like they're doing too many things at once. They're healing themselves and damaging my board and, you know, just too much. So you just dealt with the board, now you're gonna do it again, right?
I dream the world.
Okay, that's actually not that big of a deal, because at least it's not a taunt or something. So you could maybe do this. You could do Fiendish Circle.
Is this really necessary? Is this really necessary?
Yeah, we're getting them in the danger zone now, so they definitely have to deal with this board as well, which I'm sure they easily can, as usual. It's a little bit harder to clear the board and deal with the big thing at the same time, though. Silence is not the end of the world. Okay. Honestly, the fact that it's not a taunt or a lifesteal makes it a little bit more viable, though. Like, those aren't going to really be the end of the world, although it could be an AoE itself. I really can't even do anything about it, so I'll just leave it there, even though that seems stupid. Probably should always tap first. I never seem to learn that basic fact. So it looks okay, but they're probably gonna do something big here. Okay, that's not the thing either, though. Like, shouldn't this be enough? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's over. 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, wait. Is it gonna be one short? Well, not now. Exactly, perfect lethal. Yeah, this is what it takes to beat a priest. It has to be that precise, that exact. Almost feels like you're getting lucky, but you have to take it. Okay, this would be the final title match. It's okay to get 5 a day instead of a whole thing then. That's understandable as we get further in. But then again, it took way longer too. Holy shit. Come on, just win this one. You win 5 ranked. Yeah, more like 500. Pretty sick portrait there. I haven't seen that one. The headless horseman or whatever. Or maybe not even. Okay, this is okay. 1, 2, 3. Again, it just at least guarantees that you have plays, even if they're not the best. I don't mind this as a turn 1. Right? If you have the coin, you shouldn't do it. Okay, upgrade. So they don't have... What is it? Odd or even? If you have only odd... So I do have a silence, and they don't have the 40 health, but that means their deck might be more focused and they might have better stuff that they're guaranteed to get. So what's he gonna do with that? He's gonna make a copy of it somehow? What is with all these crazy coins that people have? Give 1 +3/+3 and taunt. What a great turn 1 that was. Holy shit. Good thing we have that silence, which is not gonna come into play for a while, obviously. I don't actually know what to do with that. That is an insane turn 1. 4, 4, 1, 1, 1, 1. Hero power. Like, what? What is that? I guess it doesn't assume that you would have one that early because it's like, you know, it would cost 2 just to get it, but... He's gonna ignore it altogether, which is maybe a mistake. We can try to match board for board here. And like I said, we do have the silence, so I might have to use it just to deal with this, or hopefully he buffs other stuff too. You just have to shut this down early. Man, I love that portrait. That is amazing. I don't know how you get it, or even what it is. Look at that. Doesn't really suit a paladin as much, but... It's almost like he knows we don't have any AoE in this. It's almost not worth it to silence then. We could just do the infuse effect. Get rid of these 2. And then save the silence for something better. This we could use. This we can wait. A lot of paladins who are using this, but they're using it at least in different ways. The upgraded hero power. So 3 3/3s is pretty hard to deal with. The best way is just to buff his own stuff. Does he have any way to buff all of them? This is why you kind of have to play on the board, even if you really can't with this deck. He could buff them, go face, and then I'll nerf them with this. Reward. Well, he's not even doing anything. Gain +1/+1. What? That's kind of odd. I guess I could silence for that. I'm gonna go face myself. How about that? Let you trade into my board, but he's gonna buff them and it's gonna punish me, so that was a mistake. I'm getting a little bit overzealous. When he's at 21, you shouldn't just do that. But now he's gonna get scared and he's gonna trade, probably. Yeah, but that's just a psychological trick. It doesn't mean that I was necessarily even... I could have done something very bad there, but you just psych him out. Like, oh, you must have something devastating in your hand, even though you don't. Jiraxis is only Plat 5? Okay, that's enough. I can't take any more for today, but that was good. So I was planning to get to Diamond today, but that's fine. Platinum 5. You just have to persevere through some of those moments where it seems like you got stuck. It seemed like I got stuck at Platinum 8. But then I kept going, and now we're at Plat 5. So you just got to keep pushing through it. The win streak is the most important component, because you have to use that to leapfrog. See, now we might get stuck at 5 for a little bit, then we'll leap to 3, then we get stuck, then we leap to 1. So eventually, you can still do it. Alright, see you tomorrow. Okay, I won't do this like all day today like yesterday, but I will try to see... Basically, I was doing like one episode every 5 days saying, oh, I'll get from, you know, we went from bronze to silver, then silver to gold, then silver to gold to platinum. But then platinum to diamond, I did it like all day yesterday and I still couldn't do it. It just takes a lot longer. So we're at platinum 5 right now, which is Jiraxis. That seems like a lowly position for Jiraxis to be at. He should be like one of the top things, like in, maybe in diamond itself. Pumpkin pie. Yeah, it's almost my 1-year anniversary actually of coming back to streaming. I'll make like some kind of video compilation of everything that I've done, which would take forever. That's the one good thing I've done that's actually, since coming back, is I've actually saved all my VODs. So unless my external hard drive gets corrupted or something, I have like a year's worth of VODs all saved. Of which I've only uploaded like 2 months, maybe.
Let the hunt begin. Your soul shall be mine.
I'm actually on a win streak too. You keep her farm, and you could even keep all this because you have a good coin play, like a turn 1 into a turn 2 for a 5-3. You have to really go ridiculously aggressive against most people, but against hunters maybe not so much. And so you just want to make sure you stay alive. Which is why Denathrius can be good too sometimes for the lifesteal play, more so than anything else. You upgrade that, or you don't even upgrade it, you just reduce the cost of it, which doesn't concern me too much. Like, maybe the whole thing is you just don't tap a whole lot and stuff. You could also not do the coin play and just do this, but let's see what he does. If he presents something that can trade into it, then draw beast, give it +3/+3. You know what? Let's just put the pressure. That's what you sometimes have to do. So we got a 5-3 and a board full of 1-1s against a class that can't really AoE too well, right? Hunters kind of struggle with that aspect. And so what's going to happen here is... What? Is he going to have an explosive trap or something? You use your hero power. Wait, why did he get buffed so much, though? From what? Oh, he drew it from that. Okay. Now you can easily punish this kind of behavior by just buffing... Wait, it would only buff it to a 5, though. What if we just ignore it and just do the good old just go face? This is maybe not prudent, but again, hunters might not have the same flexibility as other classes, the AoE and stuff. I could have just traded the 5-5 and the 1, but... Or like the 5-3 and the 1. Cast a secret. But are you going to actually be able to attack? Not after you do the hero power, right? Oh no, after you do... Okay, so now you obviously trade because you don't want to take a chance. Too bad we don't have like a really great infuse effect. You can do 1, 2, 3 and then try to hit face, or no, this won't even die.
You little...
What? I'm gonna 3-3 copy. Okay, fine. You know what? This is kind of more dangerous because I don't want him to get a whole bunch of secrets out. We'll do this. So this will go back to a 4-1 here. Platinum is just such like a nondescript rating. I forgot it even existed. Right? You don't think of that. You think of gold, diamond, like actual colors. Platinum is so like underwhelming. It just looks like silver with like a slightly a little more gray tint to it. It's kind of like a trash tier to be at. So the way to beat a hunter is to ignore the board and go face. Outface the hunter, apparently. You could do a whole bunch more stuff here in terms of... I mean, assuming you could get some kind of lethal proposition.
Oh, right now.
Are you little?
I'm gonna 3-3 copy. What if we just trade all the way in and then do this again? And then we set up for the Reform play next turn. Just go all in, all in. Then you can do the portal kind of whenever you want. Yeah, just outface the face. It's kind of ridiculous, but... Wait, that's the one AoE you're gonna have. But now, can you deal with the Reform +2/+2? Oh yeah, he's actually just dead because... You're gonna be able to buff this. Nice. Fair and balanced gameplay. Excellent. Faces the place. But I mean that more so against priests and stuff. Oh, you get the ugly little shutter walk there. Thing that everybody hates. But against this, it'd be too slow paced, I guess. Shamans have been kind of a tough matchup, though, to be fair. Like, that totem one is impossible to deal with because they'll just keep summoning stuff and then they'll get like a free 8/8, cost 1 less for every totem that you summoned and stuff like that. At least a mirror matchup isn't too bad.
I am your nightmare.
So do I keep these really for the infuse effect? And the answer is probably not, but I'll keep one of them. You got a nice 1, 2, potentially 3, but you won't get the infuse by then. I really am not a fan of this one, I will say.
I see you've brought game.
Almost to the point where like I'll do this and then coin out this too at the same time, maybe? Draw 20 cards, Tome of Origination. So at least this is a little bit different than what we've been seeing. So maybe I will do that. Put the pressure on early. We could do it. We have a turn 2, 3, and 4, and if he clears the board, I can always just do the infuse thing.
That's so sweet.
Okay, that's not really a big deal. That's not really the nature of this deck to rely on certain cards that much. Lifesteal, spell damage. You don't really want to get to this point though. See, now this doesn't say it's an imp, but technically it looks like it's considered to be an imp. I just feel like I'm not going to use any of these, so maybe as a last resort, final finisher type of thing if everything else fails. Kind of like how you use Denathrius. Deal 3 to your hero. What even does the tome do again? I forget. It's been so long since I've seen that. Draw a card, it costs 0, but you are going to run the risk of kind of decking yourself out, aren't you? We need some kind of AoE, which I'm sure he has. Playing right into the infuse, into the buff. This is a good sequence of moves right there. So you must AoE.
You're so sweet.
You're not going to, or you might defile. Did he really need to do that to defile? I guess so. To completely clear the board. You're gonna do this, and then you're gonna set up for the, what's it called? Bartender. Stormwind Bartender. Of course, I spent so much time in that quarter because I was a mage, but I never really went to that much. You may as well just do it. I mean, we're gonna do 15. I don't even care too much about the board, but actually I probably should. It feels kind of stupid to overcommit that much to the phase. Now we have an intimidating board. The problem is we don't have Rafam. If we had Rafam, we win no matter what, because even if he clears the board...
Clean that up.
Okay. See, that's the kind of shit that you just can't deal with. Fuck. Now you just have to go all in again. The library isn't really going to do too much for me. You always need to maintain harsh board control here. That's the kind of play that you can start to lose. It does cost 6, but still, that's kind of ridiculous. That is a very, very tough thing to play around.
Fresh out of the oven.
Your health to your here. Oh, wow.
Here for the tour.
All about the hand stuff. Yeah, this is like hand lock, but not the same kind that we maybe are used to. In fact, I'm so upset about it that I'm just gonna fucking go face and see if you can deal with it. Certainly you'd be able to, but that probably isn't even the prudent thing to do. You should probably spread it out a bit more, but I just wanted that damage that turn. If we get to turn 9, we could do this, but it's unlikely he's gonna leave us with a full board. The only bad thing about this one was Rafam, the absence thereof. Does he have a good single target removal? Because if he doesn't, or at least he's gonna have to commit a lot to it. Okay, that's still not enough though. What, you got 6 more damage? Are you just gonna lose to a big minion? That would be kind of a very old school way to play. Imagine that. No removal. Oh shit, I forgot about that interaction though. But it doesn't work because you can't kill anything with it. It would keep chaining into killing the imps into killing him, but it didn't work. Somebody else tried to do the same thing too. Like with Defile on the imp gang boss, but you have to kill something else first and then you can do it. Right, kill something else, then you spawn the imp, then you kill the imp, then you spawn another imp until it dies. So I guess that overcommitment was rewarded with the victory.
Gul'dan versus Nemzi.
Okay, couple mirror matchups here. Interesting to see.
Soul shall be mine.
We're not doing this to have fun. We're doing this to... Okay, you can almost toss the whole thing. But this is usually a pretty solid turn 2. So you're just looking for a turn 1. Which I do not get. Which is very unfortunate. You always want one of those. The 1/3 or the Voidwalker or the Flame Imp or something. Even the one that summons 2 1/1s. Fuck. So this is how you lose. That right there can just... put a fork in you and you're done because you're already behind. So as long, unless they don't do anything, if they summon something, I'm already crapping my pants because it's like you can't deal with that kind of board present. You just have to take control right away. That's a very unlucky turn 1. That's almost one of the only games where I haven't had a turn 1 ever. Even this garbage card, which I don't like. Right, that's not the end of the world. You could do this now. You can summon a whole bunch of little 1/1s. And then I could just ignore his Gnome Feratu thing. This used to be pretty big in the meta just because if you get rid of one of those combo cards, like imagine during the, you know, Death Knight hero you get rid of, he's gonna AoE. He's not gonna be Defile though. What's he gonna be? Hellfire. We haven't seen that in a while. A little bit expensive, I guess, is why. Too bad we didn't have that a turn ago. 1, 2, and 1. The only problem is this buff is completely meaningless, so you really want this first. Fuck. Right when he AoEs, I get it right after the infuse effect. We haven't seen Denathrius or Rafam really so far. Or we saw Rafam, I guess, but... You really need... This might even be worth it to do just... I guess this is... pretty much the same thing though at this stage. So you're gonna go ahead and buff this up and hit this, then we're gonna ignore the little 2/2. So this is an okay situation, but it still feels a little bit behind the pace that you really want. So if some of this remains, we can do the bartender still. That's not actually gonna do a whole lot. This is not infused all the way. You kind of have to do this because you know, you just kind of have to go for it now. So take care of this, hit him in the face, hit him in the face. And then if you do this, I have the infuse. Again, Rafam is something that you always want, almost to the point where you keep it in your opening hand, right? Because you just, so many times you just need it. This is okay. I hope you do tap, get yourself closer to death. Now this opens up the other, the other bartender play. This is good to do first because now they all get extra HP. Now it's 3/3/5s. We have both this buff and this buff to push for lethal. You'd have to clear my board again. A twisting nether coin. Did they use the coin? Because I went first, so they would have it. I can't remember. Okay, that's kind of a dead play that doesn't do anything. You could also just silence it. So would a silence be good? Like 4 + 9. That would work too. In fact, that might even work better. I just want to make sure this actually does create lethal, because you'd have to hit 5, 6, and then 5, 10. Oh yeah, with the buff. With the buff, you'd have it. 5, 6. This. I always underestimate how good that buff actually is. It's almost like they should add text to that card that says anything buffed by this can't attack the hero, the opposing hero. Right? Then it would still be strong. We're up to 3. Cthulhu. Well, why are they giving all these big gun pictures to this low tier? Though it's still platinum. They should use some of these for diamond. I guess they must have a lot of, you know, good ones for that too, but they'll start to just put all the hero cards in. Imagine Cthulhu being only plat 3. Okay, we might get a scary matchup though. We've been getting a little lucky, honestly, like a priest or something, or maybe that same shaman. So it's all about the rock paper scissors dynamic. But what you have to do is go super aggressive, super aggressive. You don't even want that. You just want to keep playing stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, and just, if you can deal with it, then so be it. But the expectation is you're going to lose anyway if you let the game drag out, so you just can't let it go on. Right, so you just have to make sure. It's weird, it says I'm peeking on my mic, but it's not on actual OBS. That's the weird thing. Because, I don't know. I think I have to get a new mic one of these days. Would you hurry up? Roping on turn 1. Amazing. Okay, that can be hard to deal with. It's a little bit slow, so you might think it's not so bad, but it's not so much that win condition that screws you over, it's the deck itself. Like, just, it can kind of slow pace you and wear you out. Hopefully you just do nothing. Use your stupid hero power and just wait. Summon the 2 cost. So just go 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm sure they have ways to clear the board and whatnot, but at least if we can get some good damage in, get him below that coveted 30 HP mark. That is so, you know, annoying to deal with now that we have this Renethal stuff. Everybody does that. So it's okay to hit myself a little bit with this. We get the infuse can be pretty good against priests because, you know, they're going to last so long and they're really going to bring that up, but you don't want it to get to that point either. So it's kind of a bit of a tough pill to swallow. Like, you don't want to use it, but sometimes it can be a win condition. Your opponent draws 2. What if I just don't care though? This is the only way you can win, right? By playing like that. Now you're gonna wipe the board and punish me somehow with that 7/7 by giving it lifesteal or something. Give it taunt, lifesteal. I do have that one silence in here now, the AoE, but you have the infuse as a backup. Rafam here would have been brilliant because they're kind of forced to clear my board. Lifesteal, not a huge deal. We get a 1/1 back for that. That's not a very good one for him to have gotten. In fact, if he got this, I'd be a little bit worried. I'm not the biggest fan of this scenario here, of what I have. You do have a couple nasty infuses. You can bring this out, and then that's not too big of a deal. Leave that stupid 1/2 that I just don't care about. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, if he clears it, we have 2 sets of the 3 3s that we can bring out, which are actually going to be like 3 4s and 3 5s by that point. We could even do it in the same turn. Those are the 2 cards he got. Pretty unlucky, honestly. This one and that stupid 1/1. Now, here's where the silence would just win you the game. Right? There'd be no question about it. No buffs or anything, just
Legally binding.
just slows down the pace so much. Put this down. Put this down. Kind of overcommitting to the board a little bit, but just trying to put that pressure. They're going to do some big AoE. If they don't, I could summon a whole bunch of stuff here and buff this, right? Because it'll be ready to attack. Or I could trade in, or let's just see what he does. I'm surprised at how little AoE we've seen sometimes, but okay, he's at least set back on that condition, but that's not really the way that they win. He can just stall the game out if he plays it right. So you can see why the silence would be so good, that AoE silence. If we had gotten through that taunt, we would have just won on the spot. Door 3, not a big deal. I think I just win. Four, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Not quite. Damn it. So incredibly close. I guess I could trade some stuff in then. This is poisonous. That's a bit of an undercommit with that even, because we only get 2 of them. Maybe I should have just traded something in too. I mean, it's just like, how many times can you try to clear the board? He's gonna do like a life steal though, it feels like. Okay, that doesn't matter too much. I mean, that's cute, but this is where the silence comes in handy too. The trick is to kill them without sacking anything. Right, don't sack your weak stuff because you want it to be there as bait. Is there any other way to do this? Not really. Well, if I get the silence, but I don't want to push myself that low. 9. Kind of risky to do it.
You little.
If we get to even just turn 10, that would be good. Play this, and even play... No, you don't need to do that. Okay, that's good enough. So, unless they can finish me off, actually. Always like 1 turn short of the Denathrius play. You might have some crazy buff. No? A lot of taunts, a lot of stall cards. Restore how much? Again, the silence would be the play here if you could just get it. But I'm not going to tap again. Just need one more turn for this, but I don't know if I'm going to get the chance now. They're going to do something crazy to heal for 1,000,000 or get that stupid armor thing. I forget what that's called, but I'm not going to tap for it, even though it would work. Just summon something else like this. 3, 3, 1. 2 more of these. I'll even overcommit like this because we're setting up for the Denathrius play, so why would you even hold back? Like, we have lethal in our hand, as long as you don't heal for like a ridiculous amount or something. Or like re-summon. There it is. The thing that triggers me so much. But this is going to do 18. So that's enough to kill you right there. Never mind the board.
A toast to all who sought to kill me.
It didn't even kill the armor thing. But even if it had, we had enough to kill, you know. What is going to be Plat 2? Plat 2 is Alexstrasza. Okay, so that is usually a pretty tough matchup, the priest in general. You just have to get over the fact of trying to hold stuff back, right? Like, don't try to wait, don't try to, you know, preserve anything. The one with this that triggers me is the Carriol, where you take half damage from everything. That can really put a damper in trying to rush them down. You don't really even want these necessarily. Right at the beginning, that silence would have helped me so much the last game. So many times where I would have just actually won, because you get through a taunt or you get through something crazy. It could be okay here, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, they certainly do have a lot of buffs that they do. Whether it be like the little, what do they call it? Argent Squires? What are these called again? 2/1/1 recruits. Oh yeah, silver hand recruits, not Argent Squires. That's something like that. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that card like literally since the beginning of Hearthstone. The 5 mana.
State your case. Extraordinary.
Let's move quickly.
The 5 mana 4/4 that summons a 2/2 whatever Squire. Okay, we can bring this out, and I don't even mind coining out the Voidwalker 2. Just kind of try to put a damper in his early game stuff on the board. It's hard to get board control against the Paladin, but you still kind of just can't go face because, you know, they have too many buffs and stuff. He already has 4 things out there. He chose not to hit anything though. We can get rid of 2 of these. You kind of just have to do it like this. That 2 damage to the face isn't going to be that consequential compared to giving him so much board control opportunity. Any buff is exponential the more shit he has out there, but he can guarantee that he's going to have like 4 every turn because like he already has 2, and then I'm only going to be able to kill a couple. Draw 2, 1, but he doesn't even have the quest that rewards you for playing 1 cost stuff, so what's the point? That's for the Carriol minion, not the Carriol hero. But still, whatever it is. For the rest of the game, your Silverhand recruits have +3/+3 or whatever. Like now you could silence that and just go face, but it's not really worth it. Man, this board is kind of messy. I could do this, but then if he has an AoE, it's kind of scary. He's actually going to trade into it because he's afraid of maybe me having an AoE. I guess. Which is good. I mean, it saves me the trouble. You can hit this, and then I mean he's gonna kill the Voidwalker anyway, so you may as well just do it. All right, why leave it on the table and then leave it up for an AoE to take out for free? So he might have one. Whenever you summon a 1 health minion, give it +1/+2.
Light dims.
We can silence this board if I think that's gonna cause me trouble. It might actually be a valid play. Mainly because I don't have anything else either. Like, it's not a bad. You're summoning a 2/5. You had nothing else to play on curve. You set up for a Rafam. It's okay, even if it's not the ideal use of it. Half the people would say, oh, you shouldn't even have that card, and then the other half would say, oh, you're not using the card optimally for the best. He's gonna summon some big taunt now, and I wish I would have had it. But it's just kind of like a curve play. Okay, secret's fine. You've got to do a little bit more damage to his face here, though. I'm having trouble with that. The buff isn't going to be worth it yet. We could do this and then the portal. What is that? Give your minions +2 health. So if I knew that secret existed, I would have done it in a different order, I guess. I'm not even going to worry about his board, in fact. Let him trade into my shit. He's not going to just leave this here. Although he could have some kind of crazy AoE. And my whole philosophy with the buff is to kind of spread the love. You don't want to overcommit to one thing. What, he's going to one-shot me or something? OTK. Not a very impressive move. I mean... I still have so much stuff on the board. You'd rather do this, in fact. You get at least... it's only 2 things that you'd buff, really. But I'm not going to over-greed for it. That's fine. Hit this, hit the face for 10. And then we set up for Rafam, even if he clears the board here. You always got to have that in your back pocket. So that is good.
Reporting for duty. Victory.
Okay, good. It's interesting he still chose to do his hero power just to stick it to me, I guess. Yeah, so we'll see what is the number 1. It's interesting to see what kind of decks are at this level. It's definitely different than what we were seeing before. There is a good amount of variety, of course. That's because it's wild. You know, you have to always give it the benefit of the doubt with that. Like standard, you'd be seeing the same 2 or 3 shit over and over. Or at least as you get further now. You don't really want any of this. Honestly, the silence is so dynamic sometimes that it could be worth it to just have it. You get rid of a taunt, you get rid of something that's going to stop the rush. This is a turn 1, turn 2. I'm not the biggest fan of it. First of all, I don't like going second. I'd rather go first and actually have something to play. I mean, I could get 4 of them out here on turn 1. That could be a little bit scary if I just coined out the other one, but I mean, I could still do it and buff something. In fact, why not? Turn 2, you get a... Make sure it's one of these. Then you kill this, and then you hit him in the face. You already got a pretty decent value proposition here. How do you deal with the 5/5 on turn 3? Obviously, you can't do the silence in a case like this, because you'll fuck your own shit. That can help to 1. Give it stats to a... Okay. That's fine. You certainly do the card draw. Nothing for 1 cost but this. You do get the infused precedent here, which is good. I'm not really seeing Rafam as much as I'd like, though. It wasn't really a wasted coin play. It was just like a bit overly aggressive, which is kind of the whole point of this, though. Okay, we haven't seen a good old consecration in a while. A little bit bothersome. We'll settle for this plus this. Not the best use of the card, but it is what it is. I didn't have anything else there. We'll even do this just to increase the imp count. Can sometimes be good. Because the other things you don't really intend to play or expect that you're going to be able to play necessarily. You don't want it to get to that point. 3, 4. Okay, dude. I mean, you can still do the silence, but it almost doesn't seem worth it there. 2. This infuse is still in question. That lifesteal is pretty annoying.
These books are ruined.
Get rid of this. Hit him in the face. You can go ahead and tap too, which if I knew I was going to do, I should have done it first. That's the one rule of mine I never follow, which is always tap before anything, just in case it changes what you're going to do. Which it probably wouldn't have, but still.
Really, it's not too heavy.
You're holding a thing in Divine Shield and Taunt, which you're not even.
That was a
So what would
mistake.
these be if they weren't buffed? Like we could silence even that, but why even bother when you can just do this?
Top shelf.
Face is the place, down to 3. Let's see if he can come back from this. If he can, good, kudos to him, but you know, it's just very hard to do.
With every
I guess I'd be more confident if I had Rafam as a last resort. Leaving a 6/6 and a 3/6 is not the greatest idea.
with every step.
He's desperately searching for a spell to help clear my board, I suppose, or even just something that reduces attack and health to like 1.
May the light
He's just digging for spells. Restore health equal to its cost is up to 6. Now this, of course, we could silence, but the act of doing it would debuff a lot of my stuff. But then again, that should still be enough. So if I hit it like this, I still win. But just to give this guy a little bit of limelight, that works too. I didn't even have to do that. But yeah, you can see how that could be useful. If I was a little short of lethal, that could certainly be. What's the moment of truth? What is it going to be? Deathwing. It feels like this should be more like what's in Diamond than what's going to be the Diamond 1 and stuff. If Deathwing is fucking Platinum 1 and Cthulhu and stuff. I'm not sure that Alex Straza really deserves to be ranked over Cthulhu. I'm almost looking like, at it like a character ranking, right? Oh, it's going to be like Arthas and shit then. Illidan, Arthas in the top. Diamond and... Because Legend doesn't even have those pictures. It's just like a static symbol, you know, with a number in it.
Gul'dan!
Nemesis Gul'dan.
mine is the only way. Your soul shall be mine.
You certainly don't want this. You almost don't want this whole hand. But I sometimes don't mind that it's just a guaranteed turn 1. So that's questionable to just mulligan the whole thing. But you get this, you're good with this. This is okay as a turn 2 if you absolutely need it. But, you know, just a 2-mana 3/2 takes you back to the good old days where that would have actually been considered a viable, proper thing to do. Good value. Hits himself in the face. You can do this and it would survive. Or I guess alternatively you could do this and coin out this. You don't really have any imp, so not much is going to happen from that. Definitely got to push the tempo. This already seems like, even something as simple as that seems like a negative tempo thing for me to do. Or like for him to do to me. Just when they don't do anything the first few turns is when you're in good shape. Like the tap there is great. You could do this or you could do both of these. These are at least hard to AoE down. So I don't mind that. Now you just stack up some imps, which I still can't even do yet necessarily. I could summon 1 at most right now, which is not very good. Give me like the little one costing that summons 2, then we can get this up to a 4. Maybe committing 2 Void Walkers like that isn't the best idea, but they're a little bit more resistant to AoE at least.
Armor! Armor! Lightly used armor!
That's the kind of thing that you just ignore. See, the trade play there I don't agree with, usually. Man, this is a bit of a questionable hand sequence here. At least he won't be able to kill anything. I could have killed the 1-3, but I just don't even care to. We have the Silence and we have Tamsin. We might actually need to play Tamsin this one, as much as I normally don't like her. Just the fact is, you have to sort of... I don't know. I don't have any cards. Pretty bad start. I even mulligan the whole hand and I'm still kind of screwed. Deal 2. If it dies, restore health. So he's gonna summon 4. Taste of my own medicine a little bit. That's not that big of a deal. Honestly, that's kind of a commitment. That's okay, I guess. Still very slow-paced game. This is the kind of one that it just feels like you're gonna lose from the beginning, right? You mulligan, you get a bad hand again, and then you just are very slow. No infuse even. If you're gonna be slow, at least you need the infuse in your hand, like a Denathrius or a Rafam, to try to be a win condition later. And for Rafam, that could be as early as turn 6, but at least it lets them clear the board and then you have something in your back pocket. Here I have nothing going. After you draw 4, reduce the cost. Pretty costly card though in itself. Wow, this is kind of pathetic. This is one of the worst case scenario games that you could ever have. Just nothing that you can do. I might have to do this just to, you know, get something going. Hopefully they summon something a little weenie. Mine would actually survive. I wouldn't have to trade into it at least. Interesting. Now it would kill mine because of that. It would kill whatever he summons too, so I hope it summons all 3 of them. Fuck it. So he's gonna get a whole bunch of... Okay. You can get a whole bunch of low-cost stuff that he can do.
No. Trust
I mean, I obviously have to do it. I just have nothing going.
you know nothing of death. Allow me to teach you.
So I counter his summon of the imp with my AoE of the same card. I'm not a big fan of the card, in fact. I always say, like, whenever you play this, you are in a situation where you're basically losing. Because his deck seems more well-balanced. It doesn't seem just rush-focused. Mine is 100% rush-focused, so it's already over. It's already turned 6. Like, unless I get a sick Denathrius somehow. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is... The pace is favoring him. I thought you only, get it once. Why is he getting it so many times for 1 durability?
Trust me.
Draw 3, deal 3 to your hero. Now he completely controls the pace of the game. Okay, we get it, dude. Alright, so this is gonna be... Don't really have a great buff play. You could do these and just buff them, I guess. Like, I'm pretty... in a pretty bad spot.
The top shelf is...
Just try to create some kind of an imposing board just to distract him from his imminent victory. Oh, should we lose the streak too? Those are very important to get. Yeah, this one seems hopeless. I don't see any win condition here at all. You can't let it get to this point, and you can't let it get to this point with them having this much health either. They can obviously wait.
The
They're almost about to run out of cards though. What happens then? Oh, they're using the Mechathune probably shit too. Even better for them, I guess. They want to deck out. Okay. That's really gonna win me the game here. This is the most slow-paced game I've ever had with this deck. Like, it's so...
Stole all my cards.
He must already have Mechathune, or copy couple one-cost copies of every card. But then you'd think he wouldn't want to do that if it was Mechathune. Or maybe that'd make it easier for him.
Out of cards. Who stole all my cards?
Okay. Looks like they're coming from nowhere. There's nothing even in that. So he just wins. He'll just play Mechathune and discard his whole hand. Obviously, whatever the fuck it is. 3, 6.
Well done, creep.
Yeah, I had nothing there. That's just the worst case scenario. Now you play a card that discards your whole hand, which actually helps you to do. I feel like that shouldn't work quite that way, but just the cost of Mechathune makes you have to commit. At least they have to make a copy of it and this and that. Okay, fine. I will chalk that up a little bit to bad luck because of how bad that start was. Just got nothing that we could actually play, which is rare in this. Okay, hunters have been pretty rare to see on this climb here.
Let the hunt begin. Your soul shall be mine.
You don't really want this stuff here. What, am I gonna start to get top heavy? Like everything is just, I'm getting all the high cost stuff every time. So this is fine as a turn 1, turn 2. You could do this into this to make it a 3/3. Right, like a turn 1, turn 2, unleash the effect. Not really worth doing though. That is the biggest component of this, is you always have to get on a win streak. Because that helps you just push forward so much. Yeah, he's taking quite a while. Just disconnect. Just give it to me. Fuck. So you're gonna rush down a hunter the same way. Like, you can't change your style of play. And you could assume he might be like some kind of a different, you know, mid-range or something. Other than aggro. You could do these two next turn. Not that you really want to play like that, but let's see what else I might get here. Hopefully he just does nothing. Always the ideal thing. You could do these two together and then set up for the buff next turn. Because it's a 2/4, it'll be a 4/4. Not a bad way to start, but again, he has 40 health, so maybe that's something to be concerned with. Okay, so that was bad positioning, I guess. Haven't really had to play around stuff like that too much. Honestly, just to push the pace early, that could be worth doing.
Carving time!
Are you little?
Wait, why did I draw 3? Shouldn't I have just drawn 2? This isn't considered an imp, is it? Maybe I didn't even know that, because it doesn't have imp in the name. Maybe that's why I never knew why this was actually in the deck. Maybe it's considered an imp, even though I don't think of it as one. I don't know. We can get the buff off by doing this.
Sorry, we don't have any ink.
1, 2. No, it's not, because then it would have counted for that. After it summons, get a beast, dredge, whatever, doesn't matter. So you don't really want to do Tamsin, but in case they somehow take board control, give a friendly minion rush, +2 attack and rush. If it's a beast, oh, if it's a beast, give it rush. Okay. So at best, he's gonna take out the 4/4.
Time has come to dethrone our
But that's not even anything. He's very confused as to what to do there. So what do we have here? We can't do the portal. We can just trade this. And we'll put down another one. So we're setting up for like a double buff next turn. We have a 4/3, a 4/1, and then we could like get how much? +6. So we could do 10, 14, 15, 16, 17. Which that's kind of a dead play. Oh, you give it a rush though? Okay, not so dead. Oh, wow. Never mind. So I guess the portals would actually block for that in a certain sense. Honestly, not a bad time to do Tamsin. But I'd be like 1 damage short.
So many possibilities.
You do this and buff it. You did a pretty good job at setting me back there, though. That is kind of dangerous because of the AoE, you know, quality of it. Not only a rush, but then it turns into a attack the things next to it, too. Okay, he's got some interesting options here. You're gonna use it on this. Maybe Tamsin now. Very slow pace. Or I could do this. I kind of shouldn't have kept both of those out there. You could buff this up into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that should still work.
I wonder.
8. And we're just gonna commit all the way in. And then if you can deal with this, I might have no choice but to do Tamsin. Finally, just to draw and get some stuff going. This is okay against a hunter, unless they're gonna just like explosive trap, but typically they don't have a ton of AoE, honestly. We get the other buff again here. Yeah, that's not very impressive. Now, see, draw a secret and set its cost to 1, last 3 turns. Now, if it is explosive trap, maybe I'd feel stupid, but you kind of just have to go for it, and then I'll Tamsin if it is. It's apparently not. Guess you can just do this. And we'll just wait. So hopefully he just summons a taunt and thinks that's enough, and then we can silence it. Right, something like that could work. He could make it something into a rush. I guess not. You have to win still 2 more to get there. Definitely more time consuming than I would have thought, and that's even while playing an aggro, very fast paced deck. Imagine if you were doing control. That's why I just wouldn't have the patience for it. It wouldn't even be worth it.
Versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer, your soul shall be mine.
So just the middle one would be fine here. So this is fine. 1, this is not really something you want to start with, but in fact, it's almost not something you want ever, because you know, so often you don't need it if you just get on the right curve. But like right now, I'm not going to be able to do anything with it. Draw a card. Oh no, you draw 1 base. That's why I was confused, that I thought I have maybe 1 more imp than what I actually do. Do this, or you could tap. For some reason, I just want to. Whenever you summon something, you gain 1 attack. So I guess I could have hit it just to bring it down to a little threshold there. but he's doing me the same favor. So presumably he won't summon one, otherwise why would he do it then? Why would he do it like that? You could have gotten the full... Huh. You could have gotten more damage. Oh, I guess he didn't need the extra damage though. You could summon 4 of these, or you could do 1 of this. You just take this out. That's fine. So how much AoE is he gonna have himself? Because I don't have any. So this is more of a board versus board type of game if he's gonna be doing the Murlocs. The infuse is ready to go too. Cover one of the same type. It's interesting how many decks this thing can really fit into. Doesn't seem that good, but Discover as a whole concept is very, you know, unpredictable, unreliable.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
Summons a 1/1 out of that anyway, so maybe you're not really too worried about it. 3 3/3s or 3 4s is not bad. You could use this to draw a whole bunch next turn if you can't deal with it too. You could draw, you could summon this, you could discover. The discover usually isn't even that good. I mean, I normally just play like a zero cost 1/1 or something like that. It's usually not something that I like to just keep around. Summon a 2/2 copy. Of course, those count as Murlocs. So should I really be concerned with the board here? I should definitely do the card draw aspect of it anyway. Imp Gang Boss. Summon a copy of it. 2/2. I feel like this is too slow, but this could be something that... I think I'll just do this and then I'll draw. Or I'll even commit a little more. Just draw a whole bunch, because what did I really lose? Besides 3 HP there. 3, 4, 5. Rafam would be great, so you're encouraged to trade into stuff. 3, 3, 3. You may as well just do it because you're setting up for something good there. Although you are missing a lot of damage to the face, which I could regret. So sometimes, you know, you gotta force him to... Oh, wow. Punished, I guess. You're getting these things pretty good, but... Let's try to hold back on the... Summon 2 of these, summon 1 of these, summon this. And then, again, if we can just clear his board, I'm okay with doing a Rafam. I'm only a fan of doing it like on an empty board, you know? You don't like to do it just to trade into stuff. Even though it would do, obviously, a lot more than that. Summon something with a Rush. You would think he would have a burnout capacity too, but maybe not. It's hard to say, really, what else he has in there. Can we just buff and trade or what? Gonna hit that instead. So these would get +2/+2 as well. So now I'm okay with doing it.
Finally, minions that obey me. Mostly.
Hit this, hit that. So we're playing very much on the board. So we should be able to do something now. It's unlikely that he should have an answer to this one. Okay, that doesn't matter. We have 11 plus 8, 19. 19 plus 8. So we actually do have lethal, but I'm sure he has something that he can do. If it's not a taunt, actually, I have it. Right? 5, 10, 15. 15 plus 12. Never mind the portal or anything. Look at that. Rafam creates a full, almost 30-0 lethal scenario. Just like that, if you can't deal with that. Just on an empty board. Very, very busted card. Each quest has 16 different core cards you can unlock as you level up. Why are you telling me that when I already have done that like years ago? they're running out of tips. They always, normally it always just says the highest rank is legend. It just says that every single fucking time. I'm surprised this is even so active. Like, why does anybody even care about this right now? But at least in Wild, it does lead to more fun scenarios and matchups than just the same old thing over and over. We haven't seen a warrior in a very long time, I swear. And we see a very cool portrait for it too. I forget what that one is. We don't want any, well, actually, you do kind of want that sometimes, as long as it doesn't come at the expense of early game play. So we want to turn 2. You never want to tap. You never ever want to tap on turn 2. Hey, Quick, pretty good. How about you? So we really desperately need like a turn 2 play. It's hilarious how this is the first warrior I've seen since like silver. I'm not even joking. Warriors must be dog shit, or they must all be in legend already, because like there's just none. So now let's see if he makes me eat my words of how bad they are. I would think there could be some pretty good ones, especially in Wild. Not seeing enough Mill Rogue. In fact, Warrior is probably my favorite class in this game historically. I played it so much. I got, you know, I did the Justicar thing back in the day a lot. I never really played that Grim Patron much, but it was very cool how like even the interactions, oh fuck, this is kind of unfortunate. The interactions like lasted too long for the turn to even handle, like the animations and stuff. It was a very odd thing. Warrior's best deck is Enrage. They should try to make a new version of that same one that I played way back. The fucking, just with the Shield Maiden and stuff. There must be other ways to do it. Like just a very, it probably involved Dead Man's Hand now. Just like an unbeatable, unkillable warrior who just keeps gaining armor and keeps going. But I don't know. There's so many new cards that would make that kind of fun to do, actually. Good luck. Yeah, why don't I see Dead Man's Hand enough? You would think it would fit into so many things, especially, you know, obviously in Wild. I almost have that portrait too, the 1000 win fucking thing for Warrior. Of course, I would easily have it, but I don't have my old account anymore. I don't know if it started counting the wins at like a certain point or what, but okay, we'll put all this down. You almost don't even have to put the Voidwalker, but let's see. I actually don't have that many cards anymore because I have this bad tendency of disenchanting stuff. So like I almost had a full collection like back in probably 2016, 2017, but then I just stopped playing for a long time, and then I came back and I disenchanted like everything because I just wanted to make certain decks, and so you know, you're shrinking your collection by like 75% by doing that. Best is Enrage. Okay, what do we got here?
I am in awe.
Pretty good draw, but actually this isn't that good of a turn. Like I would just have to trade everything, and then I could bring it back. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You want to set up for the buff, really. That would be the best play here. It's boring as hell. Yeah, even this I find boring. Just like, I don't like playing ranked too much. I normally just do random stuff, like, even if it's not good, it's still fun, like whatever I feel like. You could do the buff, isn't really worth it yet. You don't want to waste it. Just do this, I guess. What? Oh shit, I didn't even... Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that.
Strength and honor.
Fuck. See, so many of these cards I haven't even seen that many times that I forget what they even are. Oh, Connie. Secretly choose to counter the next minion or spell your opponent plays while this is alive. Outplayed. Kind of a weird choice for a weapon. Well, he's not doing my Iron Juggernaut thing, is he? The deck that I literally invented that nobody ever used, but where like I flip it back with the Brewmaster and stuff. That was way before any of these other bomb things came out too. Okay, he can't do it again now at least. Or is it like every turn? Fuck. You could do 2 more. And then do this again. You may as well just trade into that. He's gonna have a lot of ways to clear the board. Brawl and that thing that destroys everything that's damaged and this and that. It's kind of already too late. So I hope he does it and then I'll just reform to try to go for the kill. So just Brawl. Add a lackey.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
That's not really... Oh, this is a hybrid one, right? I was gonna say, isn't that a paladin card? I mean, I assume that's the equivalent of his Brawl play. So I'll still just do it, and if he has a way to deal with it, then so be it. I'll even do this too. 7 deadly sins. So hopefully you wouldn't have another answer, but you easily could. You don't have to kill it now, I don't think. Yeah. 4-1. This could still be pretty good. Basically, if he doesn't have Brawl, he's screwed. So we have 8, 11, 17, 20, 23. Still not lethal. And of course, we have 0 damage out of the hand in the whole deck. So we could just get a portal, I guess. Brawl would be nutty. You just have to put so much pressure that they're forced to AoE. And then once they do it, you punish them with their farm. If 2 bombs, yeah, that's not really gonna matter too much unless he does the Iron Juggernaut too. That would be the ultimate coming full circle. I was playing as that, getting hard stuck in silver, getting pissed about it just because like I just wanted to have fun with the deck. But then people are try-harding with crazy shit like this. So then now if I lose to Iron Juggernaut, I should actually try playing a game with it here at this level. But I'll do it once I get to Legend or whatever. Because you can't really practice in Standard. You have to practice in Casual. So like, if you were playing... Oh shit, he just laughed. If you want to practice in Standard, you can't, right? You'd have to play at Legend if you were a Legend. So you would lose your rating if you wanted to just have fun with the deck to do it. You're telling me this Kobold guy is better than Cthulhu and Alex Straza and fucking... what was the last one? I forget. Like, the way they rank these things is a little weird. Well, so that's basically what I wanted to do, is get to Diamond today. I was trying to do it yesterday, actually, but... And this card back is notorious for bugging out. Like, it just shows like a blank brown thing for a lot of people. There's a rank 4 for each 5 ranks, yeah. Let's see how far I am in this. Only level 39? That's kind of surprising. Weird. I don't think I've ever cleared through this to the point where you get the... They tease you with all these heroes, but you have to spend money for them. The only one that you get for free would be this. You would get to choose. So I would obviously get either the Warrior or the Warlock. Because I don't even often play most of these other classes. I don't really like how the Rexar one looks. It looks kind of weird. The other ones are all good, but... I always wanted N'Zoth, but they don't let you fucking get it free to play. This is obviously just like useless for the RP of it. Just doesn't actually do anything. Play 75 tradable cards. But I often don't use that trade mechanic. Oh, this gives you levels too. I didn't even know that. I thought this was just for the fuck of it. That's not how it works in WoW at all. Damn, how many of these? I guess I just never come in here to click this stuff. Only one you have is the Rexar one? Yeah. I got to try that Carnasa thing again. That was really fun. I did something weird with it though. I forget what it was. I added something that like made it maybe a little bit better, but in like a weird way. I forgot. Like what would synergize with that? Because it's generally pretty bad, but wow, how many of these do I fucking have? Think you're getting a rogue skin? Like they should, even if they make it super expensive, they should put them all on the shop, even for like, it could be 10,000 gold for one skin, right? But it would still at least give people the feeling that they could work towards it, right? If N'Zoth was 100,000 gold, maybe one day I'd save up enough. You would at least have that as a pipe dream. So apparently I've never been on the screen before because I have like a million things. They bring them back sometimes, yeah, but there's just so many of them. I would just do that if I was them. I would put every single one on the store for like $10 each or more, and then let people buy them for like a ridiculous amount of gold, so at least everybody would feel like, okay, you know, first of all, they'd make a lot of money because a lot of people would do that. Or they could make it seem like, oh, it's back for a limited time, so people would feel pressured to do that. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, I guess I just don't look at this. So can you miss these? Like if you don't click on them by the time the season is over, does it just automatically give it to you, or do you just not get them? Yeah, summon 25, more like 25,000, dude. Win a game at full health. Draw 150, complete a weekly quest. They don't. This is amazing. I'm just gonna get 100% completion of everything. They just stay there? Oh. 100 demons, 300 demons, 1,000 demons. Win a game in arena, win 5 games in arena. So it's not giving me experience anymore. Oh, maybe only some of them give you that. Completed 2021. So why is it showing me this now? I guess I just never went here. Yeah, look at that. It's not even like I just did these. What the fuck is going on? I hope that's a bug where it just gives me like way more stuff than I'm meant to have. 2021 327. This must have just been when they introduced achievements in the first place. So it must have been stuff that I already had. That's the only way it could all be on the same day. They give you experience because you collected the other ones and it was still counting. Okay, there we go, finally. That would take a while to get to, but I guess you have the whole season to do it until the next expansion, so it's not like just the whole month. Bonus. Earn 50 gold for every level. Really, that's it, dude? 50 gold for all that trouble? This is gonna take a lot longer the further you get. Play 3 games with Nozdorma. I'm not gonna really do that. Play 3 games as those. I'm not gonna do that. Deal 1,500. Should probably re-roll all these. Deal 65, deal 200, and then this one I guess I can re-roll tomorrow. Okay, that's good. At least I got what I wanted. Four months, but they're like 1,500. After 100 they get a lot easier. Oh, really? Give me a whole bunch of random packs from those achievements, I guess. Actually bugged. It's not letting me continue. What? Whatever. Okay, see you tomorrow.